Chapter 427. All of a sudden, Su Yan's speed exploded. A stream of light appeared in the sky. At this moment, he was shocked to realize that his speed could reach such a level without the help of the sword dragon. However, now was not the time to be emotional. He could feel Lu Fei's pain. This fatty was his first brother after coming to this world. Although Su Yan was not the most powerful existence in this world, he would definitely not watch his brother suffer without doing anything. I was tricked into the formation by that venerable Gue Yen. I don't know what kind of danger this fatty encountered. Lu Fei, you must survive. Su Yan flew at top speed and finally arrived at the place where he heard the voice earlier. However, there was no trace of Lu Fei. Even his aura had become very weak. Where did the fatty go? Although his aura is weak, it still exists. At least his life is not in danger. Su Yan calmed down in an instant. Then, he closed his eyes and began to sense. When he truly began to sense, the power of the sphere of perception was directly displayed. He felt that his perception was like waves of ripples, spreading to the surroundings. It was like a ripple spreading out. Although it was a little blurry, many scenes were clearly displayed in Su Yan's mind. He saw a huge footprint, and there was a bloody light on the footprint. The footprints that were overflowing with bloody light were moving further and further away, walking towards the depths of the divine dragon abyss. Su Yan naturally did not know the origin of the divine dragon abyss, but he was sure that it definitely held a huge secret. Otherwise, how could this place be listed as a holy land by the Heaven and Earth organization and only the sect leader be able to enter? However, from the looks of it, there was definitely something strange about this. Although he had not been with Yunhe for a long time, Su Yan always felt that Yunhe was definitely not a selfless person. Moreover, he always felt that there was a very strange aura on Yunhe. And after his experience with Venerable Ghost Flame, his suspicions had deepened. Since this was the holy land of the Heaven and Earth organization, and the previous sect masters had entered this place, how could they not have discovered the existence of Venerable Gue Yen? He just didn't know what was going on. Of course, Su Yan didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Even though the matter seemed to be very clear, it was still his own guess and could not be counted as accurate. Right now, the most important thing was Lu Fei's whereabouts. Since he already had a clue, Su Yan no longer hesitated and directly followed the terrifying footprints. In order to conserve his spiritual energy, he once again summoned the sword dragon, and then directly stepped on it, flying at high speed. After entering the boundary state, he could already fly on his own. But this also had its disadvantages, because he would rapidly exhaust his swift and fierce. Now that they were facing an unknown situation, any bit of power should be conserved and not wasted. Under the terrifying influx of spiritual energy, the speed of the sword dragon was simply shocking. In just an instant, it had already reached an unprecedented limit, and there were even faint rumbling sounds. Su Yan knew that this was the sound produced when the speed reached a certain level and cut through the air. All of a sudden, a figure appeared in the ripples of his senses. Dong Chenghao. Su Yan was already in shock. He originally came for Lu Fei, but he didn't expect to meet Dong Chenghao at this moment. Dong Chenghao, are you okay? At this moment, Dong Chenghao's face was pale, and he was weakly leaning on a hidden corner. If it wasn't for Su Yan's greatly improved detection ability and vaguely felt his aura, it would be difficult to discover his existence. Su Yan, it's you. Lu Fei was captured by a giant, quickly go and save him. Dong Chenghao directly said to Su Yan. Su Yan first checked and found that Dong Chenghao didn't have any serious injuries, but his qi and blood were tumbling violently. Since that was the case, he directly nodded and continued to ride the sword dragon forward. It wasn't until he was far away that Dong Chenghao suddenly smiled bitterly. Previously, I felt that his approach seemed to be too sudden, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. I'm afraid that he has now stepped into the radius state. Dong Chenghao smiled bitterly. When Su Yan first entered the monster palace, he was only a person with a sacred bloodline. To him, it was not worth mentioning at all. However, how long had it been since then? His strength had actually increased to such a level. Back then, he had personally seen him defeat Murongfu, who was in the radius state. This time, he was lucky enough to enter the Divine Dragon's Abyss and had a fortuitous encounter. Although he had not yet reached the radius state, he was only half a step away from that state. Originally, he thought that even if the distance between him and Su Yan could not be shortened, it would not be widened either. However, after seeing Su Yan's previous actions, he knew that the gap was getting wider and wider. He seems to have stepped into the radius state. No more, no less. Princess Chu's vision is really sharp. It is really a blessing for the Monster Palace to have such a person become the ruler of our Monster Palace. Dong Qinghao smiled bitterly and began to relax. He also had a fortuitous encounter in the Divine Dragon's Abyss and was preparing to digest it. However, he did not expect that Lu Fei would be caught in the hands of a blood giant and taken into the depths of the Divine Dragon's Abyss. He was not familiar with Lu Fei, but he knew that Lu Fei was Su Yan's brother. Therefore, he naturally would not stand by and watch. Instead, he directly chose to take action. However, he never expected that the blood giant's strength was unexpectedly terrifying. Even at this moment, he was no match for the blood giant at all. He could not even block one move. Fortunately, the blood giant did not have any killing intent. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead. Damn it, you damned guy, let go of your uncle. Otherwise, I will definitely make you pay the price. You bastard, do you know who my brother is? Let me tell you, my brother is Su Yan. He can directly defeat a powerhouse of the radius state. When he comes, you will be dead. Lu Fei kept struggling and roaring at the same time. However, his huge body was nothing in the eyes of the blood giant. This was because the blood giant had already grasped him with only one hand. The blood giant's mouth even made a strange but rhythmic sound, as if it was singing. This made Lu Fei even angrier, but at the same time, he felt powerless. The blood of the blood-sucking scourge in his body began to boil. Under such a terrifying surge of blood qi, his body began to gradually become heavy. At the same time, his strength also skyrocketed. He even began to break free from the power of the palm. At this moment, the blood giant finally stopped. His palm actually began to sink bit by bit. You damn thing, I am angry now. Even if Su Yan is not here, I will still teach you a lesson. Lu Fei roared again. Layers of blood-red light began to appear on his body, and his aura was raised to its peak. A smile suddenly appeared on the blood giant's ferocious face. Then, it suddenly began to laugh wildly. Such a strong and terrifying laughter was simply about to tear one's eardrums. The strength that Lu Fei had accumulated with great difficulty almost dissipated under the vibration. Damn thing, you damn thing, I'm going to beat you to death. Lu Fei was even more furious. He did not know where he got the courage. He suddenly jumped up and waved his fist, directly punching the blood giant's forehead. Lu Fei's fat body turned into a blood-red phantom at this moment. His speed had actually reached such a level. You damn thing, how dare you make fun of me? His fist suddenly fell, and a powerful blood-red qi directly burst out. Berserk power poured out. Dong! At this moment, a dull sound was heard. Then, Lu Fei's entire body froze. He had gathered all his strength for a punch, but it was blocked by a single finger of the blood giant. His entire body was frozen in the air. Gagga. The blood giant's ear-piercing and unpleasant voice was heard again. This time, Lu Fei finally could not block it anymore and fell from the sky. The blood giant's hand grabbed Lu Fei again. After Lu Fei experienced a burst of strength, he was finally exhausted. At this moment, he could only watch as the damned blood giant grabbed him and walked forward. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Fei suddenly felt his blood begin to boil again. However, this time, it was not because of his anger. Instead, it was a kind of desire. He knew that his family had the bloodline of the Blood Scourge. They were one of the guardians of the Buddha sword sect. Now that the blood in his body was boiling, there was only one possibility. There was something here that attracted him. Unknowingly, he had already calmed down. The smell of blood in the air had become more and more intense. An ordinary person would have fainted from the smell, but Lu Fei was actually getting more and more excited. Finally, a lake suddenly appeared in front of Lu Fei. This lake was different from others. It was completely formed by blood. In the middle of the blood lake, there were even bubbles rising. The blood giant stopped in front of the blood lake. Lu Fei suddenly had an ominous feeling, then he directly shouted, "Hey, you big reptile, what are you doing?" He hadn't even finished speaking when the blood-red giant suddenly froze, and then it swung violently. Chapter 428. What a strong smell of fresh blood. Although they had yet to reach their destination, the smell of fresh blood had already made Su Yan extremely fearful. The surroundings were almost completely red. The flowers, plants, and trees were all stained with a layer of thick or light blood-red color. Why did that giant capture Lu Fei? Su Yan's perception was still constantly probing. However, his perception had become very slow at the moment, and it was difficult for him to detect anything. At this moment, a terrifying wave directly attacked. Suddenly, it immediately interrupted Su Yan's perception. Su Yan's expression changed. Although such an attack did not do anything to him, he felt that the power of this perception was enormous. Damn it! To have such a terrifying thought in this place, there was no need to think to know that it must be the blood-colored giant. What made Su Yan even more worried was that he did not sense Lu Fei's existence. Damn giant, if anything happens to Lu Fei, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan's heart was already burning with rage. He directly flew in the direction of the giant. At this moment, the sword dragon also erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. The blood-colored giant was squatting by the blood lake at this moment. Its gaze was fixed on the movements in the snow lake. At this moment, it stood up directly. Its pair of eyes were fixed directly in front of it. Its huge and ferocious face began to become very dignified. Evil creature, where is Lu Fei? Su Yan directly rushed in front of the blood-colored giant while riding on the sword dragon. It was his first time seeing such a creature. Such a huge body gave people an extremely deep sense of oppression. Under its huge body, there was a terrifying power hidden that could be called terrifying. Such a deep sense of oppression directly filled people's hearts with fear. Su Yan did not need to think too much to know that this must be an extremely powerful opponent. How could it be a simple existence to be able to survive in the divine dragon's abyss? Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the terrifying giant, and the giant's gaze was also fixed on Su Yan. The two of them were completely disproportionate in size, but the blood giant didn't dare to act rashly. Because he could feel a deep and enormous power from Su Yan, he knew that Su Yan was not a simple opponent. Finally, it was Su Yan who broke the silence. Where is Lu Fei? He's the fatty you caught earlier. Su Yan asked. He believed that the giant in front of him had its own intelligence and could understand what he meant. The giant shook its head, clearly refusing to answer. If that's the case, then don't blame Su for being merciless. I've just entered the boundary of circumference, so I'll use you as a test subject. His spiritual energy began to surge the moment he finished speaking. Bit by bit, the power floated towards the blood-colored giant. That bit of spiritual power seemed simple, but in fact, it was extremely terrifying. It was like a bolt of lightning flashing. Even such a huge blood-colored giant became dignified when facing this bolt of lightning. He suddenly roared, then directly opened his palm to grab the bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Su Yan's eyes burst out with a bright light. Torrential storm of rose flowers. This giant's terrifying power was simply beyond his imagination, but he believed that with this giant's ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to block this attack. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly used the torrential storm of rose flowers. Thousands of sword cheese bloomed like 100 flowers, then turned into an extremely terrifying sword rain that directly rushed towards the blood-colored giant. Above each sword rain, there was majestic power and a violent will that could destroy thousands of mountains. The blood-colored giant had just destroyed Su Yan's first attack with a palm, but he didn't expect such a strong sword cheese to rush towards him in an instant. This 10,000 mammoth divine skill was already extremely powerful, and at this moment, when it was used by Su Yan, it was even more terrifying. In terms of the use of this torrential storm of rose flowers, even Dong Qinghao couldn't compare to Su Yan. Moreover, his power had increased, and he had reached the realm of circumference. With a thought, he could communicate with the surrounding power. As the countless sword rain advanced, it absorbed a lot of blood-colored power, and finally turned into blood swords. Faced with such an attack, the blood-colored giant had no time to react. He let out an angry roar, then directly crossed his hands in front of his chest. It was at this moment that a scarlet cross appeared in front of his chest. The moment the scarlet cross appeared, the countless sword rain also directly swept over at this moment. Countless sword cheese swept over at this moment, and in the end, the countless sword cheese actually turned into thousands of fragrant pear blossoms, and there seemed to be a faint fragrance coming from them. This rain of swords caused countless ripples. The 10,000 mammoth divine skill torrential storm of rose flowers finally revealed its true form at this moment. The falling rain of pear blossoms moved, and thousands of sword cheese killed without any form. Every pear blossom was a killing intent. Thousands of pear blossoms bloomed, and thousands of sword cheese suddenly erupted, like a torrential rain. It was also like a curtain of darkness that descended in an instant and enveloped everything. The dazzling scarlet cross was constantly vibrating. That terrifying radiance reflected a radiance that made people fearful. The blood-colored giant was really not annoyed, and his power was extremely terrifying, enough to fight against a realm of circumference powerhouse. However, at this moment, facing Su Yan's torrential storm of rose flowers, he actually kept retreating, and even his scarlet cross became dim. The giant suddenly roared, and his entire body was filled with bloody light. The bloody light was endless, as if it had turned into a whirlpool tornado, sweeping away the endless sword cheese and pear blossoms, and suddenly pushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan raised his eyebrows, and without any hesitation, the sword dragon under his feet suddenly changed direction, and at the critical moment, he finally dodged this terrifying bloody tornado. Behind him, a mountain that was almost 50 meters tall was directly torn apart, turning into pieces of gravel that flew in all directions. If Su Yan did not dodge, even if he could rely on his powerful body to block it, he would definitely pay a price for it. What a powerful giant! Su Yan was shocked again. The giant's power was beyond his imagination. However, no matter how powerful the giant was, he would not give up. "Tell me where Lu Fei is," he shouted again. At the same time, his sword cheese rose again. Immortal sword technique. The three words came out of Su Yan's mouth in a low voice, and then, with him as the center, an extremely overbearing aura was directly released. When this aura was released, with him as the center, the ground within 3 meters began to sink. However, the powerful aura did not stop, and it directly swept towards the blood-colored giant. Vaguely, a huge crimson sword appeared. The sword's appearance was almost exactly the same as the immortal sword in Su Yan's hand, but it was countless times larger. Even to the blood-colored giant, it was already a huge long sword. The immortal sword technique was the myriad divine skill of the hidden sword sect. When cultivated to the extreme, it would have unfathomable power. Heaven Sword Sage gave this sword technique to Su Yan, hoping that Su Yan could carry forward this set of celestial phenomenon divine skill of the hidden sword sect. This was Su Yan's first time performing this set of peerless sword technique. If he had not reached the state of circumference, where his physical body and soul were closely connected, and he achieved circumference power, he would not have rashly performed it at this moment. However, at this moment, when he performed it, it had an extremely unexpected effect. This is the true power of circumference. When the soul and physical body are connected, one can communicate with everything after achieving circumference. I can understand this immortal sword technique in an instant. Even if I can't master it through a comprehensive study, I can already unleash great power. Lei Wanjun had once told him that a circumference expert began to smelt the soul. However, this was only one-sided. A true circumference expert not only smelted the soul, but also connected the soul and physical body to form a circumference of his own. After forming a circumference, the use of power was at hand, and the soul was formed naturally. As soon as the immortal sword technique was performed, the violent power kept surging. At this moment, the blood-red cross that the giant condensed had been directly broken, and the violent and terrifying power kept surging at this moment. In the end, the scarlet cross shield finally broke. However, the power of the immortal sword technique did not stop, and the violent sword chi was still charging towards the blood-colored giant. At this moment, there was a look of despair in the blood-colored giant's eyes. The color in those eyes was almost gray. Arg! The giant wailed and stared fixedly at the huge strand of sword chi. This extremely terrifying strand of sword chi made his entire soul tremble in fear. He clearly knew that when this sword move finally landed, it would be the time for him to show his expression. The huge body and the flickering blood-colored energy did not give him any sense of security. The feeling of being oppressed by death was really too terrifying. However, at this moment, this terrifying sword light actually stopped at this moment. The blood-colored giant's body stiffened, and his gaze was fixed on the huge sword in front of him. Not only was there a breath coming out of his nostrils, but there was also a burst of smoke and dust. Even though it was a blood-colored giant, the fear of death still made him feel at a loss. Su Yan did not let this sword light land. Instead, he stood in front of the blood-colored giant. His figure was too small for the blood-colored giant, but at this moment, his aura was like a towering mountain. No matter how huge the giant was, he could not lift a mountain. Tell me, where is Lu Fei? I know you can understand me. Tell me quickly, or I will really lose my patience. Su Yan's voice had already turned cold. His concern for his good friend had already made his anger burn to the extreme. Chapter 429. A huge pillar of blood turned into a long dragon and swept towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was glaring at the blood-colored giant. If the giant couldn't give Su Yan a satisfactory answer, Su Yan would have to kill the giant and then search for Lu Fei's whereabouts. However, he did not expect that the blood pillar would directly rush towards him. In that instant, there was no way for him to avoid it. However, he never thought of running away. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted furiously, "Dancing fish dragon sword!" All of a sudden, an awe-inspiring sword chi erupted. The terrifying sword chi transformed into a fish dragon and collided with the blood pillar. At this moment, the regal sword moves had turned into the regal sword mantra. The chi of the regal had been cultivated. Although it was shallow, it had already fused with his body. Such a sword move was already powerful to begin with. Now that it was accompanied by the will of the exalted, the power of this sword move was not inferior to that of the celestial sword technique. The violent sword intent and the blood pillar finally met. Countless scarlet blood suddenly exploded, and countless water droplets splashed. Many water droplets fell on the ground, directly causing small holes to appear on the ground. The power of the blood was so strong. As the blood receded, a fat figure suddenly appeared. Su Yan was overjoyed. Wasn't this the Lu Fei that he had been looking for? Lu Fei, what's wrong with you? Su Yan immediately noticed Lu Fei's abnormality after his surprise. At this moment, Lu Fei's eyes were scarlet red, and his entire body was emitting a strange and terrifying aura. Hearing Su Yan's call, he didn't stop. Instead, he charged towards Su Yan. Moreover, his speed was so fast that it was simply inconceivable. If not for the fact that Su Yan's cultivation had improved greatly, he would not have been a match for this fatty. Blood-sucking Scourge's bloodline. Su Yan's heart trembled. He suddenly recalled that when he was in the Hidden Sword sect, Lu Fei had also gone berserk once. At that time, Lu Fei had been devoured by the blood-sucking Scourge. However, he did not expect that this would stimulate his bloodline and allow him to devour the blood-sucking Scourge's blood essence instead, increasing his strength greatly. The Lu Fei now was so similar to the Lu Fei back then. Since he already knew the situation, Su Yan understood that the most important thing now was to subdue this guy and calm him down. Otherwise, if he continued to let the bloodline of the blood-sucking Scourge go berserk, he might completely sink into depravity and become a monster in the end. At this moment, Lu Fei once again flew towards Su Yan. The sword dragon under Su Yan's feet flashed and dodged Lu Fei's attack. Then, he appeared behind Lu Fei like a ghost. He used his palm as a blade and lightly chopped down. When the blade landed on Lu Fei's neck, he suddenly stiffened and fell straight down. Su Yan walked to Lu Fei's side. This time, Lu Fei was in a much worse state than before. The power of the blood in his body was still surging. It was as if the blood in his veins would gush out at any time. Lu Fei. Su Yan was shocked and pointed his finger at Lu Fei. Then, he pointed his finger and pressed it on Lu Fei's body. What a violent power! If Lu Fei can absorb this terrifying power, even if he can't reach the perimeter realm, his combat strength will definitely surpass it. Su Yan's power was guiding Lu Fei. At this moment, the bloody giant suddenly became angry. It actually ignored the threat of death and directly charged towards Su Yan. At this moment, the monster seemed to have gone crazy. Su Yan had already discovered that its target was Lu Fei. Damn it! At this moment, he was guiding Lu Fei's terrifying blood power. He absolutely could not stop. However, the bloody giant's charge had ruined his plan. Blood Dragon Pupil, Dragon Soul. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his head. Then, his gaze landed on the giant's body. In his eyes, there were two dragon shadows dancing and trembling continuously. That terrifying and heart-palpitating power actually forced the giant to stop in his tracks. Because the giant was afraid. After the two dragons in the blood dragon pupil devoured the venerable Gui Yen, they had become even more terrifying than before. The dragon's aura had become even more powerful. Even the powerful giant was suppressed by this terrifying power and did not dare to move forward. Su Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. While watching the giant, he was multitasking and using his powerful power to unblock Lu Fei's bloodline. A full 45 minutes had passed, and even Su Yan felt that he could not hold on any longer. The giant was restless and was ready to attack again. "You bastard, I'll beat you to death." At this moment, an arrogant voice exploded. Lu Fei immediately jumped up from the ground. His speed was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, Su Yan reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to death by this guy. After Lu Fei jumped up, he directly charged at the bloody giant. "You damn bastard, I said I'll beat you." At this moment, Lu Fei's only thought was to beat the bloody giant. This was because the giant actually threw him into the blood lake and made him suffer. But the strange thing was that the bloody giant did not fight back at all despite its powerful strength. "Alright, Lu Fei, stop." Lu Fei's strength became even more terrifying. His casual punch contained great power. Even the giant could not easily withstand this fatty's punch. If this continued, Su Yan felt that the giant would be beaten to death by Lu Fei. Lu Fei's improvement in strength surprised Su Yan, but he did not want to see the giant being beaten to death by Lu Fei. This was because he could already see that the giant seemed to be unexpectedly kind to Lu Fei. Which bastard dares to ask Grandpa to stop? Lu Fei was furious and immediately turned his head. He was suddenly stunned and said, Su Yan. Huh, I knew you were lucky and would not die. Wait, let me beat him up first. Then we can talk. Su Yan, he had spent so much effort to help Lu Fei get through the crisis safely, but he did not expect this bastard to only notice him now. However, Su Yan did not seem to have any other choice other than to smile bitterly. This was Lu Fei's style. Alright, Lu Fei, stop. Su Yan flashed to Lu Fei's side and pulled him back. I don't think this big guy has any malicious intentions towards you. Instead, he wants to help you, Su Yan said directly. At the beginning, Su Yan did not think much of it. However, after Su Yan knocked Lu Fei out, the giant went berserk. At this time, facing Lu Fei's rage, he did not choose to fight back. How is that possible? You threw me into this ghostly blood lake just to help me? Lu Fei was still angry, but at this moment, he was grabbed by Su Yan and could not move. Damn it, Su Yan, how did you become so strong? Lu Fei roared in surprise. Hee, didn't your strength become stronger? Alright, what happened just now? Su Yan asked. How would I know? After you disappeared, Yun Wanqing also disappeared. Dong Qinghao and I were thinking of looking for you, but we didn't expect to suddenly meet this giant. I don't know what this damn stupid guy ate wrong medicine, but he directly came over and took me away. Moreover, this bastard threw me into the blood lake without saying anything. At this moment, Lu Fei was still angry. Although his hand was grabbed by Su Yan, he still kicked the giant twice. By the way, Su Yan, you don't know that there is actually a person imprisoned under this blood lake, and this person is a senior of my Lu family. At this time, Lu Fei suddenly became dignified, and then directly said to Su Yan. What? Hearing this news, Su Yan's face became very dignified. After experiencing the matter of Venerable Gui Yan, he had become very suspicious of Yun He. At this moment, he was almost certain of the thoughts in his heart. Lu Fei once said that his family was the guardian family of the Buddha Sword sect, but he was imprisoned here. If it was said that the Heaven and Earth organization had nothing to do with the Devil sect, Su Yan would never believe it. What happened after that? Did your senior tell you anything? Su Yan continued to ask. That's not the case, because that ancestor of mine has already passed away, but he did pass on his power to me, he said directly. Lu Fei, let's go. Let's meet up with Dong Qinghao first. If I'm not wrong, the Heaven and Earth organization is definitely not a good place. I'm afraid that Yun He is related to the Devil sect. Su Yan directly said to Lu Fei. Lu Fei's fat face trembled, and then his entire person became solemn. He was not a stupid person. First, he saw his ancestor being imprisoned here, and then he heard Su Yan's words, and he immediately understood some of the things that were happening. Damn it, if that old dog Yun He is really from the Devil sect, then aren't we in danger? That old dog wants us to enter the holy land of the Heaven and Earth organization. Could it be that he's up to something? Lu Fei shouted in a low voice. I'm not sure about that yet. Let's talk as we go. Su Yan did not say anything else, and began to think about everything. At this point, Yun He was definitely not trustworthy. In the current situation, they could only take one step at a time. Humph, Yun He, if you want to eat me, be careful not to break your teeth. Su Yan thought to himself. Yes, Dong Qinghao is gone. Su Yan brought Lu Fei to the place where he had parted with Dong Qinghao, but found that Dong Qinghao had disappeared. Could it be that this guy went to find us? Lu Fei asked. Chapter 430. AO. At this moment, a low growl was heard. It turned out to be from the blood-colored giant. Su Yan and Lu Fei had left, but the blood-colored giant had been following Lu Fei. According to Su Yan's speculation, this blood-colored giant was probably left behind by Lu Fei's ancestor. That was why he was so excited after meeting Lu Fei and even brought Lu Fei to the Blood Lake. "Ao ao ao, what are you shouting for? You don't even know how to speak. So annoying," Lu Fei said angrily to the giant. The giant had directly thrown him into the lake, which had already left a shadow in his heart. He would never forget it. "Wait, fatty, this giant seems to be pointing us in the right direction." Su Yan walked in front of the giant, then turned to the blood-colored giant and said, "You're saying that you know where Dong Qinghao went?" "Ao ao." The giant nodded. His nose twitched slightly, and then he pointed forward, minding his own business as he walked forward. "Damn, you're a dog. Your nose is so sharp. Follow." Su Yan made a prompt decision. The giant ran extremely fast. With every step he took, he could move more than 10 meters forward. Su Yan directly dragged Lu Fei and stepped onto the sword dragon, turning into a rapid speed and directly flying away. "If I'm not wrong, it should be Yun He who has started to move," Su Yan said directly. "If that old man really dares to come, I'll definitely chop him up and feed him to the dogs." Lu Fei's murderous aura surged as he shouted angrily. Lu Fei was originally a fearless person. Moreover, now that he had obtained the inheritance of his ancestor, his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, when he saw the miserable state of his ancestor, he was even more furious. The blood-sucking scourge's inheritance was a demonic blood inheritance. If one's cultivation level had not reached the peak, it would be very difficult to control the demonic blood. When one's emotions were agitated, they would even be controlled by the blood-sucking scourge's nature. At this moment, Lu Fei was like that. When he thought of the miserable state of his ancestor, he couldn't wait to kill everyone in the devil sect. If this Yun He was really related to the devil sect, he would definitely think of ways to take his life. As they advanced, they discovered that some white bones had begun to appear on the ground. These bones were already extremely pale, but there was still spiritual energy flowing through them. "Fatty, these bones are not simple. Dong Qinghao's disappearance might be related to these bones," Su Yan said directly. "These bone dregs? Su Yan, don't tease me. What does this have to do with his disappearance?" Lu Fei said disapprovingly. "In short, there's nothing wrong with being careful. This time, don't make a mistake," Su Yan said with a frown. "Big guy, stop!" Su Yan shouted at the blood-red giant. Sure enough, the blood-colored giant could understand Su Yan's words. It stopped and looked at Su Yan in confusion. He could feel Dong Qinghao's aura in front of him, but at this time, Su Yan asked him to stop. "The enemy is here." Su Yan put away the sword dragon and said. Lu Fei's fat trembled, and then he said, "Impossible, I don't even feel the existence of anyone." Lu Fei said directly. At this moment, after inheriting the power of his ancestor, his entire body's strength had become incomparably strong. What was even more terrifying was that his perception of qi and blood had become extremely strong, to the point that it had reached an unbelievable level. "If someone comes, I will definitely be able to feel their blood qi," Lu Fei said as he looked at Su Yan. "Because our enemies don't have blood." Su Yan shook his head. Lu Fei wanted to say something, but he soon knew that Su Yan was right. In front of them, there were sounds of footsteps. At this moment, he could already see these existences. Looking at these things that appeared in front of him, even Lu Fei, who had always been bold, trembled. "White bones, these are actually white bones!" Lu Fei directly roared out. He saw one set of white bones after another. The key was that these white bones were currently walking towards him. These white bone dregs were connected together, who knew how. Furthermore, they moved as if they were flying. No wonder Su Yan would reveal such a vigilant look. "Awo, awo, awo." The blood-colored giant suddenly started roaring, showing incomparable fury. It was not his first time seeing these white bones. He had even fought with these white bones before. In this divine dragon's abyss, white bones were his natural enemy. After the white bones appeared, he directly charged towards these white bones without any hesitation. The blood-colored giant's strength was naturally powerful. He was like a giant wolf that entered a flock of sheep. Smacking down with a palm, a scarlet blood-colored light swept out. Immediately, 7 to 8 white skeletons were directly scattered by him. According to Su Yan's estimation, each skeleton could contend with initial-stage spiritual Sea Realm powerhouses. In some aspects, they were even much stronger than initial-stage spiritual Sea Realm powerhouses. But the blood-colored giant could sweep them away with a slap. It was enough to see how powerful this giant's strength was. However, how could the battle be so simple? Kacha kacha. The sound of skeletons stomping on the ground continuously sounded. There were even more skeletons heading towards this place. It's actually an army of white bones. I'm now a little suspicious whether Little Rat is still alive, Lu Fei said numbly. Little Rat was the nickname he gave to Dong Chenghao. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was also very solemn. Although these skeletons were only equivalent to initial-stage spiritual Sea Realm, with such a large number, they could definitely pile Dong Chenghao to death. Lu Fei, we've made our move, Su Yan finished speaking and directly raised the astounding celestial sword. He directly circulated the sword chi and charged into the pile of skeletons. Just in the time he spoke with Lu Fei, there were at least 70 to 80 spiritual Sea Realm skeletons here. If these 70 to 80 skeletons appeared in the outside world, they would immediately be an extremely terrifying battle force. At least, as far as Su Yan knew, whether it was the Hidden Sword sect or the Thunder Sound sect, they could not resist such a terrifying skeleton army. With dozens of spiritual Sea Realm skeletons working together, it was definitely terrifying. The bloody giant was surrounded in the center and already seemed to be in imminent danger. There were even shocking scars on his back. At this moment, Su Yan's participation suddenly reduced the pressure on him. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the surrounding skeletons would immediately be swept away. Su Yan's sword chi was extremely sharp at this moment, but it did not directly kill these skeleton monsters. What tough bones! Su Yan's heart trembled. When his sword chi and these skeletons collided, there were even bursts of sparks bursting out. At this moment, Lu Fei had also rushed into the group of skeletons. Immediately, 4 to 5 skeletons directly charged towards him. Damn skeletons, you want to make a move on me? Blood Demon Transformation. The moment these 4 to 5 skeletons approached Lu Fei, a low roar was released from Lu Fei's throat. In an instant, a bloody light directly rushed out. This bloody light was especially dazzling. What was even more strange was that this bloody light was like a tentacle that constantly danced in the air. The 4 to 5 skeletons that rushed up were directly scattered by this tentacle-like bloody light. Ah! Kill! At this moment, Lu Fei's blood was boiling. He immediately seemed to have gone crazy, as if he was a bloodthirsty demonic beast. As expected of the blood-sucking scourge's inheritance. At this moment, he, who had gradually entered a state of madness, killed the skeletons even more ruthlessly than Su Yan. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, did you see that? Your senior brother's strength has surpassed yours. Lu Fei directly roared. Su Yan was originally his junior brother. It was just that when he had just entered the sect, he had already revealed his abilities. Of course, Lu Fei did not care that Su Yan was stronger than him. However, when he suddenly realized that his speed of killing skeletons was faster than Su Yan's today, he was still excited. This feeling of exaltation was really good. Su Yan smiled lightly. Only Lu Fei could still have such thoughts at such a juncture. However, since Lu Fei had issued a challenge, he would not be the slightest bit courteous. At this moment, sword chi suddenly began to erupt. The endless pear blossoms danced in the air. Between the pear blossoms, there was a dense and terrifying killing intent. The sword chi rumbled, and the skeletons were constantly cut off by the sword chi. In an instant, the ground was full of bones. 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of pear blossoms. If it was a group battle, there was probably no better move at this moment. The terrifying sword chi danced wildly, and that kind of sharp aura directly rose to the peak. In the end, the number of skeletons that Su Yan killed actually surpassed Lu Fei's. Roar! As if seeing Lu Fei and Su Yan erupting at the same time and showing off their abilities, the bloody giant was not to be outdone. He suddenly raised his fist and then smashed it heavily on the ground. As his fist fell, the entire ground directly produced a strong fluctuation that spread out in all directions. The skeletons that were affected by this power were directly shattered. In the end, the ones that killed the most were still the bloody skeletons. F***ck, big guy, your meat is really not for nothing. After finally killing this pile of skeletons, Lu Fei circled the bloody giant twice and then praised. After fighting together, Lu Fei also put down that grudge. Fatty always did not like to hold grudges. Roar! The giant grinned. Although Su Yan and Lu Fei could not understand what he meant, it was obvious that this simple and honest giant was in a very happy mood at this moment. Now is not the time for us to be happy. I sense Dong Chenghao's aura. Su Yan suddenly said. I also sensed his qi and blood. Lu Fei also said. Since the two of them sensed Dong Chenghao's existence at the same time, it meant that their direction was not wrong. However, Su Yan clearly remembered that when they first arrived here, they did not sense Dong Chenghao's aura at all. Chapter 431. Damn it, I really don't like this feeling. Lu Fei shook his body, causing his fat to sway and a layer of dust to fall. He was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. He could see what Su Yan could see. However, he also knew that his companion was in this bottomless cave. Since it was his companion, he could not just stand by and watch. What's more, this Dong Chenghao was not a bad person. This was probably what it meant to go to the mountain knowing that there was a tiger. I don't like it either. Su Yan's expression was not relaxed, but he was the first to walk in. In such an environment, his perception was very important. Lu Fei followed closely behind without hesitation. The blood-colored giant did not say anything and directly followed Lu Fei into the darkness. The deep darkness gave people a very silent and oppressive feeling. Su Yan knew that in this deep darkness, there was probably a pair of eyes watching him. However, as an immortal, he could only walk forward. Drip. A clear sound was heard. Su Yan and Lu Fei were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. After hearing this sound, they were so shocked that they did not dare to move. After a while, Lu Fei cursed bitterly, damn it. So it's the sound of water droplets dripping. Su Yan's expression was gloomy, then he continued to walk forward slowly. The moment the water droplets fell, a huge sense of danger rushed directly at him, so much so that it made his hair stand on end. However, when he stopped to sense it, he could not sense anything at all. Is it really just an illusion? Su Yan could not help but ask himself. No, in such a state, I definitely wouldn't be mistaken. My sphere boundary is the unification of the soul and the body. My detection and perception abilities are extremely powerful, and I firmly believe in this point. Then, it can only mean that there is an unimaginably terrifying enemy in the dark. In an instant, Su Yan had already confirmed the thought in his heart. Then, his gaze began to become incomparably deep, even in the darkness. There seemed to be a flash of light as well. What Su Yan didn't know was that right above their heads, there was a huge yet extremely gloomy figure lurking in the darkness. This figure had 8 spear-like tentacles, and its body was densely packed with eyes. In front of him, there was actually a strange woman's face. His eyes flickered with a faint radiance, which directly enveloped the blood-colored giant, Lu Fei, and Su Yan. Su Yan and the other two walked deeper and deeper, and the chill also became stronger and stronger. It had only been a short distance of 500 meters since they entered the cave, but their clothes were already covered in frost. What the hell is this place? Even Lu Fei began to tremble at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" At the same time, he grabbed Lu Fei and pulled him behind him. At this moment, his blood dragon pupil abruptly opened, and a ray of light cut through the darkness. The ray of light swept across and directly took in everything. Under his gaze, a pale white silk thread was shooting towards him. Sword dance of the fish dragon. There was no time to think. Su Yan immediately drew his sword, and the terrifying speed of his sword was simply appalling. Such a sword could only be described as breathtaking. But even so, this sword strike had little effect. Although the sword chi was swift and fierce, it only slowed down the spider silk temporarily and didn't cut it at all. Moreover, it was also at this moment that Su Yan saw the huge beautiful spider disappear right under his nose. Damn it, this damn spider has extremely powerful concealment abilities, so it can disappear right under my nose. Su Yan immediately understood the crux of the matter. It was no wonder that his perception couldn't detect the existence of this huge spider earlier. Ow ow! The blood-colored giant suddenly roared in pain. It turned out that its body had been pierced by a spider silk thread. This giant was extremely powerful and terrifying. Even Su Yan's sword chi found it difficult to hurt it. However, this strange spider's silk thread easily pierced through its body. Ah, what a dog! At this moment, Lu Fei roared angrily. His fat body emitted a dazzling blood-red light, and the already dark cave was immediately illuminated by a red light. Lu Fei's blood-red light had an extremely strong burning power against fresh blood. When the blood-red light shone, even the strange spider revealed its body from its invisibility. Obviously, its original body couldn't withstand such a huge power, which was why it was affected. Sword dance of the fish dragon. At this moment, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. The moment the spider appeared, he immediately attacked. The sword chi turned into a fish dragon and rushed to the top of the cave. Su Yan's sword chi really had a powerful power that could turn something rotten into something magical. In this short moment, the sword chi had already reached the front of the spider in front of it. The spider in front of it let out a very unpleasant and unusually ear-piercing cry, then disappeared again. In the cave, Lu Fei took advantage of this moment to rescue the giant from the entanglement of the white spider silk. Damn it, this is a beautiful spider, and it seems to have mutated. Lu Fei said directly. After all, he grew up in the hidden sword sect. Although he was a playboy, he still knew a lot of things. Among the few records that he had read, the beautiful spider was one of them. The beautiful spider had a huge body, and its 8 limbs were as sharp as sickles. Its body was as huge as a round table. On its head, there were thousands of densely packed eyeballs. The strangest thing was that he had a face that belonged to a human woman. Generally speaking, just a face alone would be extremely charming. Unfortunately, when combined with this ugly and terrifying body, it would cause one's soul to be terrified and one's heart to tremble. However, although the beautiful spider's attack power was strong, it definitely couldn't reach the point where it could directly penetrate the blood-colored giant's body. Moreover, it was definitely impossible for it to become invisible so casually. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility left, and that was that this spider had mutated. Demonic beasts were already very terrifying, and a mutated spider was even more difficult to deal with. And now, this troublesome and terrifying spider had its eyes on them. Damn it, what level has this guy reached? I can't even sense the power of his blood, Lu Fei said hatefully. This damned spider's power of invisibility was so strong that it could even hide the aura of blood. Roar. The giant's voice was low. The previous surprise attack had injured it, so it naturally hated this enemy that it couldn't even see the shadow of. What should we do? If this continues, we'll be played to death by this guy sooner or later. Lu Fei's face was full of anger, but there was nothing he could do. Not necessarily. Su Yan opened his mouth and broke the silence. In the darkness, he gently opened his palm, and then a ball of flame rose. This ball of flame was not hot, but it was very bright. As the flame burned, the darkness was immediately dispelled. This flame. Lu Fei looked at this ball of flame, and the corner of his eyes suddenly twitched. He could sense the power and terror of this flame. It was even more powerful than the flame they encountered when they first entered the abyss of the divine dragon. Scarlet Spirit Fire, a flame I obtained not long ago. Su Yan smiled gently, then directly activated his power. The power of the solar-colored glaze sword scripture was directly channeled into it. The solar-colored glaze sword scripture was known for its domineering and scorching heat. At this moment, this power directly rushed into it, and an unimaginably terrifying power exploded. The Scarlet Spirit Fire shone brightly, and it even looked like it was about to light up the entire dark mountain. What was even more unbelievable was that when the Scarlet Spirit Fire shone, that familiar yet ear-piercing sound was heard again. Lu Fei and Su Yan looked towards the direction of the sound, and saw the terrifying mutated Spider Beauty looking at them from the top of the mountain. This Spider Beauty's power was strange, and her speed was extremely fast. Even the Blood Dragon pupil could not easily capture her movements. At this moment, the Scarlet Spirit Fire appeared, and he immediately had nowhere to hide. The Scarlet Spirit Fire had an extremely strong suppressive power against souls. This spider was indeed powerful, and it could even hide its own chi and blood. Even Lu Fei could not sense it. However, no matter what, its soul still existed. Su Yan used the power of the solar-colored glaze sword scripture to stimulate the Scarlet Spirit Fire, and immediately, the mysterious Spider Beauty's soul was greatly stimulated, and her entire body began to tremble. "You ugly fellow, I finally found you." The bloody light on Lu Fei's body suddenly increased, and his fat body charged forward like a cannonball. At this moment, the pale white spider silk directly flew down, and instantly formed a huge net. "Damn it, this thing is useless against me." Lu Fei sneered. The bloody light around his body actually turned into flames. The flames soared into the sky, and vaguely, they had transformed into a terrifying giant beast. The blood-red flaming giant beast shook violently, and directly crashed into the white spider silk net. Then, the entire spider silk net immediately made a sizzling sound. Immediately after, a cloud of pale white smoke appeared. "Fatty, be careful of the poisonous smoke." Seeing the white smoke, Su Yan immediately panicked. This spider was already very strange, and this smoke was definitely highly poisonous. Chapter 432. "You damned bastard, how dare you sneak attack me?" Lu Fei was truly furious. Previously, this damned spider had suddenly launched a sneak attack. If Su Yan had not discovered it quickly, he would have been in a worse state than the giant. After all, although his current physique was considered strong, he was far from being able to contend with a freak like the bloody giant. He arrived in front of the Spider Beauty, then reached out his hand and pressed down on the beautiful face of the Spider Beauty. "What I hate the most is this damn beautiful face of yours," he suddenly shouted, and the bloody light in his hand became more intense. In the end, he pressed the Spider Beauty down from the top of the cave. The bloody giant and Lu Fei cooperated closely. The bloody spider was still in the air, but the bloody giant had already jumped up. The pain caused by the spider silk piercing through his body made this tall and powerful blood-colored giant loathe the beautiful spider to the core. Although the Spider Beauty was strange and terrifying, its greatest strength was rendered useless after its soul was sealed by the Crimson Spirit Fire. In such a state, it would not be able to gain any advantage in front of the giant. At this moment, the giant leaped up and opened its palm, pressing down on the Spider Beauty. Then, without giving the spider any chance, it smashed down with its huge fist. Boom! The entire cave seemed to shake at this moment. It could be seen that the giant's hatred was not small. Otherwise, it would not be so angry. His violent strike turned the spider beauty into an ugly spider woman. The human face had almost collapsed. At this moment, Lu Fei also fell from the sky and stepped on the spider beauty's body. Su Yan suddenly felt that these two guys were a perfect match. Quickly kill this spider, Su Yan said. He had held on for long enough, and did not want to waste any more spiritual power. At best, he had just subdued this flame, and it was still quite strenuous for him to use the red spirit fire. Moreover, it seemed that they still had a long way to go. Lu Fei's strange and powerful blood power directly made the spider beauty shrivel up completely. Blood flowed out, and its life dissipated. The giant also broke off the spider's sickle-like tentacles. The spider beauty's tentacles were terrifying and sharp. Most importantly, they were very large. It was a good weapon for the giant. The three of them continued forward. This damned stinky spider was already dead, but the feeling of being watched still hadn't disappeared. At the very least, it meant that there was an even more powerful being watching them from the darkness. Moreover, Dong Qinghao's aura was getting thicker and thicker. The rest of the journey was surprisingly smooth. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Finally, after half a day of trekking, the darkness disappeared and was replaced by a brighter world. Although there was light, it seemed even more sinister. There were all kinds of skeletons piled up in this space. These were all scattered skeletons. Some of the skeletons were in good condition, while others were in tatters. It was a miserable sight. Ah, that seems to be a senior from our hidden sword sect, Lu Fei suddenly exclaimed. Su Yan looked over. Lu Fei naturally couldn't judge from the state of the skeleton. However, the long sword beside white bones proved Lu Fei's words. Although the long sword was rusty, there was still a remnant sword intent, as if it was unwilling to give up. On the hilt, there were words, "Hidden Sword." An elder from the Hidden Sword sect died here. What kind of place is this divine dragon's abyss? Why is it like this? My ancestor died in the Blood Lake, and here we found the skeleton of an elder from the Hidden Sword sect. Lu Fei said angrily. Although his family was the guardian family of the Buddha Sword sect, he grew up in the Hidden Sword sect. His life had been marked by the Hidden Sword sect. He couldn't deny it, and he didn't want to forget it. Therefore, he was filled with anger. This is an elder from the Sound of Thunder sect. There are faint lightning patterns on his skeleton. This is from the Heaven and Earth organization. Lu Fei began to identify the skeletons. Although most of them were indistinguishable, there were still many that could be identified. In addition to the skeletons he was familiar with, there were many skeletons from the Devil sect. He didn't know how long this place had existed, but Venerable Gui Yen had been lost here for no less than 8,000 years. At the very least, this divine dragon's abyss had existed for more than 8,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Venerable Gui Yen had once told Su Yan that the Qian territory had declined because of the Devil sect. Su Yan believed that this sentence was definitely not false. However, what exactly happened at that time? Then there was Yunhe. What kind of identity did Yunhe play? Lei Wanjun wouldn't lie. He felt that there was something wrong with Yunhe. She couldn't be lying to him, because there was no need for that. Lei Wanjun wasn't the only one who suspected these things. According to Lei Wanjun, Yunhe had already betrayed the Qian Cloud Alliance. In other words, all of this was just a farce that he wrote and directed. He was a member of the Devil sect. There were indeed too many things about the Heaven and Earth organization that he couldn't understand. Su Yan said, "Don't worry about this for now. The most important thing now is to rescue Dong Qinghao while his aura is still there. But Thousand Face has no way out. There's not even a shadow of Dong Chenghao. Lu Fei said somewhat angrily. He, are you looking for me? At this moment, a leisurely voice was heard. Lu Fei and Su Yan suddenly turned around and saw Dong Chenghao appear at the entrance where they came in. Dong Chenghao. Seeing his figure, Lu Fei was pleasantly surprised at first, but in the next moment, his expression immediately turned solemn, and he abruptly stopped moving forward. This was because the Dong Chenghao in front of him made him feel cold. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Dong Chenghao, he clearly knew that Dong Chenghao definitely shouldn't have such an aura. Gloomy, cold, and a terrifying aura like that of a corpse. At the same time, there was a faint oppressive force coming from Dong Chenhao's body. After receiving the ancestors' inheritance, although his realm hadn't reached Fang Yuan's realm, his combat strength was no longer below Fang Yuan's. Moreover, his body had the power of blood, which was incomparably hot, but he still felt gloomy. This was definitely not something that Dong Chenghao could do. You're not Dong Chenghao. Who are you? What did you do to him? Su Yan was already holding the shocking celestial sword in his hand, and the blood dragon pupil had also been activated. Faintly, 2 dragons were swimming slightly in his pupils. Dong Chenghao was still standing in the same place, looking at Lu Fei and Su Yan with a fake smile. Su Yan, Lu Fei, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. What, is this how you treat an old friend? Humph, you've probably taken over Dong Chenhao's body. However, I feel that the aura of his soul hasn't dissipated yet, which means that you haven't completely taken over his body. Su Yan took a step forward, and a strong sword aura spread out. Are you planning to attack? But the person in front of you is your friend. Just as you said, his soul hasn't dissipated. If you accidentally slip up, you'll kill your friend with your own hands. Can you really do that? He looked at Su Yan, and then asked directly. Ridiculous. I know Dong Chenhao's character better than anyone else. He's not someone who's afraid of death. I'm afraid that he'd rather die than let you take over his body and turn him into a walking corpse. If that's the case, what's there for me to worry about? Dancing fish dragon sword. As he spoke, Su Yan had already attacked. He was so decisive that he didn't hesitate at all. The sword light flashed and turned into a fish dragon. The powerful and terrifying sword aura rushed forward like a fish dragon soaring into the sky. Su Yan's sudden attack surprised the person who had taken over Dong Chenghao. Not a bad sword. Moreover, Su Yan's sword aura surprised him as well, because it was too fast. According to his understanding, only a swordsman with a high cultivation level could unleash such sword aura. Kid, to be able to use such a sword technique, you must be from the Buddha sword sect. He sneered. Without seeing how he moved, a skeleton not far from him suddenly flew up and blocked in front of him. The white skeleton looked like it could fall apart at any moment, but it forcibly blocked Su Yan's dance of the fish and dragons. Bloody Warhammer. At this moment, Lu Fei had already attacked. A strange blood-red light surged out from his body, as if blood was gushing out of his body. However, the bloody light didn't fall. Instead, it floated in the air and gathered into a bloody warhammer. Taking advantage of the moment when the person blocked Su Yan's sword aura, the bloody warhammer fell. The bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge? You're the descendant of the Buddha sword sect's Lu family. After so many years, I've just woken up, and I'm actually able to see the descendant of the Buddha sword sect. How delightful. He stretched out his hands, and a ghastly white skeletal palm suddenly appeared in front of his palms. The palm floated and fell down fiercely. Lu Fei, watch out. Su Yan saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately warned Lu Fei. At the same time, his sword aura danced again. 10,000 mammoth godly skill, immortal sword technique. At this moment, the invisible sword aura condensed with him as the center, and then a huge immortal sword suddenly appeared. The 10,000 mammoth godly skill had infinite power. Suddenly, his aura increased by more than 3 times, and the sword aura became even more unparalleled in spiritual power. Chapter 433. What a good pair of juniors. It's a blessing to be able to devour both of you to strengthen my soul bone. Dong Chenghao grinned and suddenly disappeared from where he stood. So fast. In the midst of the chaos, Su Yan's expression abruptly changed. He saw Dong Chenghao's body transform, and in an instant, he had already arrived beside Lu Fei. Lu family's kid, I'll start with you. He laughed sinisterly. Then, he formed a bone claw and attacked Lu Fei's abdomen at an unimaginable speed. One sword to end the universe. Su Yan did not have time to think. He immediately used the regal sword technique. The sword radiance reached an unbelievable speed. He had lost the initiative. It was impossible for him to block this guy's attack. He could only use his full strength to attack Dong Chenghao. He hoped that he could make Dong Chenghao fearful so that he could rescue Dong Chenghao. Who would have thought that at this moment, Dong Chenghao's face was calm. He did not even put Su Yan's attack in his eyes, allowing the sword energy to land directly on his body. The sword aura exploded. The sharp and terrifying aura roared like a murderer. However, Dong Chenghao only swayed a little. In this short period of time, his palm was almost touching Lu Fei's body. What was even stranger was that Lu Fei's expression was blank. He did not react at all. Ah! At this critical moment, the giant roared. His huge body came crashing down. Then, he pushed Lu Fei away. However, he took the brunt of this terrifying palm. Pang! A dull sound could be heard. Following that, the giant howled in pain. The place where he took the brunt of this palm had already caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he half knelt on the ground. Huh, I didn't expect to see an ancient giant like you here. This is interesting. A smile appeared on Dong Chenghao's face as he stared at the bloody giant. Just as well. I'll let you become my food. I'm afraid you'll be considered a feast. He smiled lightly, and his entire palm was about to press down on her. Stop. Su Yan's figure flashed and a ray of sword light slashed down. The sword light, which was almost 10 meters long, slashed through the air and fell on Dong Chenghao's head. However, Dong Chenghao smiled faintly. He raised his arm above his head and grabbed it lightly. The powerful sword ray was actually caught in his hand. Not bad. He smiled faintly. Although it was a compliment, it was very disdainful because it was simply wishful thinking to want to hurt her with this kind of power. However, Su Yan sneered and said, "Is that so? Immortal sword technique." All of a sudden, the 10,000 mammoths' divine skill and the immortal sword technique erupted. Sword chi continued to condense until it formed a huge immortal sword that exploded in his hand. At this moment, the light in the cave shone to the extreme. The immortal sword technique was released directly on Dong Chenghao. The power of the radius realm was truly displayed. Under the intense sword radiance, the hand that grabbed the astonishing celestial sword started to bleed. If it wasn't for the pale white radiance surrounding his hand would have been chopped off. Damn it! The expression of Dong Chenghao changed abruptly. His cheeks trembled, and a ray of light seemed to shoot out from his eyes. Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. He didn't have time to summon the sword dragon. He immediately leaped and used the explosion of power to leave the place. It was at this moment that the white light had already landed where he was originally standing. Without a sound, a hole had actually appeared in the ground. Humph, let's see where you can hide. He smiled coldly and his body shook slightly. At this moment, Su Yan was still in the air. However, in the next moment, he felt a flash in front of his eyes and a shadow appeared in front of him. Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield. The moment this person appeared in front of him, Su Yan didn't have time to think and immediately used the Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield. In an instant, the frost dragon and the raging flame dragon appeared. The two dragons circled and danced, and in an instant, they had already wrapped around his body. Then, the two dragons changed and revealed the original form of the blood dragon ice fire shield. Suppress for me! Su Yan suddenly roared, and the blood dragon ice fire barrier immediately emitted an extremely valiant power. The entire blood dragon ice fire shield, together with Dong Chenghao, fell to the ground. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The auras of the frost dragon and the raging flame dragon were still circling around, and their power was circulating faster and faster. The powerful force kept vibrating, trying to suppress and refine him. Lu Fei, are you okay? After Dong Chenghao was suppressed, Su Yan directly went to Lu Fei. At this moment, Lu Fei's face was a little empty, as if he had lost his soul. No matter how Su Yan shouted, he didn't respond. On the other hand, the giant beside him kept trembling. He gritted his teeth and tried hard not to make a sound, but the intense pain still made him tremble. What did you do to Lu Fei? Su Yan turned his head and looked at Dong Chenghao, who was being suppressed by the blood dragon ice fire shield, and asked coldly. At this moment, Lu Fei seemed to have lost his soul. It was impossible for Lu Fei to be frightened, so it could only be this guy in front of him who did something. I thought this guy with the bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge was the strongest, but I didn't expect you to be the most difficult person to deal with. What a solid foundation. Your power of radius even surprised me. It's really hard to imagine. From this friend of yours, I already know a lot of things. The people of this era seem to be unexpectedly weak, and even the way to enter the realm of radius is wrong. However, it's obvious that you've entered the correct path. At this moment, he was in the blood dragon ice fire shield, and the power of ice and fire was still dancing wildly. However, he was calm. The flames couldn't burn his body, and the ice couldn't make him feel cold. Su Yan knew very well that the reason he was still standing in the blood dragon ice fire shield was not because the power of the blood dragon ice fire shield intimidated him, but because he wanted to stand in it. That was all. Judging from your state, you seem to have just entered the first level of the perimeter state. Obviously, you must have successfully advanced in this divine dragon's abyss. Although your talent is not bad, if there is no one to guide you, you will not know the correct method out of thin air. It's obvious that you've met an old ghost who should have been dead. When you were dealing with my pet outside, you seem to have used the scarlet spirit fire. It's that old thing, Ghost Eye Venerable. I'm really surprised that you were able to come out alive after going to his place. Su Yan didn't say anything. He just listened to the person in front of him. This was an extremely powerful person. When he spoke, the pressure that seemed to be there didn't disappear. Instead, it became heavier and heavier. Although the other party was suppressed by the blood dragon ice fire shield, Su Yan felt like he was a bird in a cage. Then, is that old Ghost Eye dead? Su Yan, you didn't say anything, but your soul waves betrayed you. It seems that he's dead. I really didn't expect that arrogant old ghost to die like this, and at the hands of a rookie like you. Back then, that old ghost killed so many people from the Buddha sword sect. I didn't expect him to die at the hands of a little brat like you. Is this really the cycle of the heavens? Dong Chenghao said to himself. You're also from the devil sect. Which devil sovereign are you? What happened here back then? Also, how is Lu Fei? Su Yan suddenly spoke and interrupted this person's words. After a pause, he continued, are you really that weak now? You're actually using this method to continue your power. You're very smart, he praised. The reason why he praised Su Yan was because Su Yan had interrupted him. He was talking, and he said so much in one breath. Some of it was meaningless. It wasn't because he was sealed for so long that he wanted to talk. It was because he was accumulating power. When he spoke, his soul pressure entered Su Yan's ears along with his words. The more time passed, the stronger the pressure became. His control of the soul was very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yan's Grand Supreme Sword Qi and solar-colored glass Sword Qi were able to resist this kind of soul pressure, he would have been controlled by the other party. This has nothing to do with being smart. Now, tell me the answer, and then leave Dong Chenghao's body. Otherwise, believe me, you'll regret it. Su Yan's expression didn't change, but his Sword Qi had already spread 5 steps away. In such a short time, you've already determined that you can defeat me. Isn't this a little too arbitrary? He was still calm, but his strange smile became brighter. At this time, Su Yan didn't delay any longer. Sword, rise. As his voice fell, the Sword Qi moved. It was like a surging tide. As expected of the legacy of the Buddha sword sect. This sword will is so sharp. If you enter the dragon realm, you'll be able to transform into a real dragon. Even in our era, you'll be able to dominate a region. As his voice fell, his hands suddenly clenched. In the cave, the crisscrossing skeletons began to float. E'en spirits have no land, white bones have no heart. Return to me, white bones form the army. Evil white bones, rise. Hundreds of skeletons stood up at this moment, directly attacking Su Yan's Sword Qi. Chapter 434. You better kill all the white bones evil souls here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll devour the essence blood of your 2 friends. Dong Chenghao smiled and walked toward Lu Fei. At this moment, Lu Fei was still expressionless. Although the bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge is powerful, it's still the source of death. I have the blood-sucking scourge king's heart in my hands. In that case, you can only silently wait for death in front of me. Now, let me devour you. His palm was already reaching towards Lu Fei. If you dare to touch a hair on Lu Fei, I'll definitely kill you. Su Yan was enraged and immediately walked toward Lu Fei. However, just as he moved, the white bone's evil soul blocked his path. You always like to talk nonsense. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. Dong Chenghao smiled and arrived in front of Lu Fei. At this moment, there was a bright red ball in his hand that was beating continuously. That was the heart of the Blood Scourge King. It was because of this thing that Lu Fei couldn't move at all. Su Yan was furious. He swung the long sword in his hand. 10,000 Elephant Supreme Skill, Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. In an instant, Sword Qi spread out in all directions. The fierce and violent power continuously slashed the white bone's evil soul's body. Unfortunately, the white bone's evil soul didn't move at all. Damn it, this kind of white bone's evil soul should be very weak after thousands of years of precipitation. However, there's a mysterious power in their bodies that makes them indestructible. This can't go on, or Fatty will definitely die. Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Manual, Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword. At this moment, the sword in Su Yan's hand was no longer the celestial shocking sword, but the scorching sun sword. Although it was an incomplete divine sword, it had a mighty and majestic aura. Together with Su Yan's celestial manifestation sword, its power multiplied. All of a sudden, a blazing power filled the air. The temperature in the entire cave increased by a lot. Is this sword the manifestation of that kid's celestial phenomenon? Truly powerful. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the ghost flame old ghost from back then. Looks like I have to hurry up. Otherwise, if this brat manages to break through the obstruction of the evil soul white bone, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, the old ghost that had possessed Dong Chenghao did not hesitate to imprint the heart of the blood-sucking scourge beast king onto Lu Fei. Lu Fei's body was enveloped by the light emitted by the blood scourge beast king's heart. Then, he actually walked towards that person. Myriad Sword Spirit Sea, Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. Su Yan grew even more anxious. The celestial scorching sun sword was indeed powerful, but it was still unable to break through the defense of the evil white bones in a short period of time. Since that was the case, he might as well use the power of his spiritual sea. At the same time, the heaven phases spirit sea manifested, and in the end, it became the power of circumference. Sword moves in a square, slaughter in a circle, kill for me. At this moment, the light suddenly became bright, turning into the most dazzling light. The radiance descended and engulfed everything. At this moment, the evil soul white bone at the front was immediately cut off and turned into powder. However, this was only a part of it. The white bones in the entire cave had been revived. With so many white bones, although they were not densely packed, it was enough to make one's heart tremble. Kill. At this moment, Su Yan only had killing intent. Tens of thousands of swords chimed in unison. The sound of the sword soared into the sky and filled the entire cave in an instant. A violent sound wave rushed out like a huge wave sweeping across the area. The wave rolled, and all the white skeletons that were swept into it were annihilated. Why haven't you sacrificed your blood yet? The mysterious existence that had possessed Dong Chunghao's body shouted directly. Lu Fei's body trembled, and his face revealed a pained expression. However, his hand involuntarily pierced towards his own heart. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. Perhaps the blood-colored giant had recovered from the intense pain, or perhaps it was deeply provoked by Lu Fei's actions. He actually charged towards the person that had possessed Dong Chunghao's body without caring about anything else. Damn it, it's you again, you bastard! He roared angrily and raised his hand directly. Do you really think that I don't have any means to deal with you now? Since you're so eager to die, I'll drink your blood first. At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared in front of Dong Chunghao's body. The intense white light almost filled the entire cave. Within the white bones, a piece of white bone appeared. In just a short moment, the white bone had transformed into a human-shaped skeleton. This human-shaped skeleton was so huge that it was not inferior to the blood demon giant at all. The moment it appeared, it directly pounced forward. Its speed was so fast that it was like a phantom. At this moment, the giant actually did not react in time. Then, an intense pain was transmitted directly to him. It turned out that in such a short time, the terrifying white bone had charged in front of the blood demon giant and directly bit into the giant's neck. Roar! The giant screamed directly. His entire huge body began to tremble violently. The intense pain made him struggle bitterly. The giant's strength was incomparable. However, at this moment, no matter how he twisted his body, he could not break free from the white bone at all. It was as if his entire body had been bound. Blood flowed out directly from the white bone's head and gradually seeped into the white bone's body. The pale white bone actually flashed a strange red color at this moment. It was drinking the giant's blood. Damn it, you damn thing! Red spirit fire, burn for me! Su Yan was extremely shocked and furious. Although he had not spent a long time with the blood-colored giant, the giant had become his comrade. Especially when he was risking his life to protect Lu Fei. At this moment, his comrade was suffering such pain. He had completely gone crazy. Intense spiritual energy flowed completely. Su Yan did not care about the consequences and activated the red spirit fire with all his might. He had many tricks up his sleeve. However, the most powerful power that he could use at this moment was the red spirit fire, which was also the most likely power to cause harm to the giant in front of him. The flame started to burn like a fiery red glow. After injecting spiritual energy, the red spirit fire seemed to have a life of its own and directly rushed toward Dong Chunghao. Did he really take out the red spirit fire? This flame was extremely terrifying. The heat of the flame could directly melt the surrounding rocks. However, the most terrifying thing was its power to harm the soul. At this moment, although this existence had taken over Dong Chunghao, strictly speaking, he was still an undead at this moment. Such a flame had extremely terrifying power to harm him. However, the strange thing was that at this moment, when he looked at the red spirit fire, he did not seem to panic at all. No, something is wrong. Looking at this person's eyes, Su Yan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A sense of uneasiness directly shrouded him. However, the red spirit fire was obviously extremely powerful and had extremely strong killing power to undead. Why did this person dare to do this? In the next moment, he already knew the answer. The huge white bone skeleton suddenly stretched out its hand, and an extremely strange cyclone appeared in its palm. The cyclone rotated as if it had formed a hollow cave. At this moment, the originally violent red spirit fire actually directly rushed toward the cyclone. What an idiot! If you didn't take out the red spirit fire, it would be very difficult for me to completely recover. However, since the red spirit fire is in front of me, then I can immediately swallow this red spirit fire directly and recover a lot of my strength. Hee, you probably don't know, but this red spirit fire is originally mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the red spirit fire was completely trapped in the wind cave. No matter how Su Yan urged his mind, he could not summon this red spirit fire. How is this possible? Su Yan was shocked. This was originally his last resort to deal with his opponent. Who would have thought that this thing would be directly absorbed by his opponent? Back then, that damned old bastard Gue Yen took advantage of the fact that I was injured and took it away. If it wasn't for him, how could I have fallen to this state and been trapped in this damned place for so many years? At this instant, his emotions directly became violent. Obviously, Gue Yen Venerable had caused him a lot of damage back then. However, I am the final victor. Since you are already here today, all of you will become my food. Giant, contribute your last life to me directly. He suddenly roared and immediately turned his head to swallow the giant's blood. Do you think you have one? Impossible, red spirit fire, burn the soul. At this moment, Su Yan decisively shouted. I have already said that this is originally my flame, but you still want to use it to deal with me. How ridiculous. When I, the white bone demon venerable, was roaming freely, where was a junior like you? You actually want to fight with me? The white bone demon venerable laughed loudly. However, in the next moment, his laughter suddenly froze. This was because the red spirit fire that had been firmly sucked in by the wind cave suddenly exploded with a shocking amount of heat. At this moment, the flame burst out directly. The flame started to spread bit by bit towards his entire skeletal body. It was as if they were going to burn everything in this instant. Impossible, my red spirit fire. The white bone demon venerable was shocked. His entire skeleton body shook directly, and even the power that was restraining the giant loosened. This was his scarlet spirit fire. Unless Ghost Eye Venerable One was here, no one should be able to threaten him. However, at this moment, the red spirit fire did not listen to his command. Damn it! At this moment, his huge skeleton body suddenly shook. It turned out that the giant finally took the opportunity to break free from the terrifying power, then raised his head and slammed it on the white bone demon venerable's head. His huge skeleton body suddenly loosened up. At this moment, the blood scourge beast king's heart that was originally in his hand fell from his hand. Chapter 435. The heart of the blood-sucking scourge beast king fell from his huge white skeleton body, drawing a trail in the sky. It was also at this moment that the previously motionless and expressionless Lu Fei suddenly trembled. Then, his consciousness gradually returned. His gaze suddenly fell on the trembling giant. At this moment, the giant had become extremely miserable. Bright red blood was flowing from his neck. The blood was originally seeped into the white bones of the white bone venerable, but because of the sudden explosion of the scarlet spirit fire, the white bone venerable was injured, causing blood to flow out completely. The giant's body was huge, and at this moment, blood was flowing out like a river. Although Lu Fei was unable to move previously, he saw everything with his own eyes. He knew that if the giant had not risked his life, he would have been killed by this guy in front of him. Because he had obtained the bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge, which greatly improved his physique. But it was impossible for him to resist this guy who called himself the White Bone Demon Venerable. It was this damned big guy who saved his life. But now, the big guy was in such a miserable state. There was also Su Yan. Su Yan's sword aura was everywhere, slaughtering the evil soul White Bones. He was indeed powerful, but the evil soul White Bones seemed to be inexhaustible, and there was no end to it. Every time Su Yan severed the evil soul's body, the evil soul's bones would reassemble and then pile up on Su Yan. "You damn thing, bullshit White Bone Demon Venerable, die for me!" Lu Fei roared. This roar actually shook the entire cave, as if a huge beast was born. It was abnormally terrifying. Blood radiance flashed, and his entire body began to expand, as if he had turned into a huge blood-sucking scourge beast. He jumped up from the ground, and then directly crashed into the White Bone Demon Venerable. Kacha kacha, this attack was truly terrifying. Lu Fei's entire body actually crashed into the White Bone Demon Venerable's body. The White Bone Demon Venerable was originally hit by the Scarlet Spirit Fire, and then the blood-sucking giant crashed into it. At this moment, its body actually cracked. "Damn it, a piece of trash like you actually dares to offend me? Die!" With a sudden clap of his hand, Lu Fei was sent flying like a rubber ball before landing heavily on the ground. Lu Fei's previous attack was terrifying. It was almost comparable to a Radius Realm expert. It was even comparable to Lei Wanjuan's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. However, he was still sent flying by a single slap from White Bone Demon Venerable. This White Bone Demon Venerable's strength was truly terrifying. "You bastards, how dare you offend me like this? Go to hell." At this moment, the White Bone Demon Lord's White Bone Phantom disappeared again and merged into Dong Qinghao's body. This white bone illusion was originally his true body. Unfortunately, his true body had already dissipated a long time ago, and he himself had been suppressed for countless years. This time, for some unknown reason, he awoke from his slumber. Then, he directly took action and plundered Dong Qinghao here. As he had just woken up, he couldn't really unleash the full strength of his true body. Previously, he used the power of the white bones in this cave to entangle Su Yan and restrain the giant blood demon. However, at this moment, he was continuously attacked, and his strength was in turmoil. Now, he could only choose to kill all three of them and devour their essence blood. However, he didn't notice that the place where Lu Fei landed was where the blood demon Beast King's heart was. At this moment, the blood demon Beast King's heart felt the attraction of Lu Fei's blood and was gathering towards Lu Fei's body. The white bone demon Venerable's choice was the giant blood demon. His blood was still flowing. There was a huge amount of energy in the blood. Such energy was the most attractive to him. He turned around and charged towards the giant blood demon. "Your blood shall be the source of my power awakening. This is your glory, lowly giant blood demon." He laughed sinisterly as he reached out his hand and charged towards the giant blood demon. "Bastard, stop right there!" Lu Fei roared furiously. In the midst of his roar, his body was immediately surrounded by a bloody glow. At this moment, the bloody glow shone with a blazing heat. The temperature of the entire cave rose as well. At this moment, the White Bones Demon Venerable finally focused his attention on Lu Fei again. "Damn it, it's the Blood Demon Beast King's heart." He immediately understood what had happened. The Blood Demon Beast King's heart could restrain Lu Fei, who had the Blood Demon Beast bloodline, but it could also help him. Obviously, without his control, the Blood Demon Beast King's heart followed its instincts and began to merge its power into Lu Fei's body. The Blood Demon Beast King's heart originally belonged to Senior Lu Fei. However, in the great battle back then, Lu Fei's ancestor was schemed against and died in battle. In the end, the Blood Demon Beast King's heart fell into his hands. After losing the Scarlet Spirit Fire, he had relied on this treasure to prolong his feeble existence for so many years. Who would have thought that after the cycle of time, the heart of the Blood Scourge Beast King still ended up in Lu Fei's hands? Perhaps this was the so-called destiny. However, he was definitely not willing to accept this. At this moment, he could already see that once Lu Fei merged with the Blood Demon Beast King's heart, his power would definitely become extremely powerful. He might even be able to break through the circumference state in a short period of time. With such a bloodline, once he broke through the circumference state, his combat power would definitely increase tremendously in a short period of time. This was definitely not good news for him. "You damn brat, go to hell." At this moment, he suddenly roared. In the end, he gave up on the Blood Demon Giant and went straight for Lu Fei. However, just as he moved, he was immediately shrouded by a huge shadow. It was the Blood Demon Giant. The Blood Demon Giant was bleeding, but he still reached out his hand and grabbed the White Bones Demon Venerable, who had merged with Dong Qinghao's body, in his hand. Arg! The Blood Demon Giant's face was pale and ferocious. The pain had already caused his entire body to tremble. Even though he was the Blood Demon Giant, he could no longer hold on after losing so much blood. However, his obsession to protect Lu Fei was extremely strong. "You damned beast, how dare you act so rashly!" he roared. Although his body was in the Blood Demon Giant's hand, he was the truly terrifying giant beast. He waved his hand, and a pale light that resembled a crescent moon flashed out. Ah! The Blood Demon Giant immediately let out a violent and painful roar. Accompanied by his roar, his huge hand finally landed on the ground. "Humph, you overestimate yourself." He snorted coldly, then his gaze landed on Lu Fei. "Brat, you still want to merge with the Blood Demon Beast King's heart? Now, it's time for you to die. I remember that this friend of yours has a Wuxian consummate skill called Torrential Pear Blossoms. Hee, I'll let you die under this skill. It has always been able to pierce the heart with 10,000 arrows." He laughed sinisterly and pointed his finger. "First sword, Dancing Fish Dragon, second sword, Heaven and Earth Slash." At this most critical moment, a furious roar was heard. 2 sword lights followed. Su Yan. At this moment, it was Su Yan who made his move. At this critical moment, he finally broke through the evil white bone formation. He used the Heaven Form Sword as the root, the Scorching Sun Sword as the weapon, and the Regal Sword move. At this moment, his speed finally broke through the limit. The 2 sword lights turned into light shadows and broke free from the evil white bone formation. Perhaps it was the power of the Regal Qi, or the power of the Heaven Form Sword, but Su Yan's speed had reached an unprecedented level. The sword moved horizontally, piercing through everything. "White Bone Demon Venerable, give me your life." The red sun was like fire, and the will of the Regal was endless. Damn it, how can he be so fast? He wanted to end Lu Fei's life with the torrential storm of rose flowers, but he did not expect such a stunning sword will to come straight at him. At this moment, even he was inexplicably shocked. He could no longer care about Lu Fei, because he knew that if he was hit by the 2 sword lights, his life would be in danger. Damn it, White Bone Life Shield. All of a sudden, a pale ghostly face appeared in front of him. The white bones were ferocious, and the face was terrifying. When the sword lights landed on the white face, there were dazzling sparks. A terrifying recoil came, and Su Yan felt a sharp pain in his hand. However, he did not retreat at all. The White Bone Demon Venerable's expression changed. The sword had caused him quite a bit of damage. Damn it, it seems that I can only choose to retreat today. He was furious, but he knew that it was impossible to continue killing the people in front of him. If he continued to stay, his life would be in danger. Damn it, Fudu Sword Sect, damn Fudu Sword Sect, I will kill all of you. He roared, and the scattered white bones in the cave shook. Then, they charged toward Su Yan and the others. Seizing this opportunity, he flew out of the cave. Damn it, where do you think you are going? Su Yan shouted angrily and was about to chase after him. The white bone demon Venerable was at his weakest. If he did not beat him when he was down, it would be too late by the time he recovered. Humph, Su Yan, if you come to kill me, your friends will die. The final sound gradually dissipated, and Su Yan finally stopped his footsteps. He wanted to kill the white bone demon Venerable and save Dong Qinghao, but he could not ignore Lu Fei. The heart of the blood demon Beast King entered Lu Fei's body, and his aura was increasing rapidly. Chapter 436. Despicable Bastard. Su Yan finally turned his head around. No matter what, he could not abandon Lu Fei. At this moment, Lu Fei's bloody aura was getting stronger and stronger, as if he was about to transform into a real demon. The Lu family had the inheritance of the blood-sucking scourge, and their strength was unparalleled. However, this did not mean that there were no repercussions. When the demonic blood erupted, one would be directly stimulated by the demonic blood and lose all rationality. At that time, one would be controlled by the blood-sucking scourge's blood and become a demonic beast in human form. Lu Fei, calm down. Facing the berserk Lu Fei, Su Yan directly leaped and turned into a ray of light, arriving in front of him. His palm pressed down abruptly, and then a burst of power burst out. That was the aura of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. At this moment, Lu Fei was in a demonic state. He had to be suppressed at the fastest speed. Otherwise, he would go crazy and be completely devoured by the bloodline. Su Yan could clearly see that the heart of the blood-sucking scourge Beast King that fell from the white bone demon Venerable's hand was almost embedded into his body. The blood-sucking scourge Beast King was a top-grade demonic beast. Although it had been dead for many years, and only the heart of the blood-sucking scourge Beast King was left, the power of the heart was still extremely terrifying. This could be said to be an opportunity for Lu Fei, but also a huge crisis. If he could calmly resolve it, he would naturally be able to turn the misfortune into a blessing and be safe. However, if he could not overcome this crisis, he would turn into the body of the blood-sucking scourge Beast King and become a walking corpse. At this moment, Su Yan had to help Lu Fei. The sword chi of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture had already pierced into Lu Fei's body, and then directly resisted the terrifying blood aura of the blood-sucking scourge Beast King. Enveloped by the blood aura, Su Yan suddenly felt his mind go blank. In front of him was no longer Lu Fei, but a ferocious and terrifying blood-sucking scourge Beast King. This blood-sucking scourge Beast King's body was bigger than a giant, and there was a layer of blood flowing slowly all over his body, like a layer of blood armor. A pair of wings slowly fluttered behind his back. Under the wings was a tail that was 5 meters long. The gigantic blood-sucking scourge Beast King coldly commented on Su Yan, as though it was mocking Su Yan for overestimating himself. "Damn thing, get out of my brother's body!" Su Yan angrily roared. His sword radiance flourished, and the glazed sunlight was like a raging fire, roasting the blood-sucking scourge king. The sword chi exploded, and the radiance gathered and dispersed. The intense radiance was simply unimaginable. However, the blood-sucking scourge only sneered. He, successor of the Buddha sword sect, are you sure? My heart has already fused with Lu Fei. If I roll out of his body, then he will die. Are you sure this will still happen? This was the first time Su Yan heard the voice of such a life form. His cold and emotionless voice could destroy a person's mind. You're already dead. Don't even think about taking over my body. Su Yan's eyes shone with a cold light. I like this phrase, so I will definitely do this. I want to see how you're going to stop me. Also, do you know how much I hate the people of the Buddha sword sect? As soon as he finished speaking, his gigantic tail swept toward Su Yan. The force of the tail was like a gust of wind. Under the terrifying light, there was an extremely terrifying and powerful force. Su Yan had no choice but to avoid such a force. He immediately summoned the sword dragon and left the place at lightning speed. However, as soon as he left, a light shadow immediately followed him. What terrifying speed and powerful strength! Su Yan was shocked. Although he was prepared, such speed and strength still shocked him. If he didn't have the sword dragon and had entered the sphere state, it would have been very difficult for him to dodge. Kid from the Buddha sword sect, do you only know how to run like a mouse? Let me tell you something. When this blood-red light reaches your brother's head, he will become my puppet and my body. The blood-sucking scourge's voice was heard again. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's body. As expected, there was a blood-red light moving up his body. At the moment, the blood-red light had reached his chin. In a while, it would reach the top of his head. When that happened, the blood-red light would enter his brain and be completely taken over. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. After dodging another attack, the scorching sun sword in his hand shone brightly again. Heaven form sword, scorching sun wheel, great sun-colored glass. In an instant, the scorching sun sword in his hand shone brightly, competing with the blood-red light. The two lights completely occupied the entire cavern. The skeletons scattered in the cavern were drowned by the two lights and destroyed. Are you finally willing to fight me head-on? The cold and mocking voice was heard. Go to hell! Su Yan shouted angrily. His sword will had reached its peak. The scorching sun sword's radiance suppressed the blood-red light of the blood-sucking scourge beast king. However, Su Yan's expression changed in the next moment. Damn it! Using the scorching sun divine sword so many times drains my spiritual energy too quickly. Although it was not a complete divine sword, it had the shape of a divine sword. Using it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. First, he fought the white bone demon Venerable. Now, he was fighting the blood-sucking scourge beast king. Even with his strength at the square circle state, he had used up a lot of spiritual energy. Kid from the Buddha sword sect, it seems like you're running out of energy. The blood-sucking scourge beast king sensed this and immediately counterattacked with a bright blood-red light. Today, not only will I take over this body, but I will also kill you, the successor of the Buddha sword sect. How dare you enslave me for so many years? Today, I will completely end the Buddha sword sect's legacy. He shouted angrily. The blood-red light rushed toward him like a long snake. Oh no! Su Yan was alarmed again. The blood-sucking scourge beast king was really scary. It could see that his sword intent was weakening and counterattacked at this moment. At this moment, even if he used the scorching sun sword intent again, it would be useless. When his sword intent was not weakened, he could only fight evenly with Yu Ji. Now, he could not. Moreover, when he looked at Lu Fei, he saw that the blood-red light had already covered the bridge of Lu Fei's nose. There's no time. I can only take the risk now. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well that if he took it step by step, it would be too late. Therefore, he could only win by surprise. Invincible golden body. At this moment, facing the blood-red light, he did not use his sword intent. Instead, he rode the sword dragon and rushed into the blood-red light. At the same time, he used the invincible Vajra body. A layer of golden light appeared and covered his entire body. However, it was different from before. After entering the circumference state, his strength had become even more terrifying. Thick golden light appeared and gradually formed an armor. Although the armor was still blurry, its defensive strength had increased tremendously. The blood-red light hit his body but could not hurt him at all. The golden light was like a blazing flame that burned the blood-red light. Good, just as I expected, my strength has increased. Finally, there was good news. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with determination and confidence. Blood-sucking scourge beast king, you're just a dead person. Do you want to be fierce? Today, I'll destroy your remnant soul completely. Stepping on the sword dragon, he broke through the layers of blood-red light and rushed in. Pagoda sword, I'm counting on you now. Su Yan immediately took out the pagoda sword. The pagoda sword was the inheritance of the pagoda sect. It could guide Su Yan. However, this sword did not have a strong killing power. Even the startling immortal sword was better than it. Although Su Yan had never used the pagoda sword before, he knew that if this sword could become the guiding sword of the pagoda sect, it could not be a useless sword. Now, he was taking a gamble. Blood-sucking Scourge Beast King, you keep saying that you want to kill me, the successor of the pagoda sword sect. Let's see if you can handle this pagoda sword. Luo Yunyang shouted and threw the pagoda sword at the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King. Su Yan had used brute force to throw the sword. There was no sword aura at all. Damn it! The pagoda sword. You actually have the pagoda sword. However, when the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King saw the sword, he was extremely shocked. It was as if he had encountered a terrifying world. Even his gigantic body began to tremble. At this moment, the pagoda sword finally changed. The pagoda sword shone with a dazzling golden light. The dazzling golden light was warm and scorching. However, to the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King, it was a lethal fire. On the blade of the pagoda sword, a smooth light started to circulate. Eventually, it condensed into an D. The light condensed into an D. As the light flowed, a terrifying power appeared to be dazzling. A powerful force pressed down on the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King's huge body. Damn it! Damn it! The blood-sucking Scourge Beast King roared, his heart filled with indignation. After countless years, he finally had a chance to come back to life. However, he had not expected that Su Yan would have the pagoda sword in his hands. To him, the pagoda sword was extremely terrifying. It had the greatest killing power. Under the flowing sword aura, it was terrifying. No, I can't die. At this moment, the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King had made up his mind. His body shrunk rapidly, then turned into a ray of bloody light and entered Lu Fei's body. Chapter 437. Damn it! Su Yan watched as the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King disappeared into Lu Fei's body, but it was too late to stop it. The blood-sucking Scourge King was really impressive. He had already made a wise choice in a short period of time. His remnant soul returned to the heart. It would fuse with Lu Fei's body along with the heart, causing Lu Fei's power to increase greatly in a short period of time. Even his future cultivation path would become smooth. However, his remnant soul did not vanish. While Lu Fei was growing, he was also growing. The two of them seemed to be in a competitive relationship as they engaged in the most intense competition. This was his choice. In the end, Su Yan was still a step too slow. He wasn't able to kill Lu Fei before he returned to Lu Fei's body. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing for Lu Fei. Su Yan's heart was heavy. He put away the Buddha's sword and healed Lu Fei and the giant. Lu Fei's injuries were fine, but because he had suddenly received an extremely powerful infusion of energy, it was difficult for his body to digest it. He would be able to wake up soon. However, the blood demon giant's injuries were extremely severe. At this moment, he was on the verge of death and could die at any moment. If they had just met, Su Yan naturally wouldn't have cared about the life and death of this big guy. After all, they were still in danger. Wasting time and energy was irresponsible for one's own life. However, at this moment, Su Yan could not give up on this big guy. He was already Lu Fei's comrade in arms and had even disregarded his own life for Lu Fei's safety. If Yun Wanqing is here, there is still hope to save your life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Lu Fei has already passed the crisis. I don't think he's in any danger now. Don't worry. If I find Yun Wanqing, I'll come back as soon as possible. Su Yan pondered and struggled for a while before he finally decided to leave. Lu Fei's condition had gradually stabilized, and he would not be in danger again. Furthermore, this was the territory of the White Bone Demon Venerable. Even if there were any other dangers in the Divine Dragon Abyss, they would not appear at this moment. The most important thing was that the giants couldn't delay for too long. Although the giant's wounds had begun to stop bleeding due to his strong physique, his injuries were still too serious. If it weren't for Yun Wanqing's life-saving cloudy mist technique, he would have died without a doubt. Although he didn't know where Yun Wanqing was at the moment, he still chose to try his luck. At the very least, it was much better than watching this big guy die here. What's more, Dong Qinghao's situation was also a potential crisis that had to be resolved as soon as possible. Since he had already made his decision, Su Yan did not delay any further and directly left the spacious cave. His speed was extremely fast as he turned into a beam of light and disappeared. The direction he was heading in was the direction where White Bone Demon Venerable, who had possessed Dong Qinghao, was heading. He indeed wanted to find Yun Wanqing, but he did not have any information about Yun Wanqing at all. In other words, no matter which direction he went, it was equivalent to searching for a blind man. Since that was the case, why not choose the direction where the White Bone Demon Venerable escaped? What's more, the White Bone Demon Venerable had possessed Dong Qinghao, and his body was definitely extremely weak. Right now, he desperately needed outside help. No matter whether the external help was a powerful treasure or some evil place, it should cause quite a commotion. If Yun Wanqing was still safely in the Divine Dragon Abyss, no matter what his current position was, he would most likely head in that direction. Therefore, strictly speaking, this was the best way to find Yun Wanqing. This was the so-called killing two birds with one stone. Fortunately, although he had already wasted a lot of time, the White Bone Demon Venerable might have really been seriously injured. After such a long time, his aura did not weaken much. Su Yan could follow his aura. Sword Dragon activated all his strength. However, in the battle with the Blood Scourge Beast King, he had already exhausted too much of his strength. Therefore, his current state was not good, or even very bad. However, he could not continue to waste time. He had to wait until he recovered his spiritual energy before continuing his pursuit. An existence like the White Bone Demon Venerable was extremely cunning. Even if he had just a little more time, he would become more dangerous. Moreover, this was related to Dong Qinghao's life. Su Yan did not dare to delay at all. I'm getting deeper and deeper into the Divine Dragon Abyss. What exactly is the White Bone Demon Venerable planning? Moreover, this place doesn't seem simple. As they went deeper, Su Yan had an ominous premonition in his heart. Moreover, this uneasiness was gradually becoming more and more serious. The White Bone Demon Venerable finally stopped. His condition was extremely bad, even worse than what Su Yan had imagined. After waking up from the ancient seal, he commanded the evil White Bone Demon Venerable to capture Dong Qinghao. In the end, he even possessed Dong Qinghao's body. All of these things required a huge amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, until now, he had not been able to erase Dong Qinghao's soul. He did not expect this damned junior's willpower to be so firm. Damned Buddha Sword Sect, damned Su Yan. His expression was extremely unfriendly. One could say that he hated the Buddha Sword Sect to the extreme. The battle more than 8,000 years ago had caused him to be sealed in this damned place that never saw the light of day. When he finally got the chance to leave, it was destroyed by the appearance of the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. Of course, the person he hated the most was Su Yan. This was because if Lu Fei was alone, he would have delivered himself to his doorstep. He had the heart of the Blood Scourge Beast King, which completely restrained Lu Fei. As for the Blood Scourge Giant, he did not even take him seriously. However, Su Yan's appearance disrupted all of his arrangements. What made him most furious was that the Red Spirit Fire no longer listened to his summons and turned to attack him. If it were not for the sudden outburst of the Red Spirit Fire, the blood energy of the heart of the Blood Scourge Beast King would not have gathered on Lu Fei and caused him to be severely injured. In the end, he could only choose to run away pathetically. Damned brat, wait until I obtain the demonic dragon's energy. I'll definitely kill you and tear you apart. He roared in a low voice, his expression extremely ferocious. However, at this moment, Dong Chenghao's ferocious expression suddenly changed. He was defeated by Su Yan as expected. How sad. An old monster who has lived for thousands of years was defeated by Su Yan and had to run away. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. The same voice came from Dong Chenghao's mouth. However, it did not have the slightest bit of ferocity from before. Instead, it was gloating. This was because the person who spoke was not the White Bone Demon Venerable, but Dong Chenghao. Damn it, if I wasn't severely injured, your soul would have been destroyed by me. The same voice came from the throat, filled with extreme anger. Ha ha ha. In short, you lost. That's not wrong. Dong Chenghao smiled faintly, then continued, seeing you run away pathetically, I'm in a good mood. Hee, you brat, keep being stubborn. As long as my power recovers slightly, I can completely destroy your soul and your body will be mine. The White Bone Demon Venerable's soul once again took the lead, then continued, you probably don't know where this is, right? I don't mind telling you, this is the core of the demonic dragon abyss. It can also be said to be the land of demons. This place has terrifying dark demonic energy, and there's also an extremely terrifying demonic artifact suppressing this place. I don't need the demonic artifact. As long as I can devour a portion of the dark demonic energy, my soul power will greatly increase. At that time, I can directly destroy you. You don't have much time left. The White Bone Demon Venerable smiled coldly, then began to move forward. Completely destroy me? I don't believe that, because I believe that Su Yan will kill you. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. I'll bet a spiritual stone. Dong Chenghao's voice sounded again. This disdainful and mocking tone made the White Bone Demon Venerable even more furious. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, then he said, all right, since you're already here, I won't allow you to be noisy. Even if I have to waste some soul power, I will suppress you. Otherwise, it will be very disadvantageous for me. As his voice fell, his whole body was filled with a pale light. As the light circulated, the voice of Dong Chenghao's original body also began to become weak and small. No matter, I'll wait for you to be defeated by Su Yan, the land of demons, the demonic dragon sword, I fell for you in the past. Today, I will definitely get you in my hands, His voice had already become cold, then he resolutely stepped into it. When his figure disappeared, the place immediately changed. A strong and scorching aura suddenly appeared, and countless black smoke began to roll, as if a volcanic crater suddenly appeared. However, below the volcanic crater was not magma, but darkness like a dream. After a while, a beautiful figure appeared. She had a beautiful face and a tall figure, which made her look particularly outstanding. This person was Yun Wanqing, the person that Su Yan was looking for. However, this beautiful woman had a worried look on her face, as if something was troubling her mind. She finally landed in front of the dark volcanic crater. The restriction has already begun to operate. It seems that someone has entered before me. Who could it be? Su Yan, is it? When these two words left her mouth, someone as beautiful as her softly sighed. Many things were beyond her expectations. Chapter 438. The White Bone Demon Venerable's aura disappeared here. Su Yan stood in front of the devil incubating land and frowned as he looked ahead. The deep darkness made him feel very uneasy. At least, he did not like this feeling. However, the pagoda sword had been able to sense the White Bone Demon Venerable's aura earlier. But now, his aura had disappeared without a trace. Without a doubt, he must have entered this place. There's actually such a deep and terrifying aura here. It's really strange. But it makes sense. Since that guy wants to recover his strength in a short period of time, he naturally can't do it step by step. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly stepped into it. The moment he stepped into the devil incubating land, the whole world had changed. Streaks of black floating-like power gathered directly toward his body. Su Yan frowned and instinctively operated his spirit energy, forming a spirit energy halo on the surface of his body. Once the spirit energy halo appeared, it immediately blocked the tiny black floating-like power. But in the next moment, he frowned. Because he suddenly realized that the black floating-like power was eating away at his spirit energy. What exactly is this thing? It's actually so strange. Although the speed at which it devours spiritual chi is very slow, it's still very strange. Although it's devouring power very slowly, it'll definitely be harmful to me as time goes by. Su Yan immediately understood this point. However, when he looked around, the black floating-like power was like dust, filling the entire space. There were simply countless of them. How could he possibly destroy all of them? Therefore, at this time, he could only continuously operate his spirit energy to resist the attack of the black floating-like power. However, what made Su Yan troubled now was that the devil chi in this place was too deep. As a result, the pagoda sword could not sense the existence of the white bone demon venerable at all. This caused him great trouble. Being unable to sense his existence meant that there was no direction. Compared to the entire divine dragon's abyss, this place was naturally much smaller. But the problem was that even so, this place was still very big, so big that it was enough to make him lose his way. Moreover, these strange black floating monsters, which were as small as the dust particles of the same guild, could interfere with his perception. The place he could explore was limited to within his sight. I wonder if Yun Wanqing will appear here. Thinking of Yun Wanqing's beautiful face and Yunhe's identity, Su Yan suddenly felt helpless. However, he also understood that many things could not be helped. No matter what, he had to face what he had to face. Moreover, he had enough love debts. It was at this time that another wave of turbulence came from the front. Two powerful chi forces directly rushed into the sky, and one of them was extremely familiar to Su Yan. It was the torrential pear blossom. The torrential pear blossom storm was the Dongqing clan's Wanxiang divine skill. Other than Su Yan, the only other person who could use this skill was Dong Chenghao. It's white bone demon venerable. Dong Chenghao, why did you attack me for no reason? Where are Su Yan and Lu Feiren? Yun Wanqing looked at Dong Chenghao in front of her and asked coldly. When she entered this place, she did not see Su Yan, but she saw Dong Chenghao. However, she did not expect that Dong Chenghao would attack her. This was really unexpected. What surprised her even more was that when Dong Chenghao attacked, he did not hold back at all. Obviously, he wanted to kill her directly. Moreover, Dong Chenghao's combat strength had increased so much compared to before. Interesting. Dong Chenghao did not answer her question. Instead, he attacked again and used the Wanxiang divine skill, torrential pear blossom storm again. Pieces of pear blossoms appeared, and a dignified and deep sword essence was hidden in them. In an instant, more than 10 million pear blossoms surrounded her directly. Among the pear blossoms, a beauty danced lightly. There was an indescribable sense of beauty, but the danger was also unusually terrifying. If one was not careful, one's life would be in danger. How did your strength become so strong? Her expression suddenly changed, and a cold light burst out from her eyes. Before this, although she had not fought with Dong Chenghao, she knew that Dong Chenghao definitely did not have such strength. Moreover, his aura at this time was too strange. Looking at it now, there was no aura that belonged to a human at all. Although he used the Wanxiang divine skill, torrential pear blossom storm of the Dongqing clan, this was completely different from the real torrential pear blossom storm. There was no sense of grandeur at all. Instead, there was a sense of gloominess and coldness. Such an aura was more like the aura of death. You are not Dong Chenghao. Who are you? You actually took over his body. Yun Wanqing's voice suddenly became cold, and she stared straight at the person in front of her. Naturally, she and Dong Chenghao were only acquaintances, but she knew that this person was Su Yan's good friend. Towards Su Yan, she always had feelings for him that she couldn't give up, even if she had reached a point where she couldn't advance or retreat. She knew that Su Yan would not be willing to let anything happen to his friend, so she was not willing to either. Moreover, this guy directly attacked her. If it were not for her quick reaction, she would have died in his hands. Hee, what a pretty little girl, and your skills are not bad. You are right, I am naturally not Dong Chenghao, but even so, can you do anything to me? A cold light flashed in his eyes. The flickering cold light was like an ice thorn, rushing towards Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing waved her hand, and clouds immediately appeared in her hand. The fluttering clouds and mist added a mysterious and peaceful beauty to her. However, such auspicious clouds were definitely not just for decoration. These auspicious clouds were formed by extremely dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy rose, blocking the White Bone Demon Venerable's death aura. The White Bone Demon Venerable's expression was cold. Damn it! If there were enough white bones here, this little girl would not be able to cause so much trouble for me. He sighed coldly in his heart. However, at this moment, he also understood that no matter what, this was meaningless. The most important thing now was to directly defeat Yun Wanqing. Because that thing was about to appear. Whether it was him or Venerable Gui Yen, the reason why they could wake up from the ancient seal was because that thing was about to appear in the world. This was the best opportunity, and he could get close to her. However, Yun Wanqing's appearance once again disrupted his plan. Moreover, his intuition told him that this woman, Yun Wanqing, would bring him a lot of trouble. Therefore, although he had only recovered a little of his strength with the help of the demonic aura, he still resolutely attacked. Unfortunately, although he had launched a sneak attack, he still failed at the last moment. The woman in front of him reacted quickly, greatly exceeding his expectations. At this moment, seeing Yun Wanqing use such a method, his expression immediately changed. The method of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Hee, I really didn't expect that you were actually the successor of the Heaven and Earth Organization. At this moment, a wave of murderous intent directly escaped from his words. Yun Wanqing frowned. Although the other party had a strong hatred before, it was completely different now. This was a kind of hatred that came from the heart, and even the soul, and was not just a killing intent that was born out of immediate benefits. Moreover, Yun Wanqing noticed that this was a sudden burst of terrifying murderous intent when the other party said the three words, Heaven and Earth Organization. Since you've taken over Dong Chenghao's body, then you must be one of the old monsters from the devil sect who was sealed here. Which devil sovereign are you? Yun Teng looked at him and asked directly. He didn't seem to have any intention of backing down. Defeated? If the Heaven and Earth Organization had not betrayed the Sage Sect, and caused me, Venerable Gui Yen, and the others to fall outside of the land of devil birth, how could the Sage Sect have fallen to this state today? Every word was clearly squeezed out from between his teeth. His gaze was actually so fierce, as if he could not wait to swallow Yun Wanqing alive. This kind of hatred, even when facing Su Yan, he did not have this kind of hatred. From this, it could be seen how much he hated the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, at this moment, Yun Wanqing's expression suddenly changed, and she cried out involuntarily, "What did you say? You said that the Heaven and Earth Organization had betrayed the devil sect." This was something that she had never thought of. After entering the abyss of the Divine Dragon and then separating from Su Yan, she knew a lot of things, and these things were even difficult for her to accept. Therefore, on the way here, her heart was very heavy. She also became more and more suspicious of her own father. She could not understand why, as the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, he would actually do something that betrayed the entire Heaven and Earth organization. Humph, the Heaven and Earth organization, during the Great War, was just a fence-sitter. Now, it has actually become the leader of the righteous path in the 5 counties. This is really laughable. The Qian territory has really declined, a mere dragon realm cultivator can dominate a region. White-Bone Venerable's dry voice spread out. His words caused Yun Wanqing's entire body to tremble even more. This was simply destroying her faith. She had grown up and cultivated in the Heaven and Earth organization. The Heaven and Earth organization was almost equivalent to her faith. However, she suddenly discovered that her father was actually going in the direction of betraying the Heaven and Earth organization. And now, she had directly heard this news. This arrow was attacking her soul, so at this moment, her mind was in a trance. How ruthless was White-Bone Venerable, how could he let go of such an opportunity? The moment Yun Wanqing's mind was in a trance, he had already suddenly attacked. A dense white shadow had already shot directly towards Yun Wanqing. Chapter 439. In an instant, a white light floated, and a powerful force directly rushed towards Yun Wanqing. The 10,000 elephant divine skill, storm of pear blossoms, floated up and down. Streaks of light appeared one after another. It was like a dreamlike scene. However, after the dreamy scene, it was extremely dangerous. A pear blossom-like sword qi appeared under Yun Wanqing's feet, and then directly rushed upwards. Cloud mist sky. Suddenly, Yun Wanqing knew that things were not going well. Without any hesitation, she directly rose into the air and rushed towards the sky. However, she was still half a beat too slow. A sword qi appeared, and then directly pierced her ankle. At the same time, White-Bone Demon Venerable sneered. "Little girl, your skills are not bad, but you really don't have enough battle experience. You actually dare to be absent-minded when facing me. You're simply courting death." White-Bone Demon Venerable sneered. Although he only injured Yun Wanqing's ankle, to him, this was enough. Even if it was such a small advantage, he could still turn it into victory. "Now, it's time for you to go to hell." He smiled sinisterly, then pointed his finger. Hundreds of sword qi directly went against the sky, and suddenly attacked Yun Wanqing. "Want to kill me? How can it be so easy?" Cloud Mist Sky Dragon. Yun Wanqing endured the intense pain and shouted. In an instant, clouds and mist rose. In the end, it actually vaguely turned into a soaring dragon. The 5-meter-long soaring dragon circled around her, protecting her. Thousands of pear blossoms sword qi reached her side, but they were unable to hurt her at all. In the midst of the divine dragon, she was a fairy full of wild beauty. Cloud Mist Skill. She looked coldly at Dong Chenghao, but had already started to use the Cloud Mist skill. The Cloud Mist skill had a miraculous effect on healing injuries. Previously, it could even save Su Yan from such a serious injury, not to mention a mere cut on her ankle. However, very quickly, she frowned, because the Cloud Mist skill was used on her ankle, but it actually had no effect at all. This was because there was a gray aura on her wound that was constantly corroding the wound. How could I not know about the Heaven and Earth Organization's Cloud Mist technique? However, you've already been poisoned by the White Bone Ash Death Qi, and it won't be easy to dispel it. In such a short period of time, it's enough for me to kill you, When his bone-chilling voice fell, he had already appeared in front of Yun Wanqing. The two of them were only separated by a cloud dragon. Don't think that you can defeat me with your power. Even if I'm injured, it's still not something you can do. Everyone from the Heaven and Earth Organization deserves to die. He suddenly reached out his hand and pointed at the cloud dragon. At this moment, something strange happened. His palm slowly extended and pierced into the cloud dragon. At that moment, the cloud dragon let out a loud roar and charged at him. It was clearly such a weak palm, but it was able to forcibly stop the 5-meter-long soaring cloud dragon, causing it to be unable to move forward even half an inch. Yun Wanqing's delicate body trembled slightly, and even her face turned pale. Obviously, the other party's strength had already exceeded her imagination. This kind of strength already made her somewhat helpless. Moreover, the gray aura on her feet actually began to spread toward her body like a poisonous snake. Although it was not enough to kill her immediately, it was already forcing her into a dead end bit by bit. You evil creature, don't even think about killing me. Besides, there's already such a big commotion here. My father will be here soon. He's already a Dragon Realm expert. You won't be able to escape. You'll definitely be killed by my father. Yun Wanqing said painfully as she struggled to hold on. Hee, a Dragon Realm expert? What a joke. Not to mention that the outside world has no way of knowing anything that happens in this land of devils. Even if it's really as you said, so what if he enters this place? He's just a Dragon Realm expert. White Bone Demon Venerable laughed coldly. This is a land of devils. The demonic aura is dense. To you, this is a life-threatening poison that devours your spiritual energy. Look, but to this old man, this is a tonic that can restore my body. Besides, this land of devils hides a top-grade treasure. As long as I control this top-grade treasure, not to mention a mere Dragon Realm expert, even a venerable would be nothing in front of me. As for now, this lord is no longer in the mood to waste time here with you. Die! He roared angrily. As soon as he said the word die, his violent thoughts suddenly danced. In the end, his palm had already transformed into a dense white bone palm. The power of white bones. You're the white bone demon venerable that was suppressed by the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization back then. Yun Wanqing's beautiful face suddenly revealed a shocked expression. In the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth organization, there were records that mentioned this white bone demon venerable. He was a powerful existence in the devil sect. His strength was tyrannical, and he was ruthless and cunning. He even had the ability to control white bones to fight for him. It could be said that he was one of the most powerful enemies of the Buddha sect. Later on, he was killed by the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, she never expected that this demon actually didn't die. He had even awakened from his seal and possessed Dong Chenghao's body. This little girl has some knowledge. That's rare. However, at this point, it's time for you to die. White bone heart-destroying palm. A violent force suddenly bloomed. The palm that was gradually breaking through the cloud dragon suddenly emitted a white light. He suddenly shook, and the huge cloud dragon let out an unwilling roar, and finally disappeared. At this moment, Yun Wanqing spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the corner of her mouth, making her look like a lark crying blood. However, the white bone demon venerable didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. An old monster like him who had lived for almost 10,000 years didn't care about these things. Now, he wanted to quickly enter the devil breeding ground and seize the treasure inside. As long as he could obtain that treasure, he would definitely be invincible and would no longer fear anyone. Not only that, with this treasure, he could recover to his peak state in the shortest time possible and even have a breakthrough. According to Dong Chenghao's memory, the current Gan realm had already declined. Even the strong fighters of the Dragon Realm could dominate a region. As long as he could recover to his peak state, it would only be a matter of time before he dominated the Gan Realm. At that time, he would be an existence that was above all living things. He would be much more glorious than he was in the past. Die. These two words were a declaration of victory and also a judgment of fate. At this moment, one of his white bone palms had already turned into a white bone long sword and directly slashed towards Yun Wanqing. The pale radiance drew a crescent moon in the sky. However, this crescent moon didn't have any beauty. Instead, it had a strong sense of sadness. This was because the crescent moon was crisscrossing and was about to determine life and death. the crescent moon suddenly fell. Then, the light fluctuated and life was tragic. Yun Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened. She didn't want to die. Hence, she wanted to make a final struggle. However, it was a pity that the grayish-white aura that had rushed into her veins from her ankle was like a chain that sealed all her delusions. In front of such a force, she couldn't struggle and could only choose death. Am I going to die? Her beautiful face smiled miserably. Then, she sighed in her heart. It's good that I'm dead. At least it's not as difficult as being stuck between father and Su Yan. For this woman, this was probably the greatest fortune. Her beautiful eyes were already closed. She didn't want to see her miserable appearance after her head was cut off. Su Yan, I hope you are all right. At the end of her life, this was actually the last thought in her heart. It turned out that Su Yan not only made her care a little, but had already entered her mind and engraved into her soul. In a daze, it was as if Su Yan was standing in front of her again. Although I know it's a fantasy, it's not bad. She muttered in her heart. However, in an instant, she felt that she was already being hugged by someone. This hug was a bit familiar and warm. Is this a beautiful dream? She asked herself. However, a sharp and angry shout soon told her the answer. Su Yan. The person who could make such an unpleasant and sharp shout was naturally the white bone demon Venerable. He originally thought that this slash would be able to take away this woman from the heaven and earth organization. Then, he would step into the core of the land of devil incubation to seize the demonic tool. However, he didn't expect that this damned Su Yan would actually appear here. It's not a dream. Su Yan really came. Yun Wanqing finally confirmed that this wasn't a dream, nor was it an illusion. At this moment, she was looking straight at Su Yan. Her eyes were burning with a blazing flame. It was joy and hope. Su Yan. She softly murmured, like a bird that had just woken up. Su Yan faintly smiled. The corner of his eyes fell on her face. Then, he softly said, "Don't worry, I'm here." His gaze was tranquil, as if he was the big boy next door. Yun Wanqing suddenly felt that this was probably the most beautiful sunlight in the world. At this moment, all the right and wrong in this world had already disappeared from her heart. Her only thought was to stay in this man's arms forever and ever, for the rest of her life. If this was just a dream, then please God don't let her wake up. Even if she had to die, she was willing to do so. On one side, he was chivalrous and tender. On the other side, he was furious. To the white bone demon Venerable, Su Yan was simply unforgivable. Chapter 440. Su Yan's gaze once again fell on white bone demon Venerable, who was also Dong Chenghao. Dong Chenghao, I can feel the aura of your soul. Don't worry, I will definitely drive this damned guy out of your body. At this moment, Su Yan's voice did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotion. On the contrary, it was very calm. However, the more Su Yan was like this, the more uneasy white bone demon Venerable felt. This kind of Su Yan was like a high and mighty lion looking at its prey indifferently. White bone demon Venerable did not like this feeling because he should be the king. He was once a venerable and possessed unparalleled power. Although Su Yan's realm was not bad, he was still an expert of the perimeter state. But to him back then, what was the boundary of circumference worth? He was just an ant. However, today, he was actually hurt by an ant and was even looked down upon. This made him completely furious. He, Su Yan, I believe you can do it. So, go ahead and do it. I don't care if I lose an arm or a leg. At this moment, Dong Chenghao's voice came from the depths of his throat. Shut up, you bastard. At this moment, Dong Chenghao's soul actually broke free from his suppression and directly spoke. This made him even more furious. Alright, Dong Chenghao, I will never be polite. Su Yan laughed loudly. Wanqing, wait for me at the side. You drive out that evil force first and leave the rest to me. Su Yan put down Yun Wanqing and then turned into a phantom and directly appeared in front of White Bone Demon Venerable. I'm here. Let's fight. Su Yan brandished the shocking immortal sword in his hand and suddenly transformed into a sword aura. As the sword aura fluctuated, sword shadows immediately appeared. The sword shadows directly swept towards Dong Chenghao. The sword shadows flickered and directly engulfed him. The sword aura was so sharp that it almost cut Dong Chenghao into pieces. Su Yan really did not hold back at all when he attacked. He did not care at all. White Bone Demon Venerable's face turned even colder. He did not expect Su Yan to be so cold and determined. At this moment, his body shook and a white bone aura appeared directly, turning into a pale white aura and directly blocked Su Yan's sword aura. This old devil was truly worthy of being a supreme expert in the past. At this moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes and then he sneered. In the next moment, thousands of pear flowers actually bloomed under Su Yan's feet. Dongqing Clan's Thousand Elephant Divine Skill, Torrential Storm of Pear Flowers. He directly used the same trick to deal with Su Yan as he dealt with Yun Wanqing. Su Yan, watch your step. Yun Wanqing's hurried voice entered Su Yan's ears. However, Su Yan was already very familiar with using the torrential pear flowers. Even if it was not superb, it was definitely at his fingertips. There was no need for Yun Wanqing to remind him. He had already noticed the movement under his feet. In the next moment, thousands of pear flowers bloomed again. It suddenly collided with the sword aura that White Bone Demon Venerable had previously unleashed. Such a violent power was simply terrifying. Endless radiance constantly danced and flickered, showing endless brilliance. The pear blossom sword chi formed by the torrential pear blossom sword chi displayed by the White Bone Demon Venerable was as pale as white bones. Although he used the aura of Dong Chenghao's body to unleash the torrential pear flowers, the origin was still his own white bone power after all. On the other hand, Su Yan used the sword aura to activate the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill. The power within was even more terrifying. The power of both sides constantly clashed at this moment, displaying endless power. In an instant, the power of the confrontation between the two had spread out directly. With the impact of the two forces, countless black floating monsters were directly annihilated. Both of their understanding of the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill had reached an extremely profound level. At this point, there was no clear winner or loser. Therefore, the contest this time was a real contest of strength. And this time, there was actually no clear winner or loser in the fight. Damn it! This old demon was seriously injured previously, but at this moment, he can already be on par with me. Such recovery power is really terrifying. This place is dense with demonic aura, and it will suppress my spiritual energy. But for this old demon, I'm afraid it's like a fish in water. Su Yan changed his mind and decided not to compete with White Bone Demon Venerable in strength. 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill, Immortal Sword Technique. Amidst the endless pear flower sword aura, the shocking celestial sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly bloomed with endless brilliance. The brilliance was like fire, and the intense power charged straight at White Bone Demon Venerable. In front of White Bone Demon Venerable, a huge shocking celestial sword suddenly appeared. The incomparably heavy sword body charged straight at his body. At this point, White Bone Demon Venerable did not dare to treat Su Yan as a cowardly person. If he continued to be so self-righteous, he would not even know how he died. At this moment, the huge sword aura condensed from the celestial sword technique had suddenly charged in front of him. Such sword aura, roughly estimated to be more than 10 meters long. The moment the sword aura fell, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, falling directly from the sky. He waved his hands and drew a pale cross in front of his chest. Then, he shouted softly, "Heavenly Demon White Bone, destroy." The white light suddenly collided with Su Yan's celestial sword technique. The celestial sword, which was clearly condensed from sword aura, actually let out a sizzling sound at this moment. How terrifying was that? Right at this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that the two white cross lights were not condensed from White Bone Demon Venerable's demonic aura. Heavenly Demon White Bone, this is actually a real white bone. Su Yan was shocked. He felt an extremely awe-inspiring power from the white bone, as if the place where the white bone was the place where all life fell. Unknowingly, the fear in Su Yan's heart towards the two white bones had become stronger and stronger. This was something that even he himself did not realize. The quietly expanding white bones made Su Yan feel unusually uneasy. He suddenly felt like a drowning person. His whole body had sunk into the bottom of the sea, but he did not know where to go. As such, even his sword aura began to unknowingly become illusory. Humph, you little brat, it's an honor for you to make me use the heavenly demon white bone. Today, I'll let you die under the heavenly demon white bone. His palm suddenly condensed, and the two white bones directly turned into two bone spurs. They directly shattered Su Yan's remaining sword aura, and then fiercely attacked his body. Su Yan, be careful. At this moment, Yun Wanqing wanted to take action. However, the evil aura that was previously injected into her body by White Bone Demon Venerable had not completely dissipated. Now, her body was actually unable to move, so she could only let out an anxious cry. At this moment, the two bone spurs were almost in front of Su Yan. They were only 2 meters away from Su Yan. If Su Yan continued to be absent-minded, he would definitely die under the bone spurs. However, just as the bone spurs were about to reach Su Yan, a sword aura suddenly turned into a cyclone and directly appeared on Su Yan's body. After the cyclone appeared, it directly bounced off the bone spurs. Damn it, this brat is already intimidated by the heavenly demon white bone. How can he break free? His eyes had become extremely gloomy. One had to know that the heavenly demon white bone was not an ordinary item. It was the foundation of his path. A few thousand years ago, he was just an unknown person. It was precisely because of this that he unexpectedly obtained these two white bones that he moved forward step by step, and his cultivation level continued to increase. To put it bluntly, these two heavenly demon white bones changed his life. In these 8,000 years, Venerable Ghost Flame survived by relying on the Crimson Spirit Fire. What about him? Although the Blood Demon Beast King's heart was powerful, it only provided some energy. Because he did not cultivate the Blood Tao, his foundation was these two heavenly demon white bones. At this moment, the demonic weapon that the entire Qian territory fought over 8,000 years ago was behind him. The enemy that he hated when he was just born was right in front of him. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use these white bones. He wanted to kill Su Yan, this damn brat who was in his way. He wanted to break into the core of the land of devil birth and seize the demonic weapon. Only by obtaining this demonic artifact would he be able to break through his peak in one fell swoop. Only then would he be able to become an extremely powerful sovereign. However, he did not expect that after so many years, the heavenly demon white bones that he used as a killing move would return without any success. Master, did you do it? At this moment, Su Yan directly called out in his heart. Because just before this, he only felt a pair of invisible hands dragging him down and sinking him into the sea. No matter how he struggled, it was completely useless. He only felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe. However, at this moment, a pair of hands suddenly stretched directly into the sea and directly grabbed him, pulling him out of the sea. Only then could Su Yan wake up directly. But when he woke up, he found that Sword Chi had appeared and blocked the two terrifying pale white bone spikes. Other than Sword Sage, who was sleeping in his body, he really could not think of anyone else who could have such ability and help him in such a situation. Sigh, it is indeed me. I really did not expect to see such a thing here. Sword Sage sighed softly, but his voice showed that he was extremely weak. Obviously, the previous attack had consumed a lot of his strength. Chapter 441. Master, are you okay? Su Yan sighed in his heart and asked. He was deeply indebted to Sword Sage. Ever since he left the Hidden Sword sect, Sword Sage had been by his side. Last time in the Monster Palace, Sword Sage even risked his life to help him, allowing him to successfully seal the Thousand Ghosts Demon Lord. This time, if Sword Sage had not suddenly awakened and helped him, he would have died under these two bone spurs. I'm fine. You've advanced to the perimeter state, allowing me to obtain a large portion of your energy, making my condition much better. At that time, I was already somewhat awakened. As for this attack, it was only to expend some of that energy. As long as you continue to cultivate and increase your cultivation, I'll be able to recover. Sword Sage's old and weak voice sounded in Su Yan's mind, making Su Yan feel inexplicably moved. He was extremely lonely when he came to this world. However, Sword Sage had followed him all the way after he left the Hidden Sword sect. He was not stingy with his guidance, resolving his difficulties many times. He was a good master. However, as his disciple, not only was he unable to help this good master out of his predicament, but he had also put him in danger many times. This made him feel uneasy and ashamed. You little brat, when did you become so sentimental? This old man has lived his life, why would I need a junior like you to be sentimental? What you need now is to focus all your attention on facing the enemy in front of you. Sword Sage's voice was still weak, but it was much more dignified. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat, then he immediately calmed the distracting thoughts in his heart. This was because he knew that Sword Sage was right. The enemy in front of him was indeed a strong one. Facing such an enemy, he could not be too careful, not to mention that he was still in Dong Chenghao's body. He had to end this quickly, otherwise, Dong Chenghao would be in danger of dying. Master, these two white bones seem very strange. They give me a feeling of trepidation. After Su Yan calmed down, he looked directly at the two white bones. He knew that it was these two bones that had caused him to be in a trance and almost killed him. Humph, that's only natural. This is the legendary white bone of a super great celestial demon. It possesses inconceivable power. This white bone demon venerable in front of you was able to achieve so much back then all because of the power of this white bone demon venerable. Tell me, isn't he powerful? But this demon even used the demonic white bone. It seems like he's really at the end of the road. Su Yan, use your full strength. Don't hold back, and don't give this old demon any time to catch his breath. If I'm not wrong, this old demon's target is that strange area behind him. Sword Sage said. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Immortal Sword Technique. Before Sword Sage could finish his sentence, Su Yan had already made his move. The sword chi suddenly condensed. In the spirit sea, tens of thousands of swords sang together. The terrifying sword will was like a boiling sea, constantly leaping out. In the end, it condensed layer by layer. Then, a huge longsword flew across the sky. Compared to the previous huge sword chi that was more than 10 meters long, this sword was much more majestic. On the blade of the sword that appeared out of nowhere, there were even a few veins. These veins were not for decoration. They were sword veins that were secretly formed from the supreme sword Tao. They were extremely fierce and unpredictable. Quick! Su Yan's sword finger fell and suddenly pointed at the white bone demon venerable who was in possession of Dong Chenghao's body. The longsword chimed softly and was as hot as fire. It surged forward like thousands of horses, with the power to destroy mountains and rivers. The white bone demon venerable's face turned cold. From this sword, he could feel Su Yan's determination. It was an unshakable will. That's it. You don't have to worry about your good friend. I have my ways to save him. Sword Sage's voice became louder. He was naturally happy to see his disciple displaying his invincible power. The immortal sword technique was the 10,000 elephant divine skill of the hidden sword sect. At this moment, in the hands of Su Yan, it was able to display such majestic power. Naturally, he was very proud of it. Damn it, this brat is acting so brazenly. It's really strange. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain any benefits. Forget it, let's leave it at that for today. As long as I get the demonic weapon, killing him will be a piece of cake. The white bone demon venerable had made up his mind. Heavenly demonic soul howl, white soul see. His hands moved continuously and immediately activated a strange seal. At this moment, the two heavenly demonic white bones seemed to be coming back to life. As the seal changed, in the next moment, a terrifying howl erupted from the white bones. This sound was like the mournful wails of millions of dead souls. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Even though Su Yan was constantly on guard against this old demon, he couldn't help but feel agitated. Fortunately, at this moment, Sword Sage suddenly shouted, "Demons, disperse!" This angry shout was like a clap of thunder, directly dispelling the negative effects of this strange howl. Su Yan, he's going to retreat into the demonic land. Kill him! Sword Sage roared again. At this moment, Su Yan had already sunk the gigantic sword Qi. The gigantic sword, which was almost 20 meters long, drew an extremely exaggerated trajectory in the air, as if it was going to break through and cut through everything. At this moment, the common people of heaven and earth could no longer be seen. The terrifying power was even more so. All of the sound waves were directly shattered by this sword, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Su Yan raised the shocking celestial sword in his hand, then charged straight at White Bone Demon Venerable. Before he stepped into this demonic land, he had already used up more than half of his genuine qi. At this moment, using such a magnificent celestial sword technique once again took a huge toll on his physical strength and spiritual power. Now, he wanted to finish this battle in one fell swoop and completely defeat this old demon. Damn it! White Bone Demon Venerable held the heavenly demonic white bones in his hand again. At this moment, his body began to change. The gigantic white bone shadow appeared in front of Su Yan again. God! He spat out a word. Although it was only a word, it carried an extremely terrifying soul suppression, which landed heavily on Su Yan's body. Su Yan's advancing figure actually stopped in an instant. It was as if there was an incomparably terrifying hurricane that had directly stopped his body. What was even more terrifying was that his celestial sword technique was directly destroyed at this moment. It was clearly such a powerful sword qi, but it was directly crushed like a toy. This power was simply like the terrifying heavenly might of nature. What kind of power is this? Su Yan was shocked. The sudden appearance of the endless demonic might was simply terrifying. This feeling was even more terrifying than the myriad ghost demon venerable back then. Heavenly demonic, the true power of the heavenly demonic. Su Yan quickly used the dragon blood ice fire shield. Sword Sage let out a cry of horror. Su Yan had never seen his master lose his composure like this, so he did not dare to be careless. Invincible golden body, dragon blood ice fire shield. He directly activated the invincible golden body, and golden light instantly filled his entire body. The shining golden armor appeared once again, protecting his entire body. Then, the dragon blood ice fire shield also appeared. His body was encased in ice, but outside the ice, there was an incomparably terrifying raging fire. The fire and ice constantly mixed together, and the combination of yin and yang immediately created the most powerful defensive power. The moment Su Yan finished all this, an even more terrifying pressure rushed over. Su Yan felt that an extremely terrifying white bone demon had appeared in front of him. The demon's mere shadow had already caused his dragon blood ice fire shield to tremble continuously. The first layer of fire was almost directly blown away. If it were not for the combination of yin and yang, and the subsequent obstruction of the ice, this ray of light would have dissipated long ago. Even with the defense of the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan still felt a huge impact, and the golden light of the invincible golden body was also crazily flickering. At this moment, the second word was uttered. Demon. As soon as this word came out, Su Yan's expression changed again. This was because this word shocked him even more than before. That single word was like a huge hammer that fell directly on his body. At this moment, the defensive power of the fire and ice formed by the dragon blood ice fire shield shattered in an instant and turned into nothingness. The power that had broken through the dragon blood ice fire didn't stop there, and it directly landed on his body. In an instant, the golden light suddenly turned into nothingness, and the armor formed by the golden light was directly shattered. Ah! Su Yan burst out with all his spiritual power. The celestial phenomenon and the spiritual sea turned into a circle and directly protected his body, bitterly resisting the invasion of this terrifying power. At this moment, it was as if he was blocking a terrifying storm. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Su Yan felt his body relax, and he fell from the sky. He finally blocked this attack, but he only felt weak all over. His limbs were soft, and his spiritual power was almost depleted. Even the spiritual power that supported the surrounding protection had dissipated. At this moment, the small black floating monsters in the air directly pounced on Su Yan, wanting to eat him. It was at this critical moment that a cloud of mist appeared and enveloped Su Yan within it. At the same time, it also killed those black floating monsters. It was Yun Wanqing who made her move. At this moment, she finally dispelled the aura that was previously injected into her body by the white bone demon Venerable. She directly hugged Su Yan in her arms, then used the cloud technique to heal Su Yan's injuries. Su Yan, it's okay. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. Don't worry. Her voice was very soft, but it was also very tender, and the cloud technique was used without reservation. Chapter 442. Yun Wanqing recklessly channeled all of her power into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's condition quickly improved under the cloudy mist technique's all-out healing. The cloudy mist technique was indeed the Heaven and Earth Organization's most powerful 10,000 elephant divine technique. Although this technique wasn't very powerful in terms of combat, it was extremely powerful in terms of healing. Su Yan's life had been saved by this cloudy mist technique before. Yun Wanqing's strength was naturally not comparable to her father, Yun He. However, she was now a powerful cultivator in the Radius realm. She was one of the most powerful cultivators in the entire Heaven and Earth Organization. Her understanding of the cloudy mist technique was already extremely high. Moreover, although Su Yan had been stimulated by this terrifying power, he had Sword Sage's reminder. He had activated the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield early on to defend himself, and had also activated the invincible golden body. Therefore, he was only exhausted and did not suffer any serious injuries. After 15 minutes, Su Yan had already woken up. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a delicate but slightly haggard face. At this moment, she was looking straight at him. Her eyes were filled with concern. Wanqing, Su Yan said softly. Perhaps it was because he was weak, or perhaps it was because Yun Wanqing's current appearance was too pitiful, but when he spoke, he unconsciously became gentler. Su Yan, you're awake. That's great. How are you now? Are you alright? When Yun Wanqing saw that Su Yan had woken up, she was both happy and affectionate. She directly greeted Su Yan. As she spoke, her tenderness and sweetness were fully displayed. Su Yan looked at her. His heart was moved, but he could only sigh silently. He already had many people in his heart. No matter if it was his beloved senior sister Lin Huatu, who was the first woman to walk into his heart, but he couldn't get what he wanted. Chu Linger was lively and cute, and the two of them were deeply in love. There was also Lu Lan, the female elder of the Monster Palace. He had a close relationship with her for a long time, but she was taken away by the devil's sect. He didn't know if she was still alive. He had long vowed to save her. If anything happened to her, he would make the devil's sect completely disappear into the dust of history. And now, Su Yan was already aware of Yun Wanqing's deep feelings for him. But, forget it, let's not think about this. Su Yan put aside the thoughts in his mind and then struggled to break free from Yun Wanqing's arms. Hey, be careful. When Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan like this, she gently pulled him. However, she did not expect that Su Yan would lose his balance and almost fall down. Suddenly, he felt that his palm had landed on an extremely soft place. Su Yan was no longer an ignorant person. Naturally, he knew that his palm had touched the most sacred place of a girl. He immediately pulled his hand back and said to Yun Wanqing, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to circulate my qi for a while." Su Yan smiled awkwardly at Yun Wanqing. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's face was flushed red. Her shy appearance was indescribably beautiful. Even if Su Yan had made up his mind not to provoke her, it was inevitable that his heart would flutter. "How are you? Have your injuries recovered a little?" Su Yan asked with concern. "Of course I'm fine. I've already expelled the white bone devil qi that the old demon used to plot against me. I just need some time to recover." "But that old demon..." Yun Wanqing's face suddenly showed some worry. "That old thing naturally won't die so easily. After all, he is an existence that has lived for 8,000 years. However, after unleashing such a powerful attack earlier, I'm sure that it won't end well for him. Right now, he should have already entered the demon gate and gone to search for the treasures within," Su Yan said to Yun Wanqing. "If I'm not wrong, there's probably an extremely powerful demon weapon buried here. This is clearly the battlefield of the past. The people of the Futu Sword sect and the demon sect had an extremely fierce battle here. The white bone devil venerable must have wanted to get his hands on this demon weapon. Su Yan, if you've recovered a little, you have to act quickly. You can't let him get his hands on it." At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind. These simple words made Su Yan's expression become unprecedentedly solemn. "Previously, I was stimulated by the white bone devil and woke up to help you resolve a crisis. But now, I'm going to fall into a deep sleep again. Furthermore, I'm afraid I won't be able to wake up so easily next time. So, you have to rely on yourself for everything here." Sword Sage's words were full of exhaustion. "Oh right, if you want to save your friend, you have to use the Scarlet Spirit Fire to refine the Demon Lord's soul. Alright, I can't hold on any longer. Su Yan, be careful. Don't be rash." At this moment, his voice was unbelievably weak and he finally fell into a deep sleep. Su Yan sighed in his heart. At the same time, he swore to himself that he would definitely bring his master back from the dead. Su Yan, Su Yan. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan in a daze with a solemn expression. She could not help but feel worried. She was afraid that Su Yan had suffered too many injuries in the previous battle. "Su Yan, are you alright?" Yun Wanqing asked with concern. "I'm fine." "Oh right, Wanqing, how much do you know about the Divine Dragon's Abyss?" Su Yan asked seriously. Su Yan realized that he knew too little about this place. After entering this place, he had encountered danger repeatedly and could only choose to fight back passively. At this moment, the place in front of him was probably the core of this place. It was probably also the most dangerous place. However, he still knew nothing about it. He only speculated some information from the White Bone Devil Venerable's words. Although he should enter this core area immediately, he knew that he should understand more about this place. Otherwise, he would be even more passive. The only person who could tell him was Yun Wanqing in front of him. Su Yan believed that Yun Wanqing definitely knew something. As expected, Yun Wanqing had a trace of hesitation and pain in her eyes. She was silent for a moment and finally sighed. Then, she said, Su Yan, there are many things that I only found out after entering the Divine Dragon's abyss. Furthermore, I only know a little about it. After a sigh, she continued, as far as I know, my Qianyun sect was originally a branch of the Devil's sect. Later on, we betrayed the Devil's sect. During a crucial battle, we betrayed the Devil's sect and killed several Devil sovereigns. This gave the Fudu Sword sect a chance to catch their breath and directly defeated the Devil's sect. This Divine Dragon's Abyss was one of the battlefields that year. Legend has it that a terrifying demonic weapon was born here. It is a demonic weapon born from nature and its power is terrifying. Even the Divine Sword is no match for it. If the demonic sect gets their hands on it, their strength will definitely increase greatly. It's just that a powerhouse from the Buddha Sword sect sealed this terrifying demonic artifact back then, and he himself perished here because of the seal. Later on, in order to fight for this devil weapon, a great battle broke out here. The ancestors of the Heaven and Earth organization worked together with the Buddha Sword sect to bury two devil venerables of the devil sect here. Yun Wanqing's voice was calm, but her face was somewhat pale. This was because she knew that by now, Su Yan had probably guessed that her father, Yun He, had joined the devil sect. This made her very upset. Her beloved father had done something that even she couldn't accept. Ever since she was young, she had always seen her father as a role model, or even a role model. However, why was the truth so cruel? Su Yan sighed softly in his heart. He could understand how Yun Wanqing felt, so he didn't mention this at all. He only asked, Wanqing, how much do you know about this devil weapon? I don't know much about this matter. I only know that this devil weapon might be related to a devil dragon. However, I don't know what exactly it is. I only know that it has extremely terrifying power that can be said to be heaven-defying. Yun Wanqing said. Phew, I've almost recovered. I'm going to step in now. Wanqing, it's dangerous inside. You've used the fog technique continuously. You don't have enough strength, so don't go in. I have something to ask of you. Su Yan told Yun Wanqing about Lu Fei and the giant. Yun Wanqing sighed softly in her heart. She was actually very worried about Su Yan, but she had to admit that Su Yan's words were true. In order to let Su Yan recover quickly, she had already consumed too much spiritual power. At this time, she was afraid that not only would she not be able to help Su Yan, but she would also become a burden. Therefore, following Su Yan's instructions was the best choice. Su Yan, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to your friend. However, promise me that you have to be careful. Nothing can happen to you. Yun Wanqing stood up and kissed Su Yan's forehead gently. The warm feeling made Su Yan's whole body freeze. He sighed in his heart, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, he said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. After Su Yan finished speaking, he rushed into the disgusting place of the devil breeding land without looking back. After Yun Wanqing watched Su Yan leave, she finally turned around and left. She could only pray silently in her heart, return safely. Dong Chenghao was already pale. He had no choice but to use the heavenly demon White Bone. However, he still entered this place in the end. Back then, they had sacrificed too much for the things inside, even their own lives. And now, he was standing here once again. At this moment, his heart was actually trembling. Finally, this thing is mine. It will definitely be mine. He roared crazily like a madman. However, at this moment, a mocking voice came from his throat. Ha ha ha, why is the great white bone demon venerable afraid? Chapter 443. Scared? Why would I be scared? I, white bone demon venerable, have obtained the fortune of heaven and earth. I am destined to become the lord of all demons, a supreme existence. Why would I be scared? I am excited. White Bone Demon Venerable's voice trembled. He was like a terrifying madman. Excitement or fear, these were no longer important. The most important thing was that he would obtain the item here and become the supreme ruler. Dong Qinghao only responded with a cold smile. He, kid, you should be considered lucky. Due to my lack of power, I did not kill you directly. In this way, you will be fortunate enough to witness the moment of my great achievement in history. How glorious and glorious that is. If you beg me now and help me with everything you have, not only will I not kill you, once I succeed, I will even leave your body and grant you great power. But if you continue to be stubborn, only death awaits you. In an instant, his gaze turned cold once again. Humph, bullsh***t. A guy like you is running away like a dog under Su Yan's pursuit. I am indeed waiting, but I am waiting for you to be killed by Su Yan. Dong Qinghao sneered with disdain. Then, White Bone Demon Venerable ignored Dong Qinghao and walked into the depths. Su Yan finally stepped into the place. It was a deep place. As soon as he stepped in, a mysterious force rushed over. A feeling of dizziness shrouded him. Vaguely, he could even hear a rhythmic beat. It was like the sound of a heartbeat. Su Yan frowned. Damn it, this strange feeling is making me so scared. This is terrible. A ray of light shot out from his eyes. From the moment he stepped into this place, he felt as if there was a pair of eyes watching him from the unseen world. I hope it is just an illusion. Su Yan muttered to himself and walked forward. At this moment, the Buddha sword moved again. White Bone Demon Venerable's aura. Su Yan's expression was solemn as he walked forward. At this moment, with the help of Yun Wanqing, although his physical condition had not yet reached its peak, he had already recovered about 70%. If they were to meet at this time, his chances would be much higher. Moreover, he didn't believe that the White Bone Demon Venerable could still use the White Bone Demon Venerable to deal with him. In such a state, he should be able to directly kill this fiend. At this moment, he summoned the sword dragon and followed the aura. In just a short while, his expression had already begun to change. Based on their auras, the two were not too far apart, and the sword dragon was extremely fast. Even though it was not moving at full speed, it was still not a small matter. However, according to the Buddha's sword's reaction, the distance between the two was not reduced at all. No, it could even be said that it had not changed in the slightest. It can't be like this. Master's judgment can't be wrong. The White Bone Demon Venerable must have been seriously injured. His speed can't be faster than mine. Su Yan judged in his heart. This space is strange. The distance between us has not been reduced, nor has it been increased. This is definitely not a coincidence. If the two of us were moving forward, it would definitely not be like this. Then, there is only one possibility. The White Bone Demon Venerable and I are both in the same place. As soon as he made this judgment, he immediately stopped the sword dragon and quietly felt the aura of both sides. After a while, he opened his eyes. As expected, the distance between us hasn't increased at all. In other words, my guess was correct. Both of us are in the same place. At that moment, Su Yan directly held the scorching sun godly sword in his hand. As soon as the divine sword appeared, Su Yan's surroundings immediately became hot. A blazing stream of fire suddenly began to tremble at this moment. Little by little, the flowing fire spread outwards. That powerful force began to churn at this moment. It was like a ferocious tiger, spreading outwards. As the force continued to spread, although the surroundings were still dark, Su Yan could feel that the surroundings seemed to have changed. He suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. It was like the stage background set up by others during filming in his previous life. And he had unknowingly stepped into this place. Therefore, no matter how he moved forward, he was actually walking in this background. To use a more fantastical term, it would be ghost going around the wall. This place is a large formation. The White Bone Demon Venerable and I have both fallen into this large formation. We are constantly wandering in this special place, but we think we are moving forward. Therefore, if I want to catch up, there is only one way, and that is to directly break this formation. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes changed again. The blood dragon pupil was directly activated. Under the blood light, the surrounding environment began to gradually change. Just as he had expected, there was indeed a great array here. Streaks of mysterious light weaved together to form this array. And he was walking on the spot in this formation. Scorching Sun Divine Sword, Immortal Sword Technique. Su Yan gritted his teeth, then directly injected all his power into it. The Scorching Sun Divine Sword immediately began to emit a blazing light. Hidden Sword Sect's 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill once again displayed its extremely powerful strength. The Immortal Sword finally condensed and took shape. Su Yan's understanding of Sword Dao was so deep that this Immortal Sword technique seemed to be tailor-made for him. Every time he used the Immortal Sword technique, the power of this Immortal Sword technique would increase tremendously. At this moment, the Immortal Sword condensed, and the huge sword shadow floated in the dark space. Sword chi emanated from this huge sword blade. At this moment, the sword blade was constantly surging, turning into sparks that dissipated. "Break it for me!" Su Yan suddenly roared. In the next moment, the entire space directly surged. The sword chi that was constantly dispersing was like a terrifying lightning bolt at this moment. Rays of light directly embedded into the space. Later on, the entire space began to vibrate continuously. In the end, I'm still one step away. This can't go on. Since I can discover the clues, that White Bone Demon Venerable is a 1,000-year-old demon. He should be able to see through the crux of the matter. I can't delay any longer. Su Yan gritted his teeth, then directly began to use a 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill that he had never used before, Divine Thunderbolt Technique. The Immortal Sword Technique's destructive power was very strong, but it condensed all the power into one point to obtain a sharp intent. However, the Divine Thunderbolt Technique was a truly domineering divine skill. Previously, at the Heaven and Earth Organization, Lei Wanjun imparted the Sound of Thunder Sect's 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill to him in front of everyone. However, since then, although Su Yan had seen this 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill once, he had never cultivated it in depth. Therefore, during the battle, Su Yan had never thought of using this 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill at all. However, at this moment, perhaps only this 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill could completely tear this mysterious dark space apart and break the Ghost Wall state. Su Yan's mind sank into the Divine Thunderbolt Technique. The one who controls thunder is the judge of heaven and earth. Sound with righteousness, destroy with killing. Su Yan gradually memorized the words of the Divine Thunderbolt Technique. Previously, he had only glanced at it in a hurry, but now, he had truly sunk into his mind to study it carefully. This time, he immediately discovered the mystery within. The Divine Thunderbolt Technique was a 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill created by the predecessor of the Sound of Thunder sect by visualizing the thunder above the ninth heaven. When cultivated to the extreme, it possessed extremely terrifying destructive power. Moreover, the founder of the Sound of Thunder sect back then could directly control the thunder to bombard his opponent. Just think about it, how powerful was the lightning in the nine heavens? How tyrannical was it? An ordinary person would not be able to withstand such a terrifying power. Therefore, the Sound of Thunder sect's strength was terrifying at the beginning. With the existence of the Thunder Ancestor, the Sound of Thunder sect was almost untouchable in the Qian territory and no one dared to provoke them. However, it was a pity that after the Thunder Ancestor, no one else in the Sound of Thunder sect was able to cultivate the Divine Thunderbolt Technique to the most profound realm. Every 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill was powerful. When cultivated to the highest level, its power was unfathomable. Su Yan had already mastered the two 10,000 mammoth divine skills, the torrential storm of rose flowers and the fairy sword technique. Although he had not cultivated them to the Mahayana realm, they had already benefited him greatly. The same was true for the divine thunderbolt technique. Once he completely mastered it, he might have the chance to become the second thunder ancestor and dominate the world. After half an hour, Su Yan woke up from his meditative state. The divine thunderbolt technique is really domineering. If I can cultivate it to the Mahayana realm, I will definitely possess endless power. Then, the most magical thing is the Qi of the supremacy. At this moment, Su Yan was smiling. When the Qi of the supremacy appeared in his body, he already knew that this Qi must be incomparably magical. Back then, the Qi of the supremacy had helped Su Yan master the red spirit fire. At this moment, the Qi of the supremacy had once again displayed its terrifying characteristics. When Su Yan was cultivating the divine thunderbolt technique, the Qi of the supremacy had suddenly circulated along with the divine thunderbolt technique. The divine thunderbolt technique was so mysterious that even though Su Yan was at the circumference realm, it would still take him a long time to cultivate it to the Mahayana realm. However, once the Qi of the supremacy had circulated, the divine thunderbolt technique had already reached the initial level of the first level. Alright, the divine thunderbolt technique has already reached the initial level. Let me show off its power. Su Yan's eyes lit up. There seemed to be lightning hidden in his eyes. 10,000 mammoth divine skill, rumbling thunder. He suddenly let out a roar. Vaguely, the sound of thunder could be heard in this gloomy space. Rumble. A loud sound was heard, as if the whole world had been split open. Chapter 444. Su Yan's prediction was right. When the space shattered piece by piece, White Bone Demon Venerable's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He and White Bone Demon Venerable were indeed trapped in two fixed formation spaces, and between the two of them was a long black flight of stairs. Su Yan was below the staircase, while White Bone Demon Venerable was above the staircase. When Su Yan broke the background that trapped him, White Bone Demon Venerable was also doing the same thing as Su Yan. However, White Bone Demon Venerable's injuries seemed to be very serious. At this moment, his background was already on the verge of collapsing. However, he was unable to break it in one go. White Bone Demon Venerable, this time, you won't be able to escape. Why, you can't break free? Then, let me give you a hand. Su Yan sneered and kept the Scorching Sun Holy Sword. Then, he held the shocking celestial sword in his hand again and charged towards White Bone Demon Venerable. Using the Scorching Sun Holy Sword consumed too much spiritual power. When he used the absolute destructive power of the shocking celestial sword, he could fully unleash its power. However, if the two of them were to engage in close combat, Su Yan did not have the strength to control it. However, the shocking celestial sword was able to fully unleash his spiritual power. If one day, he could completely refine the celestial phase sword that he condensed when he reached the circumference state and integrated into his body, increasing his strength, he might be able to use the Scorching Sun Holy Sword at will. As for the God-Slayer sword, Su Yan did not even dare to think about it. This was a real divine sword. Compared to the half-finished Scorching Sun Holy Sword, its power was like the difference between heaven and earth. The shocking celestial sword vibrated like flowing ripples. Waves after waves of ripples spread out, shrouding White Bone Demon Venerable within them. Every ray of light was a ray of sword chi. This was Su Yan's move that was filled with murderous intent. Since he made a move, he wanted to make a contribution with this move. At first, the ripples of sword chi were like the autumn wind blowing, and one could only feel a slight chill. But in the end, the countless ripples suddenly turned into steel chains and iron swords, slashing straight into White Bone Demon Venerable's body. White Bone Demon Venerable was currently using his devil chi to penetrate this array formation, but who would have thought that sword chi would suddenly appear? Countless streams of sword chi slashed his body. Such sword chi was already extremely heavy for the current him. It possessed great power to injure him, and now, it was even more fatal. It directly made all of his efforts go to waste. The space that had started to crumble due to his bombardment actually started to repair itself at this moment. At the same time, Su Yan was also trapped in this space. White Bone Demon Venerable's heart was filled with hatred. His hatred towards Su Yan rose once again. However, at this moment, Dong Qinghao's soul struggled out again, and then laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, good, Su Yan, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Hurry up and kill this bullsh *T demon venerable. I've had enough of this narcissist. Bastard, get the hell back. I'll completely obliterate your soul in a while." White Bone Demon Venerable suddenly exerted his strength and suppressed Dong Qinghao's soul. Then, he stared at Su Yan furiously and said, "Su Yan, you brat, are you bent on going against me to the end? White Bone Demon Venerable, why do you have to say such nonsense? I've already said that I'll definitely kill you." Su Yan didn't continue to talk nonsense with White Bone Demon Venerable. He knew that White Bone Demon Venerable was severely injured at this moment, and could be considered as a dog in water. Since that was the case, when would he make a move if not now? Dance of the Fish Dragon. The sword chi of the frightening celestial sword in his hand moved again. With a flash of the sword light, it turned into a flowing light and pierced towards White Bone Demon Venerable. He didn't know how many times he had practiced this move. At this moment, under the activation of the huge amount of spiritual energy in the realm of circumference, his speed was extremely fast. It was as fast as the lightning that he used previously. The distance between the two of them wasn't far to begin with. Now, the distance between them was covered in an instant. It was as if Su Yan was already in front of White Bone Demon Venerable at the moment he attacked with his sword. The sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a fish dragon and pierced towards the chest of Dong Qinghao. After cultivating the exalted qi, the dance of the fish dragons truly possessed its own soul. This fish dragon didn't seem to be a shadow, but a powerful existence that could really kill a giant demon. White Bone Demon Venerable's expression changed again. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and directly circulated his power. A powerful white bone aura burst out and directly blocked in front of him. That white aura turned into a ghastly white skull, which then slammed into the fish dragon sword chi. White Bone Demon Venerable was indeed a person who could move unhindered 8,000 years ago. He had already suffered such a heavy injury, but he was still able to circulate his power in a hurry to shatter Su Yan's sword chi. It was truly terrifying. However, it was a pity that blocking the fish dragon sword chi was far from the end. The fish dragon sword chi was neutralized, but Su Yan's second sword had already arrived. Heaven and Earth Stabilizing Sword. It was another move from the regal sword scripture. Just like the first move, this move had become extremely terrifying with the addition of the chi of the regal. As the sword fell, White Bone Demon Venerable felt as if his body had been frozen in place. What? This is space stabilizing? This kid is only in the realm of circumference. How can he have such power? At this moment, he was extremely shocked. Space stabilizing. What kind of move was this? Not to mention the realm of circumference, even in the dragon realm or the honorable realm, there weren't many who could perform it. However, such a method had appeared on Su Yan's body. Not to mention him, even Su Yan himself was shocked. At the moment when he attacked, he had a feeling that he was in control of everything, as if the space was under his control. However, the feeling disappeared in the next moment. Heaven and Earth Stabilizing Sword. Can it really stabilize space? At the next moment, his heart was burning with passion. Regal Sword Principle. White Bone Demon Venerable, die. The sword light turned into a straight line and landed directly on White Bone Demon Venerable's forehead. It was only when the sword light landed on his head that White Bone Demon Venerable came back to his senses. Damn it! After the space-stabilizing sword chi was removed, he didn't immediately come back to his senses. Instead, he hesitated for a second or two due to his shock. For an old demon that had existed for thousands of years, he definitely shouldn't have made such a mistake. At this moment, he had no time to think. He immediately exerted his power and two white bones appeared again. It was the heavenly demon white bones. The heavenly demon white bones were truly terrifying. After the white bones appeared, they immediately emitted a pale white brilliance. It was clearly pale white, but it had a kind of roundness like a bright jade. Su Yan's shocking celestial sword landed directly on the heavenly demon white bones. At this moment, a terrifying demonic aura was directly transmitted to the shocking celestial sword. Su Yan's expression changed immediately. Previously, he had the upper hand, but he didn't expect that at this moment, after the shocking celestial sword came into contact with the heavenly demon white bones, the power that suddenly erupted from the heavenly demon white bones turned into ice and rushed into his meridians. At the same time, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in his mind. Kneel. It was an extremely unfamiliar voice. It was high and mighty, looking down on the common people, and everything was like grass. Such pressure was definitely not something that White Bone Demon Venerable could possess. With just a voice and a blurry shadow, Su Yan was forced to submit and kneel. What kind of terrifying might was this? However, Su Yan had already suffered a loss from the heavenly demon White Bones before, so he was already on guard. The moment the heavenly demon White Bones appeared, he was already repeatedly circulating the regal sword mantra and the great sun-colored glaze sword mantra. Not to mention the regal sword mantra, the great sun-colored glaze sword mantra was a sword technique of blazing yang, which was the opposite of the terrifying power of the heavenly demon. Therefore, this time, Su Yan was only slightly absent-minded, but he immediately recovered. After waking up, he advanced instead of retreating. He directly stretched out his other hand and directly grabbed the head of Dong Chenghao. "Oh, White Bone Demon Venerable, I've caught you." A ray of light burst out from his eyes as he looked straight at the other party. When the White Bone Demon Venerable met Su Yan's gaze, his heart suddenly trembled, and he immediately had a bad feeling. For words suddenly popped out of Su Yan's mouth: thunder rumble. Rumble. A terrifying sound of thunder directly exploded beside the White Bone Demon Venerable's ear. At this moment, the White Bone Demon Venerable only felt that his soul was unstable, as if it was going to be forcefully scattered. It was also at this moment that the thunder and lightning directly entered his body. His entire body immediately began to tremble. Ah, this is the Thunder God Mantra, the Thunder Ancestors' 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, how could you possibly? Ah! White Bone Demon Venerable was caught off guard, and Su Yan directly succeeded. At this moment, his entire body was in extreme pain, and he could no longer speak. Su Yan's moves were interlocked. First, he used the sword chi to lure the heavenly demon White Bones out, and at the same time, approached it at the same time. Then, he used this attack to forcefully grab the heavenly demon White Bones' head, so that he could not escape. Finally, he used the thunder technique in an instant, catching him off guard. Thunder was originally extremely domineering, and it was even more effective against remnant souls like him. At this moment, the sudden explosion almost weakened his soul by half. "Now, get out of Dong Chenghao's body," Su Yan said coldly. At this moment, Su Yan was condescendingly grabbing the head, as if he was a king. However, the White Bone Demon Venerable was still stubbornly resisting at this moment, because he knew that if he were to leave Dong Chenghao's body at this moment, he would only be in an even more miserable state. However, at the next moment, he did not even have the thought of persevering, because a flame suddenly rose at this moment. The flame was extremely red, but it was extremely cold, as if it was going to freeze and shatter his soul directly. For words popped out from the corner of his mouth: red spirit fire. He was really filled with hatred. The red spirit fire was originally all his treasures, but at this moment, it was burning his body. Chapter 445. Get out. The cold words were the greatest insult to the White Bones demon honorable. He used to be so high and mighty, but now, he was being scolded by Suya. To him, it was the greatest insult. But now, there was nothing he could do. Because at this moment, Su Yan had completely taken control of the situation. Because the flame originally belonged to him, he deeply understood how terrifying it was to the soul. Such a flame could almost ignite his life and destroy it completely. Such a terrifying power was truly frightening. At this point, if he continued to stay in Dong Qinghao's body, he would perish together with Dong Qinghao. Although he was hoping that Su Yan would not kill him because of Dong Qinghao, what if Su Yan really did that? Dong Qinghao's life and death had nothing to do with him. But his life was incomparably precious, and he could not let it end because of this. Therefore, he did not dare to gamble at this point. He screamed and cursed, "Su Yan, I will definitely let you suffer the most terrifying torture in this world. I will definitely destroy your soul." He kept howling like a ferocious ghost. In the next moment, Dong Qinghao's body glowed. The two heavenly demon white bones flashed and bloomed with radiance. Then, they brought the White Bones demon honorable's soul out of Dong Qinghao's body. "Ah, Su Yan, you son of a bitch. You're burning me. Quickly extinguish the flame." Dong Qinghao's voice was heard. Hearing this voice, Su Yan was finally relieved. He did not have time to care about Dong Qinghao's joy of regaining his body. He immediately locked his gaze on the light that was disappearing into the distance. In the next moment, he swung the long sword in his hand and suddenly shouted, 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of rose blossoms. In an instant, countless pieces of sword chi turned into snow-like pear blossoms and shot toward the white light. As the saying goes, take your life while you're sick. Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely exterminate White Bone Demon Venerable. No matter what, White Bone Demon Reverend was the demon reverend of the ancient devil sect. His abilities were incomparably terrifying. As long as he was given a chance, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and rise to the top. This was definitely not a good thing for Su Yan. The current Su Yan was treading on thin ice with every step he took. He needed to be extremely cautious. It would be for the best if such an ancient demonic sect overlord could be killed right now. Thousands of pear blossom sword chis exploded, forming a sea of flowers. At this moment, the White Bone actually looked so pale. "White Bone Demon Venerable, do you think I will let you run away now?" Su Yan snorted coldly. His entire body had already charged forward, chasing after the White Bone Demon Venerable's remnant soul. "Su Yan, you damned brat. You want to kill me? Dream on." White Bone Demon Venerable let out an indignant roar. The heavenly demon White Bone shone brightly. Within the White Bone, a demonic shadow appeared. This shadow was the true demon, possessing extremely terrifying power. "Supreme Heavenly Demon, I offer my remnant soul as a sacrifice to obtain your protection. I also beg you to kill this brat in front of me." White Bone Demon Venerable suddenly began to recite an incantation. Then, he began to pray and sacrifice. The White Bone Demon Venerable was extremely jealous of Su Yan. He actually didn't hesitate to sacrifice his broken soul to achieve the goal of killing Su Yan. When the White Bone Demon Venerable's voice fell, Su Yan's heart suddenly changed. At this moment, an extremely ancient yet extremely terrifying aura suddenly pounced towards him. The terrifying aura was like a tornado. Su Yan's torrential pear blossom sword chi that was condensed into a torrential storm of pear blossoms. At this moment, it actually turned into withered branches and broken leaves, and then completely dissipated. Such a method was simply terrifying. Su Yan directly stopped in his tracks. Even his entire body's hair stood on end. At this moment, in front of him, the terrifying figure that appeared previously appeared once again. However, compared to before, this figure was clearly much more solid. The most terrifying thing was that there was actually a gaze from this figure. Just a seemingly illusory gaze directly made Su Yan's entire body turn cold. This wasn't an illusion. It was really cold. Because at this moment, Su Yan's body had a layer of ice on the surface of his body. When the ice appeared, it didn't stop. Instead, it spread upwards and actually wanted to freeze Su Yan directly. In just a moment, more than half of Su Yan's body was completely frozen. That cold and solid ice stimulated Su Yan's body. What made him feel even more inexplicable was that terrifying demonic aura. Ha ha ha, little brat Su Yan, I've said it before. You will definitely die in front of me. I sacrificed my soul to the heavenly demon in order to kill you. This is already a great honor for you. Now then, die. His voice was incomparably cold as he faced Su Yan directly. Su Yan's entire body trembled. His teeth kept chattering as he made a quack 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 sound. He only felt that even his thoughts were about to be frozen. Even the aura of the Virokana-colored glaze swordsmanship in his body had started to stop flowing. The power of this ice was really too terrifying. Such a power was enough to make people despair. But Su Yan didn't. I can't die. Just this simple thought, just these 4 short words, actually supported Su Yan's conviction. Even in the face of such terrifying demonic aura, such ice cold, he still didn't give up hope of survival. If one were to say that his soul was a world that was about to die, then his will to live was the last spark of hope. And a spark could start a prairie fire. At this moment, the fire of his conviction finally resonated with something. This object wasn't the God-Slayer sword that had the power of the heavens, nor was it the dragon blood ice fire shield that had saved Su Yan's life many times. It was actually the Buddha's sword. Just as the ice was about to freeze Su Yan's head, the Buddha's sword actually emitted a radiance at this moment. When the golden radiance appeared, it started to burn like a raging fire in the dark night. This radiance didn't have the scorching heat of the sun, but it was as gentle as a lamp. However, it was this gentleness that actually caused the ice to gradually melt. The golden radiance became more and more intense. Gradually, among the countless golden radiances, the word was faintly discernible. As the golden radiance became more and more intense, the word also became more and more intense. At the same time, the pitch-black ice quietly melted under the golden radiance. However, at this moment, the illusory figure suddenly enlarged. Its originally faintly discernible gaze directly became as bright as fire at this moment. At this moment, its gaze seemed to have materialized and directly aimed at this D. The character shot out. At this moment, the 2 radiances directly began a power confrontation. At this moment, Su Yan was extremely shocked. That demonic figure actually has life, and it's fighting with this D? Could it be that the legendary heavenly demon still has hope of reviving? Thinking of this, he was extremely shocked. If it was in the past, he probably wouldn't have believed it. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to believe the truth. After all, the White Bone Demon Venerable and the Ghost Flame Demon Venerable were existences that had lived for 8,000 years and hadn't died. Moreover, the demonic sect seemed to want to revive a big shot. Previously, when Sword Sage woke up, he had mentioned that this heavenly demon was extremely terrifying, causing him to be filled with incomparable fear. Then, what was so strange about such a character reviving again? At this moment, his mind was greatly shaken. The confrontation between the golden radiance and the cold demonic light had also reached an extreme point. This terrifying power had instantly surpassed Su Yan's power, causing Su Yan to be extremely shocked. If Su Yan wasn't bathed in the golden radiance, he would have been killed by this terrifying radiance. Compared to Su Yan, the White Bone Demon Venerable was really miserable to the extreme. This was because the reason the heavenly demon White Bone was awakened was because of his sacrifice. According to his initial plan, he would sacrifice a part of his soul power and then use the sacrifice to kill Su Yan. Although he would pay a heavy price, he would be able to kill the person that he hated to the extreme. At the same time, he would be able to cut off all means of retreat and fight for that supreme demonic treasure. However, he didn't expect that the Buddha sword on Su Yan's body would actually display its true power at the most critical moment. Under the stimulation of the golden radiance emitted by the Buddha sword, the heavenly demon White Bone began to directly increase its power. The heavenly demon White Bone was a demonic shadow that appeared after sensing the sacrifice. At this moment, the demonic shadow needed power, so it directly began to plunder the White Bone demon Venerable's soul. At this point, the White Bone demon Venerable was unable to stop the sacrifice even if he wanted to. "No, heavenly demon Venerable, please stop. Spare me, spare me." At this moment, the dignified demon Venerable began to beg for mercy like a dog. Then, he began to curse. However, in the end, his voice became softer and softer, and his soul shadow became fainter and fainter. Finally, it completely dissipated. The moment his soul shadow dissipated, the demonic shadow also began to dim. However, at this moment, the demonic shadow's gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan clearly saw the demonic shadow's mouth curl into a strange smile. Then, the heavenly demon White Bone suddenly changed and revealed its original form. It was actually two finger bones. The radiance of the finger bones dimmed, but they didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they flew directly toward Su Yan at an unimaginable speed. Su Yan instinctively reached out to block, but he only felt pain in his left hand, as if something had entered his finger. When he looked down, there was nothing. However, he clearly felt that this was definitely not an illusion. Chapter 446. Su Yan had personally experienced the might of the heavenly demon finger bone. If the pagoda sword had not suddenly burst out with light at the most critical moment, the outcome of this death match would have been completely different. He would definitely have been sealed by the merciless black ice and turned into ice shards. As for what happened after that, it was no longer something he could control. All of his efforts in the past would have been reduced to ashes. This time, he had indeed won, but it was not his own strength that dominated everything. Facing the heavenly demon finger bone, he did not even have the strength to resist. Then, what if he faced a real heavenly demon? At this time, he suddenly remembered the words that Venerable Gui Yen had said to him. The boundary of circumference is only the beginning of the path of cultivation. When he first heard this, he felt that it was inconceivable. Even though Venerable Gui Yen had told him about the situation of the ancient times and showed him a part of his memory, he still did not agree with this saying in the deepest part of his heart. This was because he had transmigrated from his original world and came into contact with everything in this world. Everything in this world had already made him feel that it was inconceivable. Moreover, he had never come into contact with a real super expert. Today's battle was no less than a wake-up call for Su Yan. Although I almost paid with my life, I survived in the end and recognized my true self. The boundary of circumference is still too weak. However, I can't belittle myself because of this. I have the inheritance of the Pagoda Sword Sect, I have the sun-colored glaze sword manual, and many other treasures. Moreover, I have the regal sword manual, a peerless sword manual that brought me to this world. In time, I will definitely stand at the top of this world. Su Yan dispelled the slightly dispirited thoughts in his heart, and his whole person showed a strange brilliance. In his previous life, he was a legend and the pinnacle of that world. Only after transmigrating did he know that it was only because the stage of that world was not big enough. But now, the world he was facing was the world he really looked forward to. The heavenly demon finger bone disappeared without a trace, but the golden light did not dissipate. Instead, it became even more resplendent. The D in the golden light. The D word rose higher and higher. As the golden light burned, the surrounding space suddenly changed. After incorporating Su Yan's previous actions, the space finally shattered and revealed its original appearance. Everything dissipated, leaving behind only a long dark staircase. Su Yan raised his head, only to see that at the end of the flight of stairs high above, there was actually an extremely oppressive black gold light flickering. This radiance gave off an indescribably noble aura. It was as if a king was standing high above, displaying endless majesty. However, this kind of majesty contained a kind of grey aura of death. It was this aura that caused the black gold radiance to be so oppressive. At this moment, Su Yan's blood dragon pupils suddenly blossomed with radiance. Two dragon silhouettes began to spiral within his pupils. Su Yan's heart trembled. This was the first time that his blood dragon pupil had actually acted strangely without him using it. Under the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan could finally see the entire throne clearly. The deep throne had an extremely luxurious appearance. Above it, there was an extremely terrifying black dragon coiling around. This black dragon did not seem to be carved, but a real black dragon coiling around it, intimidating one's mind. Above the throne, it was not empty. Instead, there was something suspended above it. It was a heart, and it was as big as a baby's head. The dark gold radiance was emitted by that heart. Yun Wanqing had clearly said that this was a demonic artifact. What exactly is this thing? Su Yan was horrified. He looked at the heart, his heart filled with horror. Such a powerful majesty was actually not inferior to the majesty of the heavenly demon finger bone. This was another extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, the D word. The divine radiance of the D word was becoming more and more resplendent. The golden radiance spread up bit by bit, dyeing the pitch-black yet majestic staircase under Su Yan's feet golden. The black staircase changed step by step until it turned into a golden path in front of Su Yan. Plop. Suddenly, a muffled rhythmic sound was heard. It was as if thunder was faintly rumbling. Just this sound alone was enough to make Su Yan's blood surge. He suddenly remembered that he had heard this sound when he had just stepped into this space. So that's the rhythmic sound of this heart. This heart is clearly without a body, but it can still move rhythmically. It's really terrifying. I wonder how terrifying this heart's power is. No wonder the Devil sect and the Buddha sword sect fought over it back then. It's really terrifying. Su Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then took a step forward. After an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived in front of the dark throne. Looking at the black radiance and feeling the rhythmic sound, Su Yan felt his entire soul begin to calm down. Suddenly, it was as if the rhythm of his heart and the rhythm of the mysterious heart had become one. It was natural. His intuition told him that this heart contained extremely terrifying power and that he could not let it fall into the hands of others. Faintly, there was also a mysterious power pushing him forward. He extended his hand and reached for the heart. At this moment, a gentle yet somewhat familiar voice rang out, "Hee," as expected of the person chosen by the Demon Lord. To think that you could actually make it here. This is truly beyond my expectations. However, you should stop. The thing in front of you is not something that you can possess. Su Yan's body suddenly stiffened when he heard this voice. This was because he was all too familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the Yunqian Alliance's leader, Yun He. Su Yan turned around and saw Yun He, who was dressed in white, calmly climbing up the stairs. Originally, I only thought that you would be able to obtain some benefits from this divine dragon's abyss and then enter the circumference state to strengthen your body. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the Buddha sword sect. This is really a pleasant surprise. The corners of Yun He's mouth twitched. His calm appearance made him look exceptionally refined. However, Su Yan responded with a cold smile. Then, he said, "Humph, Lord Alliance leader, you're thinking of selling me to the Devil sect after I enter the circumference state. I really didn't expect that you, the dignified leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, would become the lackey of the Black Fiend Alliance and the Devil sect." Faced with Su Yan's cold mockery, Yun He did not care at all. He continued to step forward, and the distance between him and Su Yan became shorter and shorter. Lackey of the Black Fiend Alliance? Huh, I'm just using them. Just like you, that self-righteous fellow is just a pawn in my hands, Yunhe said calmly. Su Yan just looked at him and did not say a word. This was because he clearly knew that since Yunhe told him this, it meant that he did not want him to leave alive. Lord Alliance leader is really ambitious. Whether it's the Qianyun Alliance or the Black Fiend Alliance, they're all just pawns in your hands. I'm sure Lord Alliance leader is up to something big. Su Yan looked at Yunhe and continued to ask. Yunhe looked at Su Yan and suddenly smiled. Then, he asked directly, of course. Do you know what the thing in front of you is? Forget it. I think you don't know either. Seeing that my daughter is in love with you, I'll tell you. This thing is the heart of the demonic dragon. Yunhe paused. When he reached this point, there was already an indescribable burning desire in his eyes. He even vaguely looked like a pilgrim, and that heart was the supreme sacred object. Heart of the devil dragon. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. No wonder the dragon soul in the blood dragon pupil had such a strange reaction, Su Yan thought to himself. Because the heart had a strong dragon aura, it attracted the dragon soul. That's right. It's the heart of the demonic dragon. This dragon is not an ordinary dragon. It's the great demonic dragon, known as the Shadow of Death. It's the most powerful existence in this world. It's a terrifying existence that can contend with the legendary heavenly demon and the Buddha Lord. Even with Yunhe's dragon realm cultivation, when he said the words, Great Demonic Dragon, his eyes were filled with excitement and yearning. If that's the case, the abyss of the divine dragon should be called the abyss of the demonic dragon. I don't think the alliance leader will let me leave this place alive. If that's the case, can you tell me what happened here? What's the enmity between the demonic sect and the Buddha sword sect? Su Yan looked at Yunhe and asked directly. Yunhe chuckled and said, Vice Alliance leader, you're quite calm. Even in the face of death, you're still so calm. If you weren't the successor of the Buddha sword sect, I would have spared your life with your calmness and my daughter's love. However, since you have spoken, I will also tell you some things. Just as they were speaking, Yunhe had already walked in front of Su Yan. I think Lei Wanjun must have told you something. He said that the decline of the Qian territory was due to the demonic sect, right? Yunhe asked Su Yan. Sect leader Lei did tell me about this, but he didn't know the details, Su Yan replied. That's natural. Let me tell you. The demonic sect is called a demonic sect because they are crazy and do things without restraint. The founder of the demonic sect is the legendary Great Heavenly Demon Lord. However, this Great Heavenly Demon Lord fell in the ancient war. The demonic sect is plotting to revive the real Great Heavenly Demon Lord. Chapter 447. Sacrifice the entire Qian territory. Even though Su Yan's heart was strong, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this news. How big was the Qian territory? How many creatures were there in the 9 provinces and the 5 counties? Then, the devil sect actually wanted to sacrifice the entire Qian territory for their own selfish reasons. This was simply insane. Very shocked, right? Even I was shocked when I found out about this. Not only me, but the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization were also like this. Yunhe suddenly sighed and said, it was because of this that the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization chose to betray us. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood some of the things that happened. The devil sect laid down the Tai Grand formation, wanting to exhaust all the earth baleful energy in order to trigger a supreme calamity, causing the Qian territory to crumble apart. After that, they wanted all the life forms in the Qian territory to be annihilated, using the blood and souls to be sacrificed to the great heavenly devil lord, allowing that ancient heavenly devil to awaken. Even until today, they still have such thoughts. Hence, these people are nothing but a bunch of lunatics. Yunhe disdainfully sneered and didn't hide her disdain. Since that's the case, you're still helping the evildoers. Aren't you betraying the Heaven and Earth organization by doing this? Su Yan directly shouted. He, I already said before that I'm just using these lunatics. Yunhe continued, in the ancient times, the Heaven and Earth organization was called the Black Cloud Sect. It was one of the Devil Sect sections. But now, the Black Cloud Sect's supreme secret techniques have disappeared. Until now, only the Cloud technique is left. It's useless in battles. If it wasn't for me, the Heaven and Earth organization would be just a small sect right now. I need powerful strength. The Demon Lord of the Black Demon Alliance can give me strength, so I help him complete some things that can be done. This is using each other. Yunhe glanced at Su Yan and continued, I forgot to tell you that your body is for the Black Demon Lord. It seems that he wants to reincarnate. If I'm not wrong, the Black Demon Lord's strength is probably higher than yours. Aren't you afraid that he will kill you after you've outlived your usefulness? Su Yan directly asked. Su Yan, how can I not consider the things that you can think of? I'm not afraid to tell you that according to my original plan, I was going to do something to your body. However, there's no need for that now. Is it because of the demon dragon's heart? Asked Su Yan directly. You're really smart. That's right, it's because of the demon dragon's heart. A bright light flickered in Yunhe's eyes before he continued, the heart of the demon dragon possesses boundless power. Back then, the demon sect wanted to use it as a primer to completely activate the Earth Terminus formation. It's simply a waste of God's gift. Think about it, what if I can use the demon dragon's heart? Hearing this, Su Yan suddenly froze. If that's the case, then it's really a great thing. Since the demon dragon was a terrifying existence that was on the same level as the heavenly demon that the devil sect wanted to revive, if Yunhe really obtained the demon dragon's heart, then her strength would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. He wouldn't have to put the devil sect in his eyes. I know, the Heaven and Earth organization back then, no, it should be said that the Black Cloud sect betrayed them. I'm afraid that it wasn't for the welfare of the common people, but for the demon dragon's heart. Su Yan immediately understood this point at this moment. Naturally, the common people are just ants. Even if the gone realm is gone, there are still other places. What does it have to do with us? It's just hateful that the Stupa sect was so meddlesome that they actually sealed the demon dragon's heart. Although the Black Cloud sect betrayed the Devil sect, they couldn't get it. 8,000 years have passed, and the Black Cloud sect has completely disappeared. Only the Heaven and Earth organization has become a righteous sect in front of the world. Yunhe said bitterly. At this time, Su Yan finally understood. Just as Yunhe said, the Black Cloud sect had completely disappeared, and now the Heaven and Earth organization existed in this world. Perhaps, in the entire Heaven and Earth organization, except for him, the leader, no one knew about the dark past of the Black Cloud sect. It was precisely because of this that many disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization risked their lives when fighting against the Devil sect. Elder Yuntian even directly fell. This was because they were the true disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization. Only Yunhe, the leader, carried the true secret of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, to me, this is also a good fortune. Because if it wasn't for this, I'm afraid that today, it wouldn't be my turn to refine the demon dragon's heart. So, I still have to thank you. Unfortunately, for this demon dragon's heart, I won't let you leave this place alive no matter what. After Yunhe finished speaking, her gaze fell on Su Yan. At this moment, a murderous intent directly gathered. The condensed pressure directly oppressed Su Yan. The two of them were originally very close to each other, and Yunhe was in the dragon realm. With such pressure, Su Yan should be unable to resist. However, when this pressure fell in front of Su Yan, it directly turned into ripples and then dissipated. Yunhe frowned, then said indifferently, I didn't expect this Buddha's light to be so powerful. It can directly dissolve my aura. However, Su Yan, you still have too little time. The current you is simply not enough to fight with me. This is your greatest weakness. Since that's the case, let me send you to the Western Paradise. At this moment, Yunhee directly made her move. She directly stretched out her palm and pushed it horizontally towards Su Yan. Her palm directly landed on the golden radiance. As her palm fell, the golden radiance directly began to tremble. Later on, it began to cave in. The golden word began to shake. Buddha's sword, although you are strong, you have already fought with the heavenly demon and opened the seal of the demonic dragon's heart. At this moment, how much power do you have? Black clouds transform into a dragon, dictate heaven and earth. Yunhee suddenly shouted. The aura outside her body suddenly increased by 10 times. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon surging within her body. The sudden appearance of such a violent aura caused Su Yan to continuously retreat. At the same time, the golden word directly shattered at this moment, and all the golden radiance dissipated at this moment. Look, although you have made great progress and your cultivation has increased, in front of me, you are still so weak. Therefore, at this time, you can go to hell. After the cold laugh, there was a monstrous murderous intent. Yunhee had waited for too long for this day. She had also endured for too long. Therefore, no matter what, she would not miss this opportunity. Su Yan must die. Seeing Yunhee's power pressing down on him, Su Yan continuously retreated. He immediately activated the power of circumference, and countless sword shadows appeared outside his body. On his forehead, the Tianxiang sword directly appeared and suppressed the top of his head. The power of circumference was formed, and it was like a heaven and earth, firmly guarding and not allowing this terrifying power to break through. However, how strong was the power of the dragon transformation? Even though Su Yan had used all his strength, he still retreated bit by bit, and his body began to tremble. He only felt that his entire body was being torn apart by a force, and his limbs and organs were about to shatter. To be able to use the power of circumference to stop me, Su Yan, you are not bad. Unfortunately, this is still not enough. Your power is nothing in front of me. It is like child's play. Now, die for me. At this moment, Yunhee no longer had any patience. She could no longer wait for the demonic dragon's heart. Since that was the case, then Su Yan must die. Black cloud world destroying palm. As the palm fell, countless black clouds seemed to appear before Su Yan's eyes. The black clouds tumbled, and it seemed like dragons and snakes were constantly moving within. Lei Wanjun was right. The dragon transformation realm was too strong. Even if dozens of power of circumference were to work together, they would not be a match for one dragon transformation realm cultivator. Su Yan thought highly of himself, and he had many fortuitous encounters. However, at this moment, he also knew that he was definitely not a match for Yunhee. This was not a venerable one who was only left with a remnant soul, but a complete dragon transformation realm elite. Moreover, based on Yunhee's unfathomable nature, he had most likely hidden his true strength in the past. However, Su Yan did not want to sit still and wait for death no matter what. In the spirit sea, tens of thousands of swords rang in unison. That was unwillingness and anger. Su Yan's power was constantly circulating, and he wanted to break free from the suppression of this terrifying power. However, at this moment, all his efforts were in vain. Su Yan, it's time for you to die. The palm had already descended. However, it was at this moment that a voice suddenly rang out, "What a good Yunhee! You are truly two-faced. I have finally witnessed your methods. However, this brat has a body that I have taken a fancy to. Are you going to kill him just like that?" This cold voice rang out. At the same time, an extremely strong force charged towards Yunhee. This attack was not held back at all. It wanted to kill Yunhee directly. Demon Honorable, Humph. Yunhee suddenly turned around. However, at this moment, there was no humility or respect in his eyes. Instead, there was boundless anger and enmity. The moment the force came, his black cloud world-destroying palm suddenly changed direction and collided with the demon Honorable's attack. In an instant, the entire space shook. At this moment, cracks began to appear in the entire dark corridor. This exchange of blows was actually a draw. At this moment, Su Yan was also sent flying. His body suddenly landed on the dark golden throne. Immediately, a wave of power rushed toward him from the throne. Su Yan was hit by this force, and immediately, he did not even have the strength to resist. Chapter 448. Yunhe, you really have ulterior motives. The black demon ancestor was extremely gloomy as he stared straight at Yunhe. As far as he was concerned, Yunhe was simply a stray dog. She worked for him to find a physical body. But now, this stray dog dared not to listen to him and even resisted him. This was enough to infuriate him, and his anger had reached its peak. The cold light in his eyes was extremely cold until it landed on Yunhe's face, as if he wanted to swallow Yunhe whole. However, Yunhe remained unperturbed as if he did not see this gaze at all. She only said calmly, "Black demon ancestor, you are also an ambitious person in ancient times. We are just using each other. Don't you even know this? If that's the case, then you have disappointed me." Yunhe said calmly. Hearing Yunhe's reply, the black demon ancestor was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. You are indeed a remnant of the Black Cloud sect. Back then, your ancestral master betrayed you, and today, you are still the same. However, this is no longer important. Su Yan, the demonic dragon's heart is already here. Then, what use do you have? I indeed have no use. Lord Demon Ancestor, you must want to kill me as a lackey. Unfortunately, Lord Demon Ancestor, are you so sure that you can kill me in your current state? Yunhe said proudly. Her gaze landed on the Black Demon Ancestor. Her gaze was still calm, without a trace of fluctuation at all. Such calmness made people feel uneasy. Even the Black Demon Ancestor felt the same. However, this uneasiness was quickly thrown away by him. Yunhe, you are only in the one dragon realm. Even if you have hidden your strength before, you only have the strength of 2 dragons at most. Do you think you can act arrogantly in front of me with such strength? A stray dog will always be a stray dog. Even if you have cultivated to the dragon realm, you can't change your nature. This is what a dog can't change, its habit of eating shit. As he spoke, a demonic sword appeared in the Black Demon Ancestor's hand. Demon Shadow Sword? The Black Demon Venerable was an expert in the way of the sword in the Devil's sect. Even in the Buddha sword sect, there weren't many who could beat you in the way of the sword. I didn't expect you to have found your sword. It's a pity that it's old like you. Yunhe leaped into the air as soon as she finished speaking. A black light flashed by, and a terrifying force came crashing down. This terrifying power descended, causing a layer of ink-colored dark clouds to appear around him. Dark clouds roiled. It was simply terrifying. As the light flickered, an extremely frightening aura was emitted. It was as if a true dragon was continuously rolling around. Such an aura was not inferior to that of the fire Qilin back then. At this moment, Su Yan could not move at all, but his mind was still working. He was amazed at the strength of a dragon realm expert. However, he also knew that this was definitely not the time to be amazed. From the demon dragon's heart, a scorching aura rushed towards him. This kind of hot and dry aura could even devour his mind, causing him to become absent-minded and even forgetful. His entire head felt as if it was about to explode. Damn it, this demon dragon's heart indeed has its own will. It wants to use its instinct to take over my body. Even honorables like the Ghost Flame Demon Venerable and the White Bone Demon Venerable wanted to take over his body and be reborn. As for the great demon dragon, according to Yunhe, it was a supreme existence. Its desire to live and control was even stronger. This scorching aura turned into a dragon light and moved around his body. At this moment, the Buddha sword had just been knocked down by Yunhe and had lost its power. It was unable to fight against this aura. No, I definitely can't let this demon dragons will take over my body. Su Yan gritted his teeth and tried hard to calm his mind. After wandering around the edge of life and death many times, his mind was extremely firm. He knew that if he relaxed his mind at this moment, regardless of whether it was fear, panic, or anger, the demon dragon would take advantage of it and take over his mind. Once he lost control of his mind, he would become the demon dragon's body. His soul would be obliterated, or he would be supported by the demon dragon and become a puppet. At this moment, Su Yan began to recite the mantra of the Regal Sword Codex. Regal Mantra, activate. To him, the Regal Sword Codex came with his soul and was inseparable from him. At such a critical moment, he instinctively used it as a life-saving straw. Heart as clear as ice, regal heartless. Mysterious mantras flowed continuously in Su Yan's heart. They were clearly very ordinary words, but when they were connected, they turned into an extremely mysterious power. The mysterious power circled at this moment, as if it had turned into cool rain, and then nourished every corner of Su Yan's body. At this moment, this powerful and terrifying power was still rioting. However, Su Yan did not move and continued to recite mantras. Finally, all of the mantras began to merge into one, and all of the power had merged into his body. Su Yan's heart trembled, and he only felt an indescribable comfort. At this moment, his circumference power began to reincarnate, and suddenly, it formed a faintly visible mountain. The circumference cultivation mountain, and each mountain was a realm. After Su Yan entered the circumference realm, the shadow of a mountain appeared. At this moment, the shadow of a second mountain began to appear. The second mountain of the circumference realm. He was suddenly shocked, but it was a pleasant surprise and not a surprise. The pleasant surprise was that at this moment, his power had increased, and he had displayed such power. The Regal Sword Codex is truly a peerless book. He sighed in his heart, but he did not dare to be careless. At this moment, the regal chi was circulating, which restrained the demon dragon's aura. Instead, the demon dragon's aura became his assistants, helping him to refine everything. However, if the demon dragon's aura completely went berserk, it would be a disaster for him. Therefore, at this moment, he did not dare to be distracted. At this moment, the battle between Yunhe and the Black Demon Supremacy had reached its climax. The Black Demon Supremacy was indeed an expert of the Devil's Sex way of the sword in the past. He waved the Demon Shadow sword in his hand, and streaks of strange sword light appeared, directly suppressing Yunhe. The streaks of sword shadows were like shadows in the dark night, elusive and elusive. The Hidden Sword sect was famous for their swordsmanship, but in terms of swordsmanship, even the Heaven Sword Sage was probably no match for the Black Demon Supremacy. Such swordsmanship could really be described as unfathomable. Yunhe's 10,000 elephant divine skill, which was inherited from the Black Cloud sect, was full of evil and overbearing, but it could not gain any advantage. In the next moment, the shadow of the sword and Yunhe's palm met again, and then fiercely clashed. A violent aura blew out, causing the entire space to tremble again. The power of 3 dragons. The Black Demon Supremacy's voice came out from the bottom of his throat, and his eyes stared straight at Yunhe. He never thought that Yunhe's true power had actually reached the power of 3 dragons. You've really hidden it well. He was filled with hatred in his heart. Back then, Yunhe was only an expert of the square circle realm. With his help, she had only achieved the dragon realm. Then, at this moment, this damned fellow actually turned on him. Heh, you're just too stupid. Yunhe activated her power again, and a cold murderous intent flashed in her eyes. At this moment, she was determined to kill. Do you think you can kill me? Arrogant. The Black Demon Supremacy sneered, and then his hands formed a seal. In an instant, a chilly wind blew. Gusts of chilly wind blew, as if evil spirits had arrived, and it was terrifying. A ghostly figure appeared behind him. Demon seed descends. A dry voice was released, and what followed was the increase of his aura by several times. At this moment, he finally began to display his true power. So what if you have the power of 3 dragons? Yunhe, when I imparted my power to you, I already knew that you, a dog, would turn on me one day. You may not know, but I've already planted a demon seed in your soul. Outside his body, a demonic shadow began to appear. That was the demon seed. Ha ha ha, Black Demon Supremacy, I've already said that you're just an idiot. Do you really think that I, Yunhe, am an idiot who doesn't know anything? Back then, when you imparted your power to me, you've already done something to it, but I've already discovered the trick and set things right. Yunhe was still standing proudly, looking at the Black Demon Supremacy without moving. The activation of the demon seed did not affect her at all. How is this possible? You can actually remove the demon seed. At that moment, the Black Demon Supremacy was really shocked. He never thought that even the power of the demon seed would lose its effect. Black Demon Supremacy, your so-called backup plan is completely useless. On the contrary, I've already prepared a surprise for you. Yunhe laughed softly. With a flip of her hand, a golden seal appeared in her hand. The moment the Black Demon Supremacy saw the golden seal, his expression changed greatly. He said in shock and anger, Pagoda Sect's soul-subduing seal. As soon as he said those words, he instinctively took a few steps back. His eyes stared straight at Yunhe. Ha ha ha, this is the soul-subduing seal. Back then, this seal had killed countless devil sect cultivators. Today, I'll use your remnant soul as a sacrifice to this seal. Yunhe let out a long sigh. She was about to use the soul-subduing seal to completely kill the Black Demon Supremacy. However, at that moment, a violent aura suddenly exploded. Accompanying this aura was an extremely deep dragon's roar. Roar, the dragon's roar exploded. Both Yunhe and the Black Demon Supremacy unconsciously looked towards the direction of the roar. Chapter 449. Whether it was the Black Demon Lord or Yunhe, at this moment, both of them were fighting with all their might. Moreover, this was the time to determine the victor. However, at this moment, Su Yan caused a huge commotion. At first, he used this dragon chi to begin to break through to the second level of the perimeter state, but who would have thought that at this moment, the demonic dragon's heart would actually begin to enter his body. Su Yan was extremely wary of this demonic dragon's heart. An existence of this level was not something he could touch at this moment. As long as he had the slightest relationship with these existences, it could be a disaster. Just recently, 2 pieces of the heavenly demon's finger bones had merged into his body. This had already made him extremely terrified. If the demonic dragon's heart entered his body again, it would probably be a huge problem for him. However, even with his current strength, he could not stop all of this. The demonic dragon's heart was still forcibly merging into his body. As the demonic dragon's heart entered his body, the hot aura that had been suppressed in his body began to move wildly at this moment, as if it had gone crazy. The powerful supreme chi could no longer suppress him. Su Yan's body began to tremble continuously. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was so violent. In his mind, there was only one thought left, and that was to kill. He let out a wild roar, and then his entire body turned into a stream of light, charging straight at Yunhe at the front. Whoosh! A sound was heard. Even he did not expect that his speed would be so fast at this moment. Then, without any fancy moves, Su Yan directly punched out. Before the fist moved, the force arrived first. A powerful force penetrated and directly bombarded Yunhe's face. Presumptuous! Yunhe shouted angrily, and then a pair of black cloud palms immediately slapped down. A palm print appeared and suddenly suppressed Su Yan. Su Yan's fist and this force collided directly. At this moment, Su Yan was directly sent flying, and Yunhe also retreated a few steps before coming to a stop. Seeing this sudden change, the Black Demon Lord sneered and said, "Yunhe, man proposes but God disposes. Didn't you want to snatch the demonic dragon's heart? You didn't expect that the demonic dragon's heart would fall into this kid's body." After the Black Demon Lord chuckled, he turned around and left without the slightest reluctance. The Demon Lord was extremely cunning, and he naturally saw everything clearly. Yunhe had the soul-suppressing seal in hand. If they continued fighting, it would be greatly disadvantageous to him. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was, his entire body was shrouded in an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. At this moment, the demonic dragon's heart, the Demon Lord Su Yan's, his best choice was to retreat, and watch the demon's soul. "Black Demon Lord, don't even think about escaping," Yunhe roared. At this moment, he couldn't wait to directly tear the Black Demon Lord apart. The Black Demon Lord knew too many of his secrets. If he left alive, it would be a disaster for him. Therefore, the Black Demon Lord must not leave. However, Su Yan suddenly went crazy at this moment. Just as he was about to give chase, Su Yan actually took advantage of the situation once again and directly arrived in front of him. That pair of eyes looked at him coldly. Obviously, he had already regarded Yunhe as his prey. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Demon Lord had already disappeared without a trace. "Su Yan, you're courting death," Yunhe roared and then directly attacked Su Yan with a palm strike. The power of the two began to collide again, immediately erupting with endless majesty. At this time, the terrifying power continued to soar, like a tornado, directly suppressing Su Yan. "Old man, I have a question for you." Being in the whirlwind, Su Yan's body trembled non-stop. However, his entire body was still motionless. The terrifying power of the demonic dragon was really too strong. At this moment, he was able to maintain his consciousness because of the supreme chi. "Huh, you've spoiled my plans and you still have something to ask me. Why don't you tell me?" The cold light in Yunhe's eyes did not diminish in the slightest as he continued to stare at Su Yan. However, since the Black Demon Lord had already escaped, he would not pursue the matter anymore. As long as he could kill Su Yan and return the many powers in his body to himself, then in time, he would be able to rule the world. At that time, everything would be empty words. In front of him, any powerful existence could only crawl like a dog. As long as the Black Demon Lord and the people of the Devil sect dared to disobey him, they would be killed directly. You treat everyone as a chess piece. Then what about Wan Qing? She is your daughter. Did you consider her feelings when you did this? Su Yan asked through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person. You actually asked such a question at a time like this. However, there's no harm in telling you. In this world, only power is everything. She is my daughter, so she should give up everything for my hegemony. Yunhe's voice was cold and emotionless. Hearing this answer, an unimaginable rage burned in his heart. Hee, you really are crazy. I feel that Wan Qing is not worth it. His voice was not strong, but at this moment, his power gradually began to surge. The black demonic dragon's aura enveloped his entire body, causing dense scales to appear on the surface of his body. That was not all. 2 clouds of black gas continued to condense behind Su Yan's back. In the end, they directly transformed into a pair of dragon wings. Under the influence of the demonic dragon's heart, you're actually beginning to dragonize. It's a pity, a pity. Your realm is too low and you can't control such a powerful force. If you were in the dragon realm, I'm afraid I would have to run away pathetically. But now, even if you change your appearance, what's the use? He laughed coldly. Facing Su Yan, who had already begun to dragonize, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly attacked. No matter what, he raised his hand and punched down. Between the punch, there was a hidden dragon's roar. The dragon realm was the realm where a human transformed into a dragon. In this realm, when one activated one's power, one's strength would increase in all aspects, displaying unimaginable might. Dragons were the spirits of heaven and earth and possessed unbelievable power. Once a person transformed into a dragon, their strength and spiritual power would increase exponentially. Although Su Yan had already begun to dragonize, he was not afraid at all. Under the influence of the demonic dragon's heart, how could a person who had passively begun to dragonize fight against a powerhouse in the dragon realm? If he were to fight recklessly, he would only die. In an instant, he had already turned into an illusion and directly charged at Su Yan. Su Yan instinctively punched out to meet the attack, but every time they clashed, he would be hit by the powerful force and sent flying. If not for the demonic dragon's aura enveloping his body, which made his body extremely sturdy, he would have been killed long ago. As expected of the demonic dragon's heart, it can actually allow a mere square circle realm brat like you to fight against me. If this goes on for a long time, what will happen? It's a pity that you are destined to be no match for me. He laughed coldly again and activated the Black Cloud sect's 10,000 elephant divine skill again. Countless black clouds appeared and surrounded Su Yan. The terrifying black clouds were filled with extremely terrifying spiritual energy. These spiritual energy exploded in an instant, intending to end Su Yan's life. However, at this time, Su Yan's dragon wings suddenly opened and surrounded his body. The power of the black cloud's explosion was actually blocked by the dragon wings. This was not the end. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a blood-red radiance. That was the blood dragon pupil. At this moment, under the influence of the powerful dragon aura, the blood dragon pupil also began to be stimulated. Two powerful forces were operating at the same time at this moment, and Su Yan's dragon aura flourished. As the dragon aura grew stronger, the demonic dragon's heart began to gradually embed itself into his body. At this time, Su Yan suddenly became sluggish, because he felt that the heart was about to take root in his body. The violent power continued to attack, but Su Yan just ignored it. In other words, he had forgotten all of this at this moment because he was shocked by the condition of his body. The demonic dragon's heart fell next to his original heart, and the two hearts were next to each other. As the demonic dragon's heart fell, blood vessels appeared out of thin air, connecting with the original blood vessels and finally forming a new cycle. I actually have a second heart. At this time, the chi of the Supreme finally began to circulate again. Su Yan only felt that he was so powerful at this time. Now, it seems that I can fight with all my strength. The corner of his mouth moved, revealing a smile, and then his gaze fell directly on Yunhe. Then, he clenched his fist, and a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was not the shocking celestial sword, but the scorching sun god sword. Originally, this was a semi-finished divine sword, and Su Yan would only use it when he used the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, because his strength did not allow him to continuously wield the sword. Now, Su Yan only felt that there was an indescribable power in his body, and now was the time to use the scorching sun god sword. 10,000 mammoth divine skill, immortal sword technique. In Su Yan's eyes, a ray of light directly shot out. This gaze was like a lightning bolt, directly piercing through the black clouds. Then, he waved the scorching sun god sword in his hand. The blade of the sword rotated, bringing with it rolling heat, and then turned into an extremely terrifying sword aura, directly slashing towards Yunhe. The blade of the sword fell, but the shadow of a demonic dragon had already appeared. Chapter 450. When the sword fell, it immediately gave off a terrifying aura of returning to its nest. The scorching sun sword's masculine aura and the overbearing aura of the great demonic dragon were suddenly displayed at this moment. The overbearing power turned into an extremely terrifying dragon that rushed down from the top of the sky. Even Yunhe had an incredulous look in his eyes at this moment. Impossible. At this moment, he even cried out in surprise. If he had not seen Su Yan's power erupt with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe that Su Yan could display such terrifying power. At this moment, Su Yan flapped the dragon wings on his back. At the same time, he fully exerted his power to activate the Scorching Sun sword. The sword aura that was displayed was not inferior to that of the Black Demon Lord. In fact, it was even more powerful. Su Yan naturally did not have such powerful power. However, at this moment, this huge power had clearly appeared in front of him. As such, there was only one explanation, and that was the demonic dragon's heart. Yunhe was both shocked and delighted. The demonic dragon's heart actually had such powerful power. It was simply terrifying. A brat in the square sphere realm was already able to display such power. If it was in his hands, the power that he could display would be terrifying. He even felt that he could use this to kill a venerable one. Killing a venerable one in the dragon realm was something that had never happened before. Thinking of this, the thought in his heart became even more fiery. A low roar burst out from his throat. This low roar suddenly erupted at this moment, immediately turning into an extremely terrifying sound wave. The sound wave vibrated like a light sword and rushed toward Su Yan to kill him. Su Yan's eyes flashed continuously. His entire body was filled with an indescribable divine radiance. The Scorching Sun demonic dragon sword finally descended. This sword aura shone with a crimson brilliance like flames, but it turned into the shape of a flying dragon. It suddenly broke through the layers of sound waves and fiercely rushed in front of Yunhe. Yunhe never thought that his power would be directly agitated by this sword aura at this moment. What was even more unexpected was how painful it would be when the sword landed on his body. Such power caused his entire body to tremble. It was as if he would be crushed by such power in the next moment. Damn it, this sword is threatening my life. This terrifying feeling of thinking was too terrifying, causing his entire body to constantly tremble. This feeling filled his entire being with rage. Die for me! Yunhe roared almost crazily. Then, she used her palm as a sword and suddenly pierced Su Yan's chest. The dragon realm was truly terrifying. Even the dragon scales formed by the demonic dragon's aura were unable to block it at all. His palm directly penetrated Su Yan's chest. Humph, you damned brat. You want to fight with me? You're simply courting death. Ha ha ha. Yunhe's handsome face began to reveal an extremely crazy smile as he felt the boiling blood. His maniacal laughter made him look like a complete lunatic. However, his laughter did not last long before it froze. This was because in the next moment, he suddenly realized that the blood was boiling hot. Ah! He screamed in pain. Then, he immediately pulled his palm out of Su Yan's body. At this moment, his palm was dripping with blood. It was truly terrifying. Under the blood, it looked as if it had been burned by a raging fire. One had to know that he was a dragon realm expert. His strength was not to be underestimated and could be said to be terrifying. However, even so, he was still in such a sorry state. Damn it, your blood, is it magma from a volcano? It's actually so hot. Yunhe immediately took a few steps back, increasing the distance between him and Su Yan. Yunhe was a dragon realm expert. At this moment, in the 5 counties, he was a top expert. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had killed many people. However, he had never seen someone whose blood was as hot as Su Yan's. It could directly burn his skin. Su Yan was in a daze. At this moment, he only felt that his body was undergoing a huge change. After his body was pierced and blood flowed out, the demonic dragon's heart began to beat. Every time the heart beat, the blood in his body began to circulate violently. Moreover, as the blood circulated, it became hotter and hotter. At this moment, not only Yunhe, but even Su Yan himself could feel his blood boiling and boiling. If not for the chi of the Exalted One, he felt that he would have been destroyed in the next moment. In order to make himself forget the terrifying heat, Su Yan only wanted to fight. Although his chest had been pierced, Su Yan did not care at all. Instead, he charged towards Yunhee. The dragon wings on his back fluttered continuously. His speed had reached its limit. The distance between him and Yunhee was not far. In an instant, he was already in front of Yunhee. Kill. This word seemed to be the only syllable he could utter. The scorching sun sword in his hand suddenly swung down. The sword flashed and the powerful blade suddenly exploded. Now, Su Yan swung his sword without any pattern. All of this was just to release the blazing heat in his body. Yunhee was forced to fight. The two of them began the most primitive battle. A powerful aura spread out. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, they would have thought that it was a battle between two dragons. One had the demonic dragon's heart rushed into his body and turned into a demonic dragon. The other was a true dragon realm expert with terrifying strength. This kind of battle was really like a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Every move and style was extremely dangerous. Yunhee was indeed a dragon realm expert. Even though Su Yan had the support of the demonic dragon's heart, he was still at a disadvantage in the battle. After fighting for 15 minutes, there were many wounds on his body. Even so, Su Yan did not show any signs of retreating. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Su Yan's injuries increased. His body was covered with blood, but he was still fighting like a madman. On the other hand, Yunhee's elegant white robe had many holes. The blood that flowed out of his body mixed with Su Yan's blood, giving him an extra sense of savagery. At this point in the battle, he was actually starting to retreat. It was not that he was no match for Su Yan. It was just that Su Yan was too savage. This was a complete madman. He did not care about his own life. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, do you think you can win like this? Impossible. At this point in the battle, even Yunhee was starting to lose his composure. He stretched out his hand again and grabbed one of Su Yan's dragon wings. Do you think you can fight against a dragon realm expert just by transforming into a demonic dragon? I'll let you know the power of a true dragon realm expert. As he finished speaking, 3 rays of light flashed and circled above his head. In the end, the rays of light turned into 3 dragon shapes. Every time a dragon realm expert reached the dragon realm, they would be able to form an additional dragon shape and explode with unbelievable strength. Although Yunhee was fighting with Su Yan, he was still holding back. This was because he did not believe that the Black Demon Ancestor would leave just like that. He had to guard against the Black Demon Ancestor's sudden attack. At this moment, his killing intent was almost boiling. He had already lost his mind. Right now, the only thought in his mind was to kill Su Yan directly. He did not even want to consider the hidden dangers of the Black Demon Ancestor. 3 rays of dragon energy flashed and appeared. At this moment, his entire body increased in size. His entire body became full. Even the muscles all over his body started to grow, causing his white robe to burst open. Die! As he shouted, he exerted strength in his hands and forcefully tore Su Yan's dragon wings off his body. This scene was extremely bloody. Su Yan suffered such pain, but he did not care. The scorching sun sword in his hand pierced towards Yunhee's abdomen. Ding! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The scorching sun sword was blocked by the skin. After the 3 dragon auras were fully displayed, Yunhee's true strength was displayed. Ah, old dog, die! Su Yan roared again. Violent spiritual energy mixed with the demonic dragon aura entered the scorching sun sword. The scorching sun sword suddenly bloomed with brilliance. The sword edge finally approached little by little. Yunhee's blood also flowed out. Fortunately, the scorching sun sword had a divine sword body. If it was the celestial shocking sword, it would have been broken by now. Feeling the intense pain coming from his abdomen, Yunhe's expression changed immediately like a pig's liver. He looked straight at Su Yan, then grabbed the scorching sun sword with his palm. "You can't defeat me, you can't defeat me." He began to roar furiously. Gradually, black clouds appeared under his feet. "Today, I'll kill you directly. I'll let you die under my Black Cloud 6,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Black Cloud Doomsday." Along with the roar, countless black clouds kept rolling at this time. Su Yan was immediately drawn into the terrifying black clouds. The endless black clouds were the roars of thousands of ghosts. It was extremely terrifying. Su Yan held the scorching sun sword and continued to exert force. However, in the next moment, he was enveloped by the rolling black clouds and was drawn into it. "Su Yan, you're just relying on the demonic dragon's heart. If your demonic dragon's heart is taken away, you'll immediately be a dead dog." Yunhe sneered. The black clouds had already swallowed Su Yan. Chapter 451. Yunhe's voice was like an owl, and the rolling black clouds had already surrounded Su Yan. When the black clouds came into contact with his body, Su Yan immediately felt a wave of numbness. His hands, his feet, and his senses all began to become sluggish. "Damn it, this black cloud. Don't struggle, this black cloud contains a fatal poison. At this moment, your body is affected by the demon dragon's heart, so this poison naturally can't kill you, but it can paralyze you and make you unable to move." Yunhe gasped for breath, then looked at Hou-yi. If he had other means, he wouldn't have come to this point. It's just that Su Yan's current power is too great. Under the demon dragon's power, he's like a monster. Even if he's seriously injured, he's still fighting like crazy. This kind of madness has already frightened him. So, he had no choice but to do this. However, since he's already come to this point, then no matter what, Su Yan can only die. The black clouds were rolling more and more terrifying, and the paralyzing power was also becoming more and more obvious at this time. At this moment, there seemed to be several electric arcs flashing around Su Yan's body. It was these electric arcs that forced Su Yan to be unable to move. "Struggle, all your struggles are futile." His eyes flashed with a cold light, staring straight at Su Yan. At the same time, he began to change his hand seals and began to chant an ancient and mysterious incantation. With the sound of the incantation, Su Yan only felt his heart become more restless, as if he was going to go crazy. Aoo. A painful roar was released from his throat, and in the end, it became a beast-like sound. Hearing Su Yan's painful roar, Yunhe only felt comfortable all over. The ancient soul let out a painful roar, the ghost coffin of the evil spirit, the apocalypse that shook the gods. The mysterious incantation became louder and louder, and in the end, it reached a terrifying point. In the end, Su Yan felt as if his soul was splitting apart. The only thing he could do now was to circulate the qi of supremacy. Hopefully, the supreme qi would be able to suppress this terrifying emotion. At this moment, Su Yan's body was trembling non-stop. The dragon wings on his back were also vibrating. Although half of the dragon wings had been torn apart, the remaining wings were still able to produce a terrifying whirlwind. The angrier Su Yan became, the faster the blood in his body flowed. In the end, he actually began to struggle free from this numbing power. Yunhe's expression changed again. "Damned brat, how can he have such terrifying power?" His heart sank. He knew that he had to make the best use of his time. If he allowed Su Yan to break free, he would be in big trouble. The incantation grew faster and faster. In the end, not even a single syllable could be heard clearly. At this moment, black tentacles suddenly appeared under Su Yan's feet, in front of his chest, and behind his back. They directly fixed Su Yan in the void. "Humph, I'd like to see how you're going to break free now." When Su Yan was firmly fixed, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he chuckled and said, "At this moment, even if the God of Heaven comes, he won't be able to save you. Now, I'm going to dig the dragon heart out of your body. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. A pair of palms began to move towards Su Yan's chest. Roar! Su Yan roared violently and struggled bitterly. To him, this was a matter of life and death. There was no room for carelessness or mistakes. Otherwise, he would die immediately and be consigned to eternal damnation. Die! Yunhe's palms almost pierced through Su Yan's body. However, at this moment, Yunhe's entire body suddenly froze because at this moment, a sword chi suddenly slashed towards him. If it were any other time, he would naturally be able to ignore this sword chi, but at this moment, he could not. This was because after continuously fighting with Su Yan, he had already suffered severe injuries. Being affected by this sword chi, his sorcery would definitely be interrupted at this moment. Therefore, he could only choose to dodge. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the person who suddenly appeared. "It's you. What, are you going to go against me too?" he said angrily. "Father, please stop." Yun Wanqing's voice was so weak. She had never thought that she would be so helpless one day. Since she was young, this man had always been elegant and righteous in front of her. She had worked hard to cultivate since she was young and had never been inferior to other male disciples because she hoped that her hard work and excellence could make this man feel proud. However, everything was shattered on this day. She had never seen him like this before. His face was ferocious and crazy, and he was covered in blood. He was a devil. Yun Wanqing did not want to believe her eyes, but reality was so cruel. Her heart was really in pain. She would rather face death than face her father at this moment. However, there were many things that did not allow her to choose at all. Her father stood in front of her just like that, staring at her coldly. Yun Wanqing did not even know how to open her mouth at this moment. "Wanqing, are you going to go against me?" His voice was so cold, like the ice in the 9 hells, causing Yun Wanqing to shiver. Unfamiliar. This kind of father was really too unfamiliar. "Father, I beg you. Stop and stop. Don't go on like this." Of course, she was unwilling to attack again, so she could only beg bitterly. Hearing his daughter's voice, his heart became even more furious. "Humph, either you come and help me, or get lost. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you." His eyes narrowed slightly. That dangerous cold light told Yun Wanqing that his words were definitely not empty words. If Yun Wanqing stopped him, her father would definitely not hesitate to attack and kill her. This made her feel extremely miserable. However, at this time, she was not willing to retreat just like that. Because Su Yan was right in front of Yunhe. She knew that once she retreated, Su Yan would lose his life. "Father, I don't want to stop you, but I beg you to let Su Yan go, okay?" She begged her father in the deepest and most sorrowful voice. However, Yunhe did not take this voice to heart at all. His gaze gradually turned cold. "Huh, this is great. I didn't expect that even my own daughter would abandon me. This is really great. Ha ha ha." In the midst of this wild laughter, the cold light in his eyes intensified. Then, he formed a knife with his hand and suddenly stabbed towards Su Yan's chest. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's heart suddenly jumped. She did not know where she got the strength, but she immediately screamed and rushed in front of Su Yan at an extremely fast speed. Even she did not know where she got the courage and strength. Naturally, she could not attack her father again, but she could use her body to protect Su Yan. Just as Yunhe's hand was about to pierce Su Yan's chest, Yun Wanqing suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. Unfilial daughter. Yunhe's hand finally stopped. The hand stopped in front of Yun Wanqing. If it moved forward a bit more, Yun Wanqing would probably die. Moreover, she would be killed by her father with his own hands. However, at this last moment, Yunhe finally stopped. "Father." Yun Wanqing's beautiful face was already covered with tears. This strong woman had almost never shed a tear since she became sensible. However, at this moment, she was crying so sadly and even so desperately. "Let him go." Yun Wanqing begged again. "Humph, what do you know? The heart of the demon dragon has already been implanted in his body. This heart of the demon dragon is the hope of my Black Cloud sect's revival. I must have this thing. Get out of my way." He suddenly waved his hand, then grabbed Yun Wanqing's hand and pulled it away. The heart of the demon dragon was the thing he desired the most. For the revival of the Black Cloud sect, for the ambition in his heart, he had to get it no matter what. What's more, Su Yan still had the inheritance of the Stupa sect. How could he let go of such a thing? Why must we revive the Black Cloud sect? Now the Heaven and Earth organization is deeply respected by the world. Isn't this good? The Black Cloud sect has been destroyed for 8,000 years. No one remembers it anymore. Father, stop. You are the leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, the leader of the righteous path. Why must you revive the Black Cloud sect? Yun Wanqing barely stabilized her body, then looked straight at her father. She didn't understand. Wasn't everything good now? He looked at Yun Wanqing, his eyes full of helplessness and anger. Is this all good? No, it wasn't like that at all. Since he was a child, his father had instilled the idea of reviving the Black Cloud sect in him. In his short but long life, this was almost a spiritual pillar and belief for his survival. Whether it was the Heaven and Earth organization or everything else now, to him, it was not important. What was really important was the Black Cloud sect. However, seeing his daughter in so much pain, he finally showed some signs of wavering. But very soon, his heart gradually turned cold. His father's words sounded in his mind again like a curse. Reviving the Black Cloud sect was a belief that had been passed down in their bloodline from generation to generation. And at this moment, this goal could be achieved. How could he be willing to give it up? He was not willing, absolutely not willing. "Humph, if you dare to make a move again, I will kill you." At this moment, his heart had become incomparably hard, and nothing could shake his mind. His gaze fell on Su Yan. Chapter 452. The moment this roar fell, the dark tentacles moved together. The strange and terrifying tentacles drilled into Su Yan's body and passed through his flesh. They were going to cut open Su Yan's heart. Yun Wanqing was shocked. Seeing Su Yan in such pain, she felt as if her heart was about to be torn apart. Without any hesitation, she went straight for Su Yan. At that moment, her father snorted coldly. "You overestimate yourself." The power of the dragon realm was intimidating, and a powerful force suddenly landed in front of her. Although Yun Wanqing had a fortuitous encounter in the divine dragon's abyss and her power had reached the circumference realm, how could she fight against a dragon realm expert like Yunhe? Just this one attack was enough to make her cough up blood. She knew that this was the result of her father being merciful because she was his daughter. Otherwise, she would have been completely annihilated by this attack. Yunhe was still concerned about the relationship between father and daughter. "Su Yan, don't struggle. No one can save you," he said coldly. However, he quickly chanted the incantation and wanted to dig out Su Yan's demonic dragon's heart. At that moment, a scream suddenly pierced through his mind. "Ah!" The painful scream came from his daughter. Even if he had a heart of stone, he still turned his gaze over at that moment. At that moment, he saw his daughter's abdomen being pierced by a black sword radiance. Blood flowed out like a fountain. Wanqing. At that moment, he was no longer calm. His eyes were filled with panic. TSK, Yunhe, you old thing. I thought you really had a heart of stone. Is this situation enough to make you lose your sense of propriety? A sinister voice appeared out of nowhere. Along with the voice, a shadow appeared. Black demon ancestor, you dog. Yunhe roared angrily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, Yun-hee, if we're talking about dogs, you're the wild one. Why? Do you feel heartache now? I thought you were really heartless and devoid of humanity. This is far from it. The black demon Venerable coldly smiled, and then slowly pulled the demon shadow sword out of Yun Wanqing's body. Every time the demon shadow sword moved, Yun Wanqing trembled once. The taste of fresh blood is so delicious. The black demon lord dripped a drop of blood from the demon shadow sword and licked it dry with his tongue. He looked at Yun-hee and said with a smile, Yun-hee, do you want your daughter's life? Take the demon dragon's heart and give it to me. The black demon Venerable said indifferently. His tone was filled with pride. He wanted to see what choice Yun-hee would make in such a situation. Black demon lord, I will definitely annihilate your soul. His entire body was trembling, and his anger had reached its peak. Hee, Yun-hee, it's better if you don't say such nonsense. As for now, I'm waiting for the demon dragon's heart. If you can't give it to me, then I'll kill your daughter. He looked coldly at Yun-hee. He had never been merciful to betrayers. Ah! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted. Yun-hee instinctively turned around, and she was shocked to find that her technique was being broken bit by bit at this moment. How is this possible? This change came too suddenly, and even she did not know how to deal with it at this moment. Black Demon Venerable, you actually dared to hurt her. Su Yan's heart was like a burning flame, and he was filled with incomparable anger. How could he not know Yun Wanqing's feelings? However, because of Yun-hee, he could only choose to pretend to be deaf and mute, because he did not want this woman to fall into pain. He asked Yun Wanqing to go to Lu Fei and the giant. On one hand, he hoped that she could save the blood demon giant, but on the other hand, he did not want her to be involved in the battle between him and Yun-hee. Unfortunately, in the end, she was still involved, and even at this moment, she was hurt so much. At this moment, he realized that this woman also had an unshakable position in his heart. Anger triggered the demon dragon's heart. Greed, anger, stupidity, and hatred were the four great taboos of Buddhism, but they were also the source of the demon's power. At this moment, the monstrous hatred suddenly burned, causing the demon chi in the demon dragon's heart to erupt even more violently. Under such a violent power, Su Yan actually broke free from the vine's binding. Under the scouring of the demon chi, the broken dragon wings suddenly reappeared, and then his entire body turned into a stream of light and charged toward the black demon Venerable. His speed was extremely fast, as if he was a god. Even the black demon Venerable's heart trembled at this moment. What a fast speed! At this moment, he immediately wanted to kill Yun Wanqing, but Su Yan had already arrived in front of him and grabbed his wrist. The black demon Venerable was a soul body, but Su Yan directly held him down, making him unable to move. Damn it, how can there be such power? At this moment, he was still unwilling to accept it. Then, even if he was unwilling, what could he do? Su Yan directly pressed his face, and then suddenly roared. This was not the roar of a human at all, but the roar of a giant dragon. The roar immediately made the black demon Venerable feel a little dizzy. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Yan directly grabbed Yun Wanqing, and gently threw Yun Wanqing towards Yun-hee. Save her quickly. Although Yun Wanqing was not dead at this moment, the black demon Venerable naturally would not show mercy when he attacked. Even if she was fine at this moment, she would probably die in a moment. Now, the only one who could save her was Yun-hee. Yun-hee obviously understood this point, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and directly began to use the fog skill. He had always thought that the heaven and earth organizations inherited 10,000 elephant divine skill, which was directly used at this moment. Then, it turned into a mist and enveloped Yun Wanqing. Under the fog skill, Yun Wanqing's wound finally stopped worsening, and her complexion improved slightly. However, although the fog skill was magical, it was ultimately not a miracle medicine that could bring the dead back to life. At this moment, Yun Wanqing was only barely keeping her life. At this moment, Su Yan had already started to wildly attack the Black Demon Venerable. Die, die, die. Su Yan kept growling, and then continuously attacked in the most violent way. Punch after punch landed, and his eyes were burning with a blazing radiance. The Black Demon Venerable tightly protected his entire body. He was secretly resentful. Originally, he had already grasped Yunhe's weakness and could threaten Yunhe. However, he did not expect Su Yan to suddenly go crazy. Even Yunhe's secret technique could not restrain him and let him escape. Moreover, he even rescued Yun Wanqing. At this moment, the anger in his heart could be imagined. This can't go on. However, this kid has obviously been affected by the heart of the demonic dragon and is gradually falling into madness. For me, this is an opportunity. The Black Demon Venerable sneered. His original plan was to possess Su Yan's body. Now was the best time. In his eyes, an obscure light gradually flashed. In his eyes, as the light flickered, a mysterious power was already displayed. The light in his eyes directly pierced Su Yan's soul. Su Yan, are you angry? Do you want to kill me? Then, let my blood completely ignite your anger. Come and kill me. He suddenly shouted coldly. Then, his cold laughter made one's hair stand on end. Hearing such laughter, Su Yan's killing intent boiled even more. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade. In his eyes, there was a little light flickering, as if he was a ghost. Good. Su Yan, let me enter your body and let my will become your master. Everything you have will be for my use. He laughed coldly. Then, his whole figure elongated little by little. Like a terrible light, he began to move toward Su Yan's body. After a while, he turned into a shadow and began to merge with Su Yan's shadow. Damn, it's the shadow demon possession. Yunhe, who was healing her daughter, glanced and immediately saw this scene. He immediately recognized the method that the Black Demon Lord was using. It was his shadow demon possession technique. Once the shadow demon possession technique was used, the Black Demon Lord could quietly merge with the shadow, and then gradually control the main body through the shadow, thus achieving the purpose of possession. If it was under normal circumstances, Su Yan would naturally not be afraid of such a method. However, at this time, the demon dragon's heart had completely erupted. Su Yan's consciousness was being scattered little by little. His entire being only knew how to kill, and his soul's resistance could be said to have dropped to the lowest point. As a result, he could not guard against the Shadow Demon Lord's Shadow Demon Possession technique. Yunhe was naturally not worried about Su Yan's comfort. On the contrary, she was worried about the demon dragon's heart in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan was successfully possessed by the Black Demon Lord, then the demon dragon's heart would belong to the Black Demon Lord. Su Yan was just a rookie in the Radius realm. To him, this was nothing. However, the Black Demon Lord was different. He was a supreme expert in the Venerable realm. The current him was just a remnant soul, and he was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to have this body, then not only would he be able to recover his former cultivation, he would even be able to reach a higher level. Such a Black Demon Venerable was undoubtedly terrifying. Moreover, in this way, all of his thoughts would be cut off at this moment. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let the Black Demon Lord's scheme succeed. Chapter 453. At this moment, Yunhe had let go of everything. His gaze fell straight on the Black Demon Venerable. Then, he pounced on Su Mo. No matter what, he could not let the Black Demon Ancestor succeed in the possession. Damn it, you're crazy. The Black Demon Ancestor had almost completely merged with Su Yan's shadow. If he was given more time, he would be able to completely take over Su Yan's shadow and successfully possess Su Yan's body. However, at this moment, Yunhee went crazy. She threw caution to the wind and took out the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure from the ancient times. It was the most powerful item in the Buddha sword sect to deal with the demonic sect. Once it was taken out, it possessed a terrifying power. Many demonic sect experts who were skilled in the way of the soul had died under the soul-suppressing seal. However, no matter how powerful the soul-suppressing seal was, it was extremely difficult to activate. Unless one was a direct disciple of the Buddha sword sect, it would take at least 10 times, or even 100 times, of spiritual energy to activate it. It was precisely because of this that Yunhee did not take it out at the beginning of the battle. However, at this moment, just as he was about to succeed, Yunhee went crazy. She threw caution to the wind and attacked directly. A powerful force was released instantly. The soul-suppressing seal in her hand was thrown directly at Su Yan's head. At the beginning, the soul-suppressing seal was just a small seal. Later on, the seal grew rapidly. In a flash, it was as big as a mountain. The seal shone brightly. Both Su Yan and the black demon ancestor were enveloped in it. Damn you, Yunhee. I already knew that you would have such a move. However, since I dared to show myself, I naturally have my own methods. The black demon ancestor sneered. He did not panic at all. I am a venerable. Even after 1,000 years, my soul is still extremely powerful. If I am still a soul body, then this soul-suppressing seal can indeed cause great harm to me, but if I completely enter Su Yan's body, I want to see what this soul-suppressing seal can do to me. With that, his soul left Su Yan's shadow and entered Su Yan's body. In an instant, black light flickered around Su Yan's body. This flickering dark light was the soul shadow of the Black Demon Lord. At this moment, he was constantly twisting the power of his soul in an attempt to take Su Yan's life. Damn it! Yunhee shouted angrily. He had expended a huge amount of spiritual energy to activate the soul-suppressing seal, but he did not expect that he would still be unable to do anything to the Black Demon Lord. At this point, it was already too late for him to use any other means. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. He was like a gambler who had lost everything. His eyes were filled with madness. With this crazy belief, he did not hesitate to overdraw his spiritual energy to activate the power of the soul-suppressing seal. Humph, Yunhee, I thought that you would be a first-rate genius since you could make such a plan. I did not expect that you would be so stupid at this time. I have already told you clearly, but you still want to waste your energy. You are simply stupid. He smiled coldly. However, at this time, Yunhee suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Black Demon Lord, you said that I am stupid? However, I think that you are the one who is stupid. Yunhee stopped laughing and continued, Black Demon Lord, you old dog, if you could really ignore the soul-suppressing seal, would you say so much nonsense? If I'm not wrong, even if the soul-subduing seal can't cause fatal damage to you, it will definitely have a huge impact on your current actions. And now, you actually need to use words to provoke me. From this, it can be seen that you're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Against someone like you, what do I have to fear? With a sneer, Yunhee did not care about anything else. He directly activated his power. He wanted to kill his opponent completely. The Black Demon Lord was speechless for a moment. He could only curse in his heart. This was because Yunhee's guess was not wrong. Just as Yunhee had guessed, he did not have much energy left at this moment. Using the Shadow Demon's possession required a large amount of energy. Moreover, although he had successfully entered Su Yan's body, he unexpectedly found that taking over Su Yan's body was far more difficult than he had imagined. At this moment, the soul-suppressing seal's continued influence would bring him a lot of trouble. However, at this moment, he was completely helpless. Now, his only chance of victory was to directly wipe out Su Yan's soul in the shortest amount of time and then successfully possess him. It was just that wanting to successfully possess Su Yan, how could it be such a simple matter? It was only when he entered Su Yan's body that he was shocked to find that Su Yan's soul was unexpectedly strong. His soul was gradually swallowed into the mysterious sea of consciousness. Above the pitch-black sea of consciousness, countless waves suddenly appeared. And Su Yan's soul stood quietly above it. Su Yan. The Black Demon Lord frowned because he did not dare to believe the reality before his eyes. Above the sea of consciousness, Su Yan appeared to be so quiet. He looked at the Black Demon Lord so quietly. In his eyes, there was actually a trace of mercy. Such a gaze made the Black Demon Lord particularly angry. Because of this, he felt as if he was looking at the group of people from the Buddha sword sect. Laughable and pathetic fake mercy. He laughed coldly. Then, his entire body began to release an extremely frightening light. This light gradually condensed and finally turned into his demonic shadow sword. This place was in the sea of consciousness, and yet he was able to bring the demonic shadow sword here. It was obvious that the demonic shadow sword was also a first-class supreme divine weapon. Su Yan, I can spare your life and even give you a great opportunity, but you can't resist me at this moment. Otherwise, you will be killed directly, he said coldly. However, just as he finished speaking, he found that a blood-red light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Then, two shadows gradually emerged from Su Yan's eyes. At first, the two shadows were very blurry, but in the end, they became clear. They were actually two true dragons. Dragon soul, how is this possible? There's actually a dragon soul hidden in your sea of consciousness. The Black Demon Lord took a step back. His eyes flashed with an incredulous light. Even if the demonic dragon's heart still existed, the great demonic dragon's dragon soul could not continue to exist. In this world, the dragon soul of a true dragon was extremely rare. However, at this moment, the dragon soul of a true dragon existed. If the Black Demon Lord had absolute confidence in his possession before, then at this moment, his heart was trembling. He felt that the possession this time might not be so smooth. Just as he was hesitating, Su Yan had already waved the dragon soul and charged at him. Black Demon Lord, you are also a powerhouse of the demonic sect. There's no need to say such nonsense. This kind of nonsense is meaningless. Su Yan's voice came from all directions in the sea of consciousness. This was his sea of consciousness. In this sea of consciousness, he was God. At this moment, the Black Demon Lord had no choice but to fight. He snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand suddenly drew a gloomy light. The light was dazzling, and killing intent suddenly rose. The two dragons suddenly descended. However, under this sword, they retreated. He, so it's just two broken dragons. I was wondering how a person like you could be favored by a true dragon. Since that's the case, everything is clear. He sneered in his heart. In the beginning, he was still fearful. If the true dragon was here, all of his efforts would have been for naught. However, now that he knew that it was just two broken dragon souls, he immediately threw away this concern. He was even a little surprised. This was because to him, this was a big gift. Once he succeeded in his possession, all of this would belong to him. However, just as he was secretly delighted, he suddenly realized that there were a few strands of golden light descending in his sea of consciousness. He immediately knew that the golden light was that damned Yunhe activating the soul-suppressing seal. What he was worried about had happened. The soul-suppressing seal would really affect him. Moreover, he knew that as time passed, the soul-suppressing seal's influence would only become stronger. Demonic Shadow Soul Devourer, Su Yan, die for me. He no longer had any hesitation. His entire person directly turned into a cold light and pounced towards Su Yan. As he flew, his soul body also began to change. In the end, it almost turned into a large net. What he wanted to do was very simple. That was to directly devour Su Yan. He wanted to completely make Su Yan his prisoner. At this moment, a bright light suddenly burst out in Su Yan's eyes. He suddenly shouted, 10,000 swords in the sea, heaven phase sword intent, create sphere. In an instant, countless spiritual swords appeared around him. Above his head, there was a dazzling sword hanging high in the air. On the sword blade, a golden light was released, like a bright scorching sun. The scorching sun hung high, and there was no light in the world. The power of sphere was directly formed in an instant. You want to stop my soul devourer with a mere power of sphere? Wishful thinking. His voice exploded again, and he was already in front of Su Yan. The black demon Venerable's soul power turned into silk threads and directly attacked Su Yan's body. All of the power slowly bound Su Yan. As he sneered, the soul devourer finally began. At this moment, Su Yan was sometimes in ice, as if he was going to be frozen in an instant. At other times, he was in an endless sea of fire. It was extremely hot, and the fire was burning. Chapter 454. After coming to this world, life and death were nothing out of the ordinary. Many times, Su Yan had escaped death by the skin of his teeth. However, all of this was definitely the most thrilling battle he had ever encountered in his life. At this moment, the Black Demon Supremacy's soul threads had already drawn him in. All of the threads entangled and bound him, making him unable to move. Su Yan understood in his heart that if he was slightly injured at this moment, he would be consigned to eternal damnation and fall directly into the abyss of hell. Struggling will only make you more painful. The Black Demon Supremacy's voice sounded. It was obviously a very hateful voice, but at this moment, it had a different kind of charm power. It was as if everything he said was true, and as long as one listened to his words, the pain would dissipate. However, Su Yan was very clear in his heart. At this moment, he already had no way to go, so how could he continue like this? The corners of his mouth twitched, and his eyes flickered with hatred. Under his control, the two dragons appeared again and directly tore at the Black Demon Supremacy. However, the Black Demon Supremacy smiled faintly, and the Demon Shadow Sword automatically flew out and directly attacked the two dragons. The Demon Shadow Sword actually blocked the power of the two dragons. I have already said that a mere remnant dragon is not my opponent at all. However, since you are still asking for trouble, I will let you suffer all of the sufferings of the world before you die. He shouted directly, and then the power of his entire body twisted. The soul threads became even more vicious at this moment. Threads began to be embedded into Su Yan's soul, and Su Yan's body was beginning to be divided by the soul threads bit by bit. If this continued, there was no doubt that Su Yan would die without a doubt. However, at this moment, no matter what, Su Yan was unwilling to stretch his neck to be killed. After all, he was unwilling to give up his destiny like this. Supreme True Spirit, Sword Chi Condensation Sea, One Sword Fish Dragon, One Sword Heaven and Earth. Su Yan used the last of his willpower to recite the true text of the Supreme Sword Classic. The true text was the language of Earth. No matter how vast the Black Demon Supremacy's knowledge was, it was impossible for him to know a thing or two about it. He only heard an obscure voice intermittently coming from Su Yan's soul, and then he sneered, "Is this the eulogy you prepared for yourself? From the looks of it, you're in extreme pain right now. I've already advised you to cooperate with me so that you won't suffer any more pain. Could it be that you're still going to stubbornly resist at this moment? I promise you, if you give up resisting now, I will still keep your soul." The Black Demon Lord roared again. At this time, the light of the soul-suppressing seal was getting brighter and brighter. It was obvious that the madwoman Yun He was desperately urging this power to affect him with the light of the soul-suppressing seal. It was fine now, but after a while, this power would become stronger and stronger. At that time, the soul-suppressing seal's influence on him would become greater and greater. At that time, Su Yan would have the opportunity to break free from his suppression. Because of this, he seized the opportunity to suppress Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan had no intention of giving up at this moment. His willpower had already been raised to the limit. The recitation of the regal sword mantra became faster and faster. At the end, it was like flowing light and water, constantly urging it, causing his eyes to change. The regal heart, the noble heart, unruffled. At the end, golden words actually appeared around Su Yan's body. The black demon supremacy was fully urging his soul to devour it when he suddenly realized that there were strange changes around Su Yan and him. The words flickered faintly, and there was a kind of grand and majestic aura vaguely. He was somewhat familiar with this kind of aura, but more than that, he was unfamiliar with it. What is this? Is this a unique treasure of the Stupa sect? No, that's impossible. The black demon supremacy immediately rejected this idea. The Stupa sword sect cultivated the Stupa intent and condensed the Stupa sword. Therefore, they were also known as the Stupa sect. However, he had never seen such a thing when he had fought against the Stupa sword sect. Furthermore, the aura within it was only slightly similar, but the rest was completely different. It was also because of this that he absolutely did not believe what he was seeing. Then, while he was still in shock, the golden words suddenly started to burn with little sparks. As the sparks burned, he started to feel a chill in his heart. There were a total of 28 golden words. When they all burned, they actually turned into the shape of a sword. This sword's appearance was exactly the same as the sky manifestation sword above Su Yan's head. When this sword appeared, it immediately caused countless explosions. Su Yan's body shook, and his entire soul started to glow. At this moment, he had already resonated with the sword from afar, forming a cycle. The cycle vibrated, and it had the unfathomable majesty of heaven's will. This sudden turn of events made this person feel a deep sense of crisis. Demonic shadow disintegration, demonic soul ignition. As he roared, the aura of his soul suddenly expanded. By using the demonic shadow disintegration, I'm releasing all the energy that I've accumulated since I woke up. In this way, I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. However, at this point, I no longer have a way out. As long as I can occupy this body, I can immediately reverse the situation. With the various mysterious powers in this body, not only will I be able to recover all my strength, but I'll also definitely be able to improve further. When he thought about the beautiful future, everything was no longer important. He threw away all his worries, and then he threw caution to the wind. However, what happened next would definitely become his nightmare. He burned his demonic soul, causing his strength to become even stronger. However, such a powerful force was blocked outside. Gradually, a scorching heat was transmitted from the soul thread. The scorching heat was not obvious at first, but in the end, it began to rise like boiling water. This power was simply terrifying. Impossible. All the shock turned into 3 words in the end, and that was impossible. Yes, at this very moment, he was unwilling to believe that all the efforts he had put in after cutting off his means of retreat had actually been blocked. After the mysterious words burned, the sword light became stronger and stronger. In the end, the light had filled the entire knowledge sea. The knowledge sea was originally deep and dark. This was an ancient law, and everyone's knowledge sea should be like this. However, at this moment, Su Yan's knowledge sea had become bright, as if it was daytime with the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. At this moment, the entire knowledge sea began to burn. For the black demon venerable, this was an extremely painful thing. He only felt that his entire body was about to melt at this moment. If this continued, he would definitely die here. When it rains, it pours. Just as he was beginning to feel unbearable pain, the light of the soul-suppressing seal suddenly poured into him. The Buddha's golden light fell on his body, making his soul feel as if it was boiling. Ah! At this moment, he let out a sharp and crazy roar. At this moment, he was an evil spirit that was about to be destroyed. No, I won't accept this. He struggled wildly, and the soul threads were torn apart one by one. Everything was heading towards nothingness at this moment, and even his soul was the same. Black Demon Venerable, you've trapped yourself in a trap of your own making. At this moment, Su Yan's aura suddenly became stronger. He clenched his hand, and the celestial phase sword that appeared in the knowledge sea fell into his hand. Su Yan turned his hand, and the soul threads that were still connected to the knowledge sea were completely cut off. At this moment, the celestial phase sword was filled with sword light, and all the exalted flames rushed into the celestial phase sword. Su Yan smiled gently, then said indifferently, "Is this the sword soul?" The exalted sword mantra was a supreme sword mantra, and the most special one was the sword soul. Condensing the exalted sword soul was the true beginning. This sword soul was equivalent to the golden core of the cultivators in the legends of his previous life. It was the foundation of everything. At the beginning, Su Yan thought that it was just a lie, but he didn't expect it to be true. Today, he was facing a desperate situation, but he didn't expect that not only did he escape death, but he also benefited from the disaster and condensed the exalted sword soul. Once this sword soul appeared, it meant that his sword Dao would reach a new height, and his combat strength would increase. His eyes were already filled with radiance. Even the two dragon souls that were suppressed by the demonic shadow sword earlier benefited from this. Their entire dragon bodies began to swallow and emit light, and then suddenly rose into the sky. A powerful force appeared at this moment. The two dragon souls were immediately shaken. Then, they opened their dragon mouths and bit the two ends of the demonic shadow sword. With a strong pull, they directly tore the demonic shadow sword apart and swallowed it. The demonic shadow sword was the Black Demon Venerable's sword, and he had carefully refined it. At this moment, he had reincarnated from the ancient seal. Everything had been thrown away, and only the demonic shadow sword was left. This was because the demonic shadow sword had become a part of his soul. At this moment, the demonic shadow sword was directly eaten by the two dragons. To him, it was one disaster after another. The Black Demon Venerable's expression was already dispirited, to the point where he was about to die. Su Yan's celestial phase sword fell, and finally sighed, "Die." These two simple words were the final judgment. Everything was going to end at this moment. The obsession of thousands of years was directly cut off by Su Yan today. The sword soul slashed past, and the Black Demon Venerable's soul began to turn into nothingness, gradually dissipating step by step. Chapter 455. A dignified demon honorable, such a powerful figure, was reduced to such a state before his death. In the end, everything came to an end. However, this was Su Yan's sea of consciousness after all. The demon honorable's soul had invaded but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. Instead, he was killed by Su Yan. His soul could not escape and became Su Yan's nourishment. One day, Su Yan would be able to refine his soul completely. Then, his strength would naturally increase greatly. Moreover, he would gradually learn the knowledge that the Black Demon Honorable possessed. This was the so-called, one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Senior Medicine King, you saved my life back then. Today, I have killed the Black Demon Honorable. This can be considered as revenge for you. Su Yan sighed in his heart. Of course, this was not the end. Su Yan looked at the light entering his sea of soul and suddenly reached out his hand. The Buddha sword that was originally hidden in space suddenly made a clanging sound. The Buddha sword was the guide that Su Yan used to enter the Buddha pagoda back then. Originally, he thought that this sword was only used for guidance. However, when he fought against the White Bone Demon Honorable previously, this sword exploded with a vast divine light and saved Su Yan's life. If not for this sword, Su Yan would not have been able to survive that stage. After all, the two pieces of the heavenly demon finger bone were truly terrifying. At this moment, the golden light in his sea of consciousness was constantly flashing. Su Yan clearly knew that this golden light was the light of the soul-subduing seal. Although he did not know the details of the soul-subduing seal, when the golden light descended, the Buddha sword sensed it. He also knew that this treasure was related to the Buddha sect. Yunhe, oh Yunhe, this treasure is just a waste in your hands. Moreover, I am the successor of the Buddha sect. This treasure should be returned to its rightful owner. Su Yan smiled gently. Although he felt that his words were a little shameless, he naturally would not give this treasure away just because of this psychological burden. After all, Yunhe was still his enemy, and she wanted to strip the heart of the demon dragon from his body. At this time, the demon dragon's heart had already embedded itself into his body and was connected to the blood-red light. The two hearts were beating in perfect harmony. He couldn't guarantee that he would be safe and sound after the demon dragon's heart was dug out. If Yunhe didn't forget, they would still be enemies in the end. Leaving such a treasure to him was the same as helping the enemy. At this time, Su Yan's cultivation had reached the power of 2 mountains, making him even more powerful. Even though he was still unable to contend against Yunhe, a super-strong fighter in the dragon realm, he was confident that he had already surpassed Lei Wanjun and the others. Activating the Buddha's sword, it began to hum softly. Outside the sea of consciousness. Yunhe was still activating the soul-suppressing seal, but at this moment, he was not sure whether the Black Demon Venerable had succeeded in seizing the body. However, according to his estimation, the Black Demon Lord was already in big trouble. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Yunhe's heart skipped a beat, and he was ready to fight. Unexpectedly, Su Yan waved his hand gently, and the soul-suppressing seal in his hand was no longer under his control and floated toward Su Yan. This is my soul-suppressing seal. He was shocked and furious. At this moment, he could no longer control himself, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan grabbed the soul-suppressing seal and placed it into the space. His gaze swept across the other party's body, and he said, "Senior Yunhe, you should know that this soul-suppressing seal originally belonged to my Buddha's sect. Today, it's in my hands, and it's returned to its rightful owner. Where's the Black Demon Venerable? He's dead?" Yunhe looked at Su Yan, his face full of shock. He had activated the soul-suppressing seal with all his strength, but he never thought that he would be able to kill the powerful Black Demon Venerable. That was because he knew how powerful the Black Demon Venerable was. All these years, half of the credit for him being able to enter the dragon realm was due to the Black Demon Venerable. Because of that, he was more familiar with the Black Demon Venerable. He deeply understood how powerful the Black Demon Venerable was. As a venerable, it was a realm that even he yearned for but could not reach. According to his prediction, the best outcome would be for the Black Demon Venerable to fail in his possession, and then he would be forced to leave Su Yan's body. Once that happened, he would have the chance to severely injure the Black Demon Venerable and consign him to eternal damnation. However, at this moment, Su Yan calmly appeared, and the Black Demon Venerable's soul did not float out. There was only one possibility for such a result, and that was that Su Yan had completely killed the Black Demon Venerable in his sea of consciousness. Impossible, the Black Demon Venerable is a demon venerable, how could you? Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. After Su Yan entered the Divine Dragon's abyss, although he did not know many things, at the very least, he saw Su Yan kill the White Bone Demon Venerable and walk to the Demon Dragon King's throne. If Su Yan could kill the White Bone Demon Venerable, why couldn't he kill the Black Demon Venerable as well? Senior Yunhe, even if you are a Dragon Realm expert, how much strength do you have left? If you still covet my heart and want to dig it out, why don't we fight again? After Su Yan received the soul-suppressing seal, he took a step forward. A powerful aura surged, causing Yunhe, an expert, to frown. How could he not feel that the current Su Yan was much stronger than before? Of course, this did not refer to his demonic dragon state, but to his own realm. The 2 mountains of circumference. He frowned, but in the end, he still said these words. Su Yan's improvement was too fast. Before entering the Divine Dragon's abyss, he was only in the spiritual sea realm, and only at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. In a short span of 10 days, he had already crossed the spiritual sea realm and achieved circumference realm. After this fight, he had even stepped into circumference 2 mountains from circumference realm. This kind of cultivation improvement was simply monstrous. In this world, there was no existence that could be compared to him. He was a real monster. That's right, thanks to you and the Black Demon Venerable, my cultivation improved unknowingly during the fight. Now, I'm already at circumference 2 mountains. Compared to the previous generation at their peak, I'm naturally far away. However, at this moment, I still have the confidence to fight with you. He waved his hand lightly and said, "Sword, come." As he said these 2 words, the scorching sun sword suddenly appeared. The crimson blade shone with a dazzling light. Yunhe looked at the current Su Yan, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had calculated everything, thinking that he could kill Su Yan and seize the dragon's heart in one fell swoop. However, reality was always cruel and unforeseen. At this moment, not only did he not achieve his goal, even the soul-suppressing seal was taken away by Su Yan. He was also heavily injured. He was furious, but after some consideration, he finally decided to give up. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not help but feel a little sad. How many years had he planned? 20 years? 30 years? No, it was definitely more than that. Even he himself could not remember how many years it had been. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this kind of pursuit was a dream. However, after waking up from his dream today, everything ultimately failed. However, reality was reality. Whether he could accept it was another matter altogether. At this moment, Su Yan spoke again, "Senior Yunhe, you are Wanqing's father and the leader of the Yunqian alliance. I don't know what you want to pursue. Perhaps it's power or authority. However, in terms of power, you are a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Not to mention the 5 counties, I'm afraid that in the entire Qian territory, your cultivation is already above others. In terms of authority, you are already the leader of the Yunqian alliance. Everyone in the righteous faction will follow your lead. Junior, may I ask, what do you want to pursue?" Yunhe looked at Su Yan and remained silent. At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. "As for whether it's the Black Cloud sect or the Heaven and Earth organization, Senior, can't you see clearly? The Heaven and Earth organization is also your sect. The Black Cloud sect is only a sect from 8,000 years ago. It has already become history and can't even be considered a memory. You want to bitterly persist for an existence that can't even be considered a memory. To put it nicely, this is obsession and insanity. To put it bluntly, this is unparalleled stupidity." Su Yan's body flashed, and at this moment, he was already beside Yun Wanqing. "Look, the one lying here is your daughter, your own flesh and blood. Because of your insistence on nothingness, she has already fallen to such a state. Could it be that you still want her to continue suffering?" Su Yan asked once again. Previously, Yunhe's expression was calm. However, when he mentioned Yun Wanqing, his expression changed. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. A father could not bear to part with his own daughter. "Su Yan, there are many things that you don't know. Let me think about it. As for Wanqing, her life is no longer in danger, but she still needs to be nursed back to health," Yunhe said. At this moment, his voice was filled with endless emotions, as if his soul had left his body. This was an unforeseen event where one's faith was completely destroyed. It was simply unimaginable for ordinary people. At this moment, he could only be described with 4 words, which was that he had lost his soul. Finally, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the divine dragon's abyss. Su Yan watched as Yunhe retreated but did not stop him. At this moment, Yunhe could be considered miserable. However, when he thought about it carefully, although this time he had experienced great danger, he still won in the end. The power in his body dissipated and the demonic dragon's heart had also calmed down. If he did not feel it carefully, he would not be able to tell that there were actually two hearts beating at the same time in his body at this moment. Moreover, the benefits brought about by the demonic dragon's heart were also obvious. In the previous battle, he had suffered such serious injuries. However, at this moment, all of his injuries had been completely healed. Such a change was simply unimaginable. Everything was just a fleeting dream in the end. Su Yan held Yun Wanqing in his arms. Chapter 456. Su Yan hugged Yun Wanqing tightly. As if feeling the warmth of his embrace, Yun Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. Previously, the Black Demon Venerable had been too ruthless. Although Yun He had used the fog technique, her eyes were still very lifeless, as if they were about to dissipate. Su Yan. Where's my father? Yun Wanqing asked softly. At this moment, her heart was filled with worry. Even asking this question took her a lot of courage. Su Yan gently stroked her cheek, then said with a smile, Wanqing, you don't have to worry. Your father is fine. He's just a little disappointed in his heart, so he left. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, he's not a devoid of humanity. You were seriously injured by the Black Demon Venerable's sneak attack and almost lost your life. It was only because he stepped in that your injuries were stabilized. Hearing Su Yan's words, Yun Wanqing's eyes lit up. However, in the end, it was still a heavy sigh. Su Yan knew that many things could not be let go just like that. However, the situation had not reached the worst point, so there was always a chance to save it. Wanqing, don't worry. Your father entrusted you to me, so I'll take good care of you, Su Yan said softly again. Perhaps it was because Su Yan's embrace was warm, or perhaps it was because his smile was very bright, but after hearing this, Yun Wanqing's face flushed slightly. She was really indescribably beautiful. She did not know what to say, so she just softly said, let's go and meet up with Lu Fei and Dong Qinghao first. As for the rest, leave it to me. Su Yan carried Yun Wanqing horizontally, then changed to the sword dragon and flew out. This kind of demonic land existed because of the demonic dragon's heart. At this time, the demonic dragon's heart had already entered Su Yan's body. Without the support of the huge amount of demonic qi, all kinds of mystical places collapsed and began to dissipate. The black floating monsters that should have been fatal also disappeared. Su Yan carried Yun Wanqing in his arms, rode the sword dragon, and soon left the demonic land. After leaving the demonic land, he saw Lu Fei and Dong Qinghao outside the demonic land. At this time, the blood giant was leaning on the edge of the cliff. As for Lu and Dong Qinghao, both of them were leaning on the side. They seemed to be so bored that they were looking at the sky. Lsu Yan's arrival naturally alarmed them. When Lu Fei saw Su Yan's arrival, his eyes immediately lit up. Then, he showed his signature smile and said in a hoarse voice, See, I told you. Su Yan is very crafty. Nothing can stop him. Moreover, he even carried the daughter of the Alliance Master. Dong Qinghao also smiled faintly at this time, and then said to Lu Fei, I really admire him. It was unknown whether he admired Lu Fei's godlike foresight or Su Yan's ability. Listening to the two of them singing the same tune, Su Yan did not feel anything, but Yun Wanqing in his arms was already blushing. She only quietly looked at Su Yan with hidden bitterness, but did not say anything. Lu Fei, you pervert, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Fei descended from the sword dragon, but did not let go of Yun Wanqing. He first scolded Lu Fei. However, Lu Fei's face was incomparably thick. How could he take his words to heart? Su Yan could only smile helplessly. Su Yan, what exactly happened inside? In the end, Dong Qinghao was more reliable and no longer joked with Su Yan. This time, he was possessed by the White Bone Demon Venerable. It was really dangerous. He was almost consigned to eternal damnation and his soul was scattered. It was Su Yan who snatched him back. This kindness, Dong Chenghao had secretly vowed to always remember it in his heart. Hearing Dong Chenghao's words, Lu Fei no longer made a fuss and calmed down. Su Yan sighed in his heart, and then told the two of them everything. The battle was so dangerous and terrifying that even though the two of them heard about it, they were already very scared. Moreover, Su Yan had personally experienced it. Then what should we do now? Dong Chenghao asked. Naturally, we should leave the Divine Dragon's abyss first. However, regarding Yun He, we'll just say that Senior Yun fought with the Black Demon Venerable and went missing. Su Yan directly instructed. Hearing this, Yun Wanqing was even more touched. She naturally understood why Su Yan did this. Lu Fei and Dong Chenghao were not stupid either. They then nodded and said, "Don't worry, we know what to do." Everything had been explained, so the next step was to prepare to leave this place. However, all in all, although the four of them entered the Divine Dragon's abyss and went through a life and death test, their gains were not small. Needless to say, Su Yan naturally, Lu Fei had also reached the circumference realm at this time. He had gradually begun to absorb the power of the heart of the blood-sucking scourge beast king. The power that he could absorb now was still very weak, but as time passed, he would become more and more powerful. However, he still had some hidden dangers. After all, the blood-sucking scourge beast king was not destroyed, but only temporarily hidden. As his cultivation increased, the soul of the blood-sucking scourge beast king was also constantly improving. The further it went, the more so it was. Lu Fei and the blood-sucking scourge beast king were in a competitive relationship. If Lu Fei's power was stronger than the blood-sucking scourge beast king, it would naturally be the best. However, if it was not, then he would be directly devoured by the blood-sucking scourge beast king. In the end, life and death would disappear, and everything would vanish like smoke. How terrifying was such a price? At this time, Lu Fei naturally knew this, but he did not care at all, as if the person whose life was in danger was not himself. As for Dong Chenghao, he had experienced 4 stages. Although he did not reach the circumference realm, his cultivation had already been pushed to the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. In time, he would definitely be able to break through everything and reach the circumference realm. After resting for a while and recovering some strength, they began to leave the Divine Dragon's abyss. Outside the Heaven and Earth organization, Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword both frowned and looked ahead solemnly. Su Yan and the others had already been in the Divine Dragon's abyss for more than half a month. That was fine, but Yun He had also disappeared. This confirmed Lei Wanjun's guess even more. Damn it, I already told Su Yan to be careful. Why did he still enter this Divine Dragon's abyss? He was worried. Back then, he taught Su Yan the sect's 10,000 elephant divine skill, Divine Thunder technique, in hopes that Su Yan would be able to grow. However, now it seemed that Su Yan had already been harmed by that old thing Yun He. More importantly, the Devil's Sect was already pressing in. If it were not for the Heaven and Earth Organization's Thousand Cloud Universe Great Array that had been activated, the Devil's Sect's people would have already invaded. At this moment, Lei Wanjun would not believe that Yun He did not collude with the Devil's Sect. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? However, he was at his wit's end. This was because the Dragon Realm elite of the Devil's Sect was outside the Great Array. Without Yun He's existence, it was impossible for so many people to be a match for the Dragon Realm elite. Even if he joined forces with Sage Heaven Sword and some other elites, it was impossible. Sage Heaven Sword, tell me, what should we do now? Lei Wanjun paced back and forth a few more steps. In the end, he still could not think of a good way out, so he asked. Sage Heaven Sword frowned and said, "What should we do? What else can we do? The only thing we can do now is to recuperate. When that old demon breaks through the Thousand Cloud Universe Great Array, we will fight to the death." Taoist Heaven Sword said firmly. Lei Wanjun was stunned for a moment, then he finally sighed. Although he knew that this was practically a dead end, in reality, there was indeed no better way than this. He could not surrender to the devil's sect, right? He, Lei Wanjun, would never do such a thing. Since he could not do it, he could only fight to the death. However, he thought about it again and said, then what about Su Yan and the rest? Lei Wanjun, Su Yan is a disciple of the burial sword tomb. Do you think I am not worried? However, this divine dragon's abyss is the sacred ground of the heaven and earth organization. If you trespass, not to mention whether the thousands of disciples of the heaven and earth organization will fight you to the death, just this layer of restriction alone is something you will not be able to break through. Am I wrong? Sage Heaven Sword said directly. But Yun he has already betrayed us. He is a lackey of the devil's sect. Lei Wanjun was unwilling to give up and said directly. Where is the evidence? Yun he is not only the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, but he is also the alliance leader of the Qian Cloud Alliance. He is the leader of the righteous path. How many people will believe you when you say that he has betrayed us? Even your position as the great vanguard was given to you by him. Who do you think will believe you? Sage Heaven Sword said again. Every word of his left Lei Wanjun speechless. Although he was still angry, he knew that what Sage Heaven Sword said was the truth. In terms of fighting, he might not be inferior to Sage Heaven Sword, but in other aspects, he was far inferior to Sage Heaven Sword. At this moment, a violent tremor suddenly came. Damn it! Could it be the Thousand Cloud Universe Great Array? Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven Sword raised their heads at the same time. Sure enough, not long after, a frightened voice came, not good. Great Vanguard, the 100 Beasts old demon from the Black Fiend Alliance is attacking the Great Array again. I'm afraid the Great Array won't last much longer. Sage Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun looked at each other. Sage Heaven Sword said, tell everyone to get ready. We are going to kill our way out. The Thousand Cloud Universe Great Array was their last resort. It must not be broken. At this moment, the 100 Beasts old demon had attacked again and started to threaten the safety of the Great Array. Once the Great Array was broken, the Heaven and Earth organization would definitely be annihilated. Chapter 457. Boom! This despairing sound echoed throughout the entire Heaven and Earth organization. Everyone who heard this loud noise felt their hearts sink. Because they knew what this meant. The Heaven and Earth organization's Thousand Cloud Universe formation was broken. At this moment, even Venerable Sky Sword's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Originally, he had wanted to protect this great formation, but he didn't expect that the great formation would break so quickly. This unforeseen event caused his face to darken. Lei Wanjun, let's go. At this moment, he turned into a ray of light and shot out of the Heaven and Earth organization. The Heaven and Earth organization's formation is only so. Hee, where's that old thing Yunhee? Tell him to come out and fight with me. Will that old tortoise be the same as the last time and not dare to come out and fight? Hee, you're the alliance leader now. That's not too good, right? In front of the Heaven and Earth organization's formation, there was an elder standing in the air. Under his gaze, the thousands of people in the Heaven and Earth organization did not dare to say a word. Even the powerhouses at the area boundary at the very front were on high alert. Their bodies were even trembling slightly. This was the might of a Dragon Realm powerhouse. In Venerable Guo Yan's words, the Square Circle Realm was the true beginning of cultivation, and the Dragon Realm was the transformation of life form. Dragons were the supreme beings between heaven and earth. In this world, as long as one was related to the word dragon, then one was definitely a powerhouse. This realm was called the Dragon Realm because it meant that a human's life form could become as perfect as a dragon's. Not only did they have terrifying strength, but they also had terrifying life forms. The most direct point was the dragon aura. The true dragon was free and dignified. When this dignified aura was released, lower-level beings would not even be able to stand, and could only kneel and beg for mercy. Even the stronger existences would be suppressed by the dragon aura during battle, and they would not be able to use 90% of their strength. The few Radius Realm powerhouses before them were naturally powerful, but they immediately felt their hearts soften in the face of the 100 Beasts Old Demon. At this moment, what they were thinking about was not how they could win, but how they could barely resist, or even whether they needed to escape. 100 Beasts Old Demon, how dare you attack the Heaven and Earth organization? Aren't you afraid that Alliance leader Yun He will directly cripple you? At this moment, Daoist Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun finally arrived. Lei Wanjun's cultivation method was powerful, and his body had a masculine aura. As for Reverend Heavenly Sword, his entire body was filled with intense sword intent. The appearance of the two of them slightly suppressed the 100 Beasts Old Demon's arrogance. However, the old monster didn't care at all. He smiled faintly and said, "Tianjian, Lei Wanjun, the two of you aren't qualified to talk to me. Hehe, it's not that this old man is looking down on you, but if Yunhe doesn't come out, it won't be hard for this old man to wipe out the two of you." The 100 Beasts Old Demon looked at the two of them and said with a faint smile, "As for using the tiger's skin, there's no need to use it in front of me because it's completely useless." The brilliance in his eyes made people feel very uneasy. Lei Wanjun's heart sank, and he thought to himself, as expected, this old dog seems to know something. Hehe, this old man can't be bothered to say more to the two of you. Surrender and join the Black Fiend Alliance. This old man can make the decision to let you become the backbone of the Black Fiend Alliance, he said directly. Such a condescending attitude made Lei Wanjun feel like he was about to explode. However, even if he was angry at this moment, what could he do? The old monster's strength was above his, and he had no reason to refute the old monster's words. Hehe, this old man knows that you're unwilling to accept this, but your unwillingness is meaningless. This old man is now waiting for you to say whether you want to surrender or die. The 100 Beasts Old Demon's mouth twitched slightly, and his goatee moved with the wind. This ice-cold gaze caused everyone to feel fear in their hearts. This gaze not only fell on the faces of Spiritual Master Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun, but also on the hearts of the thousands of people from the Heaven and Earth organization. Hehe, 100 Beasts Old Demon, do you really think that you're invincible and want us to surrender? Humph, come and kill us if you can. If you don't even think about speaking. Lei Wanjun could no longer contain his anger. At this moment, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword did not say anything. However, his long sword had already been unsheathed. The bright blade shone with the scorching sun in the sky. It was clearly noon, and the leaping murderous aura caused the surroundings to be covered in autumn frost. Very well, it seems that the two of you have chosen to die. Then, what about the rest of you? The 100 Beasts Old Demon shifted his gaze to the other 5 area boundary powerhouses. When the 5 area boundary powerhouses met the 100 Beasts Old Demon's gaze, their eyes immediately flickered. One of them suddenly sighed and said, "Senior 100 Beasts, since you're strolling leisurely, you must know the whereabouts of the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance. Please don't be stingy and tell us." This person was an elder of the Profound Wind Sect, an area boundary powerhouse. At this moment, when he spoke, everyone's expression changed. Although no one spoke for the past few days, the news of Yunhe's disappearance had quietly spread. The reason why the Heavenly Cloud Alliance was able to contend against the Black Fiend Alliance was because of Yunhe. At this moment, if Yunhe was missing, then everything would become a mirage. The fact that this elder of the Profound Wind Sect asked at this moment meant that everyone knew what it meant. He, you're quite smart, old man. Since you want to know the answer, then this old man will tell you. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, Yunhe, is a slave of the Black Fiend Alliance. Therefore, how could he help you get through this calamity at this time? The 100 Beasts Old Demon circulated his spiritual energy, causing his voice to spread continuously. His voice floated in the air, which was simply breathtaking. What was more important was the words he said. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, Yunhe, is a slave of the Black Fiend Alliance. When this was said, everyone was shocked. How was this possible? If not, why is your Alliance Master still so timid and unwilling to appear? If not, why was he in seclusion the last time this old man came to kill him? Only a bunch of idiots like you would treat a slave as the leader of the Alliance. No one was willing to believe this fact. However, his words were so ruthless and cold that it struck everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. This was such a cruel and terrifying fact. No one was willing to accept this result, but the reality was so cruel. Because what the 100 Beasts old demon said was the truth of what had happened in the past. Even the people of the Heaven and Earth organization could not stand up to refute him. Fear and panic filled the air in an instant. Everyone's hearts were in chaos. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword instantly frowned. This 100 Beasts old demon was really scheming. He clearly had the power to crush everyone, but he did not make a move. Instead, he attacked their hearts. The most lamentable thing was that what he said was very likely to be true. Their hearts were trembling, not only from fear, but also from an indescribable pain. To the Qian Yun Alliance, the Alliance Master was their sky. If what he said was true, wouldn't that mean that their sky had collapsed? If even the sky collapsed, then what was the point of all this? At this moment, a sword light suddenly shot out from the depths of the Heaven and Earth organization. This sword light was so fast that it was simply unimaginable. In just an instant, it had arrived in front of everyone. In a trance, this was no longer a sword light, but a real ichthyosaur. The ichthyosaur soared into the sky and charged toward the 100 Beasts old demon. The 100 Beasts old demon was stunned, and he immediately looked angry. At this moment, he had already grasped the thoughts of the thousands of people here, but he did not expect such a sword light to suddenly fly toward him. He snorted angrily, then suddenly punched out in a circle. The moment he punched out, the faint roar of a ferocious beast could be heard. It was very powerful. When the fist arrived, the ichthyosaur split. In this short period of time, the 100 Beasts old demon's strength was fully displayed. However, the strength of the person who attacked also shocked the 100 Beasts old demon. Who is this person? How can he have such a sword cultivation? Among the many sects in the 5 counties, the Burial Sword Mound was the most famous sword sect. However, even Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword could not slash out such a sword. Moreover, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword was still standing in front of him and had not made a move at all. At this moment, a loud and clear voice was heard. You bullshit old demon, don't be presumptuous. Our leader almost paid the price with his life in order to hunt down the black demon of the devil sect. Right now, we don't even know if he's dead or alive. How can he be a slave of your Black Fiend Alliance? Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword and Lei Wanjun immediately looked delighted when they heard this voice. Everyone, I'm Su Yan, the deputy leader personally conferred by Alliance leader Yunhe. Not long ago, the Devil sect secretly invaded the Heaven and Earth organization. Alliance leader Yunhe fought fiercely with them and killed them, but she was seriously injured. If you don't believe me, Alliance leader Canal's daughter is right beside me. For this battle, she was almost killed by the Black Demon's shadow sword. Su Yan supported Yun Wanqing to stand on the ichthyosaur. Su Yan was a greenhorn. Although he had made a name for himself in the previous battle, many people did not recognize him. However, Yun Wanqing was Yunhe's daughter. She was as beautiful as a flower, so many disciples had her as the most beautiful fairy in their hearts. Now that she had stood out, everyone immediately threw away all their misgivings. Chapter 458. Kill. As soon as the word was uttered, everyone from the Yunxian Alliance was instantly enraged. At that moment, they felt that they could forget everything except the difference in strength. They could forget about the Dragon Realm experts. The only thing they could not forget was the word, kill. All the disciples drew their swords. Thousands of disciples raised their swords and roared in unison. A powerful sword aura soared into the sky. In an instant, the originally dispirited and powerless atmosphere was replaced by a murderous aura. The powerful and terrifying sword aura soared into the sky. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, it would be invincible. At this moment, everything boiled over in an instant. The 100 Beasts' old demon's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was a light that looked as if he wanted to devour someone. Originally, everything was already under his control. However, Su Yan's appearance had forcefully destroyed everything. This damned brat deserves to die 10,000 times for his crimes. Su Yan. You're the brat who killed Master Puppet, right? You've got guts. You're merely in the boundary realm and you dare to go against me. He blew his beard and a powerful aura swept toward Su Yan. This was the legendary dragon aura. The power of the dragon aura was truly terrifying. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun stood in front of Su Yan to protect him. He wanted to help Su Yan resist this terrifying power. After all, Su Yan was still a junior. Moreover, both of them had placed high hopes on him. They did not want Su Yan to be hurt. Su Yan smiled and said, "Senior Lei, sect leader, let me deal with this damned old man. You two go deal with the Boundary Realm experts from the Devil's Sect. Finish them off as soon as possible and come help me." This sentence was said very calmly, but it showed his extremely strong self-confidence. Both Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword were in disbelief. They could not believe that Su Yan dared to say such a thing. After all, he was facing a Dragon Realm expert. However, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword soon noticed something special. Facing the terrifying might of the 100 Beasts' old demon, Su Yan actually appeared calm and confident. To Su Yan, that powerful and profound awe-inspiring aura was like a gust of wind that directly swept past his ears. This made him feel surprised. Although Su Yan had defeated Lei Wanjun last time, everyone knew that when it came to true strength, Su Yan was no match for Lei Wanjun. After that, even Lei Wanjun and himself felt a little uneasy when faced with the dragon's might that was unique to the dragon realm. Although they were not embarrassed, they could not be as calm as Su Yan. He suddenly recalled how the Elder of 100 Beasts had called Su Yan a brat at the square circle realm. Su Yan is already at the perimeter state. Thinking of this, Daoist Heaven Sword's heart warmed. Although he felt that it was inconceivable, he had watched Su Yan grow from the very beginning. He deeply knew that this brat had created too many miracles. He pulled Lei Wanjun and said, "All right, Su Yan, be careful." After saying that, he charged into the crowd of Black Fiend Alliance to find his opponent. "Heaven Sword, what are you doing? Aren't you sending Su Yan to his death?" Lei Wanjun's mind had always been slow. At this moment, he was still in a daze. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword shook his head and said, "Hee, since Su Yan dares to say that, he will definitely be able to do it. Don't forget how you lost to him back then." Lei Wanjun still wanted to say something, but he suddenly saw a strange expression on Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's face. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword then said, forget it. You're the most astute one. I don't think you'll watch your descendant die like this. I'll believe you. Black Fiend Alliance scum, watch me kill you." Lei Wanjun immediately shouted, "Thunderous barrage." At this moment, a powerful force suddenly spread out and turned into streaks of lightning. Lightning danced wildly as dragons and snakes surged. Then, the powerful force rushed toward the crowd of Black Fiend Alliance. He was an expert in the area, so it was easy for him to deal with these people. When the 10,000 Mammoths' divine skill landed, it swept through the crowd. Immediately, the people of Black Fiend Alliance were filled with grief and resentment. Fortunately, there were experts in the area. When they saw the situation, they immediately roared and charged toward Lei Wanjun. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword was much more gentlemanly than Lei Wanjun. He just sneered and then chose his opponent. The long sword in his hand drew a bright light. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this person. "Old demon Jiao Yang, why don't you come and be my opponent? This old man has not been in this area for long and I have yet to kill a decent enemy." He laughed coldly. Before old demon Jiao Yang could react, he slashed down with his sword. The old demon of 100 Beasts looked at Su Yan. In a short moment, countless lights flashed in his eyes. There was disdain, surprise, and anger. All kinds of emotions gathered together, and in the end, they all gathered together to form a killing intent. However, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he asked, "Did you just say that the black demon is dead?" "Humph, are you deaf?" Su Yan sneered. He did not have any thoughts of respecting the old and loving the young. Su Yan's words made the old demon of 100 Beasts feel gloomy. What kind of status did he have? In the 5 counties, he was high and mighty. For many years, no one dared to offend him like this. However, he still doubted Su Yan's words. After all, he knew how powerful the black demon was. He was once a demon sovereign. Even though he was only a remnant soul and did not have the strength of a venerable, he was still extremely powerful. Although the old demon of 100 Beasts had not fought with Yunhe, he did not believe that the black demon would die in Yunhe's hands. "Humph, you're lying. However, you're the body of the black demon sovereign. Since that's the case, I'll capture you." As soon as the old demon of 100 Beasts finished speaking, a loud and clear cry of an eagle was heard from his body. Then, a light figure charged toward Su Yan at an unbelievable speed. It was simply a stream of light. If it were anyone else, they would have been shocked and inexplicably shocked. However, Su Yan was unusually calm. After all, he had fought with experts like the demon sovereign and Yunhe. Although at that time, he was in the state of the demonic dragon's heart going berserk. At this moment, seeing that the light was about to reach him, the shocking celestial sword appeared in his hand. Then, he suddenly slashed down. On the blade of the sword, a crescent-like radiance appeared. The crescent-like radiance suddenly flashed and slashed at the giant eagle. In an instant, a powerful force ricocheted. Su Yan could not help but take a step back. As expected of a Dragon Realm expert. Although he's not Yunhe's opponent, he's still very scary. Without the demonic chi of the demonic dragon's heart, it's really difficult to face him. Su Yan was slightly stunned. However, at this moment, he knew that he could not do it, but he still did it. The old demon of 100 Beasts was the strongest existence among everyone present. If he was not held back, then the damage he could cause would definitely be terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's light disappeared, but the old demon of 100 Beasts' giant eagle only trembled for a moment before descending from the sky again. "Kid, since my title is 100 Beasts, I have the ability to control all beasts. How can a mere kid like you be my opponent?" The old demon of 100 Beasts looked coldly at Su Yan as if he was staring at his prey. In fact, that was indeed the case. He did not believe that Black Demon was already dead. In the Black Demon Alliance, Black Demon's status was higher than his. After all, he was once a venerable one. Therefore, he still wanted to do him a favor. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly leaped up high from behind Su Yan. He jumped very high, and his huge body directly leaped into the sky, directly blocking the sunlight. Then, he reached out with his rough hands and grabbed the giant eagle's beak. Evil creature. At this moment, the old demon of 100 Beasts' eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. Then, he became both shocked and angry. This was because the giant who suddenly appeared in front of him had actually pulled the giant eagle down from the sky. It was true that he was the 100 Beasts' old demon, and each of the demonic beasts he controlled had been carefully trained by him. They were all extremely powerful. If one of these demonic beasts died, one would die, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, at this moment, his dragon realm was closely related to the monsters he had trained. The aura of the monsters was connected to his own aura. If the monsters died in battle, it would be a great loss to him too. As soon as the giant appeared, he immediately released an extremely explosive and terrifying aura. Such power could only be described as terrifying. His eagle was caught off guard. If it was caught by the giant, it would most likely die immediately. Therefore, the old demon of 100 beasts finally made his move. His entire body soared into the air like a dragon soaring into the sky. He was unstoppable. Evil creature, die. With another roar, he clawed out. His palm formed a ferocious beast's claw in the void. It was truly terrifying and shocking. However, the moment he made his move, Su Yan made his move again. He abandoned the astounding celestial sword in his hand and held the scorching sun sword in his hand. 10,000 elephant godly skill, immortal sword technique. After this low roar, the scorching sun sword's crimson light suddenly shot into the sky. The giant immortal sword appeared out of nowhere and slashed towards the old demon of 100 beasts. At this moment, Su Yan was already in the Boundary and Circumference Mountains. Moreover, his Boundary and Circumference Mountains were the most perfect Boundary and Circumference Mountains thousands of years ago. Moreover, his accumulation could be said to be terrifying. Chapter 459. At that moment, the immortal sword technique was unleashed, the sword light suddenly flourished. The intense sword light rose to the horizon, shining and flickering at the same time. It was terrifyingly dense. In the eyes of anyone, this level of sword light would be so shocking. This kind of radiance was even more terrifying. That's the immortal sword technique. How can it be so terrifying? What a good kid. He really surprised me. Ha ha ha. Sage Sky Sword, who was fighting Sage Jiaoyang, was most familiar with that aura. That was because he was the one who had imparted the immortal sword technique to Su Yan. However, at that moment, the immortal sword technique could unleash such a powerful force in Su Yan's hands. He was naturally overjoyed and felt that his entire being was filled with joy. The pupil had surpassed the master. For a teacher, that was the best reward. When he saw the immortal sword technique, he only felt that his strength had become stronger. Facing Sage Jiaoyang, he waved the long sword in his hand without holding back. For a moment, the sword qi swept out, forcing Sage Jiaoyang to retreat repeatedly. Lei Wanjun naturally saw the terrifying immortal sword technique at that moment. This kid is really abnormal. I'm afraid I don't even have a chance to fight him now. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but he was more relieved. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the sword light descended in the end. The powerful and terrifying sword light suddenly descended at that moment. The terrifying sword light was simply shocking. Such power could be called great and sacred. The 100 beasts' elder demon's brazen claw was turned into ashes under the immortal sword technique. Everything dissipated. At that moment, giant crimson demon had already pressed Falcon down and viciously tore him apart. The 100 beasts' elder demon's power had become extremely terrifying. He stared straight at Su Yan and finally said, "Humph, good, very good. Kid, since you're so eager to die, then I'll just kill you directly." At that moment, he no longer had any thoughts of killing Su Yan. Now, he wanted nothing more than to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan did not say anything. He waved the scorching sun sword in his hand again and charged directly at the 100 beasts' elder demon. With the strength of Fengyuan realm, he directly attacked the dragon realm cultivator. Just this courage alone was enough to shock everyone. At this moment, the long sword in Su Yan's hand moved in all directions. Powerful sword qi came from all directions. Streaks of sword qi spiraled around like dragons. Terrifying energy exploded continuously. In an instant, the 100 Beasts Old Demon's escape route was completely sealed. The 100 Beasts Old Demon snorted coldly, "Are you trying to block my escape route? But who do you think I am? Do you think I would care about your sword energy?" After a sneer, his body exploded. 100 Beasts Fist. The 100 Beasts Old Demon did not show any mercy as he threw out a punch. At this moment, the sound of 100 beasts roaring could be heard. The raging roars of the beasts turned into terrifying sound waves that swept towards Su Yan. Within the sound waves, one could vaguely see the souls of beasts. There were terrifying porcupines and ferocious tigers. Countless beasts' souls filled the sound waves. The 100 Beasts Old Demon was so powerful that his fist contained the might of 100 beasts. The raging energy came crashing down on Lin Fan. At this moment, Mount Tai's eggs were exhausted. This was the perfect description to describe this punch. At this moment, the wind and clouds swept across the sky. Thousands of thunder roared, producing endless rumbling sounds. The entire world seemed to be collapsing at this moment. Su Yan's face was solemn as he faced this terrifying punch of 100 beasts. His eyes shone brightly. The light in his eyes seemed to be able to illuminate the entire world. Rumble of thunder. Su Yan activated all the power of Fengyuan realm. It was the godly thunderbolt art of the Sound of Thunder sect. Indistinctly, countless thunderous sounds resounded at this moment. Each thunderous sound was so terrifying and powerful that it could shake one's soul. Suddenly, the thunderous sound exploded. At this moment, it actually overshadowed the roar of the beasts. A thick purple light shot towards the peak of the sky. The terrifying light that was constantly rumbling was like the most oppressive force in the world. The entire world was condensed into the most magical light. The lightning struck the 100 beasts. Under the light of the lightning, many beasts' souls disappeared. However, many beasts' souls broke through the barrier of the lightning and arrived in front of Su Yan. That violent and terrifying power gave birth to an indescribably terrifying power at this moment. At such a moment, everything seemed so pale and powerless. Under this kind of light, everything seemed to have no meaning to exist at this time. The confrontation between Su Yan and the 100 Beasts Old Demon shocked everyone. Lei Wanjun looked at the crisscrossing lightning radiance and let out a long sigh. What a good Su Yan. This old man didn't see wrongly. He is indeed domineering indeed. The reason why he imparted the Divine Thunderbolt technique to Su Yan was because he saw Su Yan's domineering intent. Previously, when Su Yan used the Divine Sword technique to defeat the Dragon Realm Demon of 100 Beasts, he was happy. However, there was also a trace of disappointment in his happiness. After all, Yi Shiwen did not use the technique he imparted to him. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly unleashed the Thunderbolt Divine technique, which immediately gave him a feeling of exaltation and satisfaction. Although it was a pity that Su Yan was not a disciple of the Sound of Thunder sect, it was still a good thing that he had brought the Divine Thunderbolt technique to greater heights. What a thunderbolt! Good lad, you have really angered me. The 100 Beasts Old Demon's gaze changed. His eyes turned into the eyes of a tiger. What changed was not only his eyes but also his face. His hands also began to change. A pair of sharp claws grew out of his hands. His entire body moved forward at an unbelievable speed, passing through the layers of lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. The beast claws immediately fell. The cold claw marks enlarged in Su Yan's eyes. It was as if they were going to swallow everything. I'm going to die. This was the thought in his mind. If he was hit by this sword, he would definitely die. At this moment, he raised the scorching sun sword. The scarlet blade blocked in front of him. The terrifying power swept over at this moment. The violent power exploded with a roar. It was as if the whole world was heading towards despair at this moment. Such power was simply shocking. Such a radiance was as turbulent as the sea. With this attack, Su Yan felt as if the ground beneath his feet had caved in. His arms were numb and his entire body was trembling non-stop. The power of the dragon realm is indeed strong. He stared straight at the 100 Beasts Old Demon. Little did he know that the 100 Beasts Old Demon was even more shocked. What kind of monster is this kid? He's obviously in the Radius realm. How could he block my attack? How terrifying. At this moment, the 100 Beasts Old Demon had already cast aside the idea of capturing Su Yan. His killing intent had reached a boundless level. The current Su Yan was simply too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, it would not take long for him to be on par with the 100 Beasts Old Demon. Moreover, as Su Yan displayed his strength, the 100 Beasts Old Demon suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Maybe the Black Demon is really dead. This thought scared the 100 Beasts Old Demon. However, no matter what he thought, the most important thing now was to kill Su Yan. Light flickered in his eyes. Everything was condensed into the most terrifying and powerful attack at this moment. He used all his strength in this attack, but it was silent. The beast claws pierced Su Yan's body. Su Yan. Yun Wanqing saw it clearly. She no longer cared about anything else and ran toward Su Yan. Many people did not even have time to react. The 100 Beasts Old Demon sneered, "No matter how strong you are, you're still in the Radius realm. If I want to kill you, you'll have to die." At this point, he was about to deal the final blow to Su Yan. However, at this moment, a muffled voice suddenly entered his ears. Thump. This sound was like thunder, but it was more like the beating of a heart. The moment he heard this sound, the 100 Beasts Old Demon's eyes were filled with shock. This was because at this moment, a black aura suddenly spread out from under Su Yan's feet. This aura was extremely domineering and contained an unparalleled majesty. This majesty actually suppressed the dragon might of the dragon realm that the 100 Beasts Old Demon was emitting in an instant. This, damn it, how is this possible? He kept retreating. His eyes were filled with endless fear. The situation in front of him was too strange. This kid in the Radius realm actually released a dragon might that was even stronger and more terrifying than his own. Almost instinctively, he kept retreating, missing the best chance to kill Su Yan. However, his shock was far from over. At this moment, Su Yan's cold gaze shone down and landed on the 100 Beasts Old Demon. At this moment, Yun Wanqing had already reached Su Yan's side. Seeing the blood gushing out of Su Yan's abdomen, she was burning with anxiety. However, Su Yan said directly, "Wanqing, don't use the fog technique. Trust me, stay far away from here. Dong Chenghao, protect her." Su Yan roared at Dong Chenghao. Yun Wanqing had not made a move since the beginning due to her severe injuries. Dong Chenghao was responsible for protecting her. However, in a moment of desperation, Yun Wanqing ran over without a care. Chapter 460. Su Yan smiled at Dong Chenghao and Yun Wanqing, then said, "Don't worry, this old bastard can't do anything to me." His smile was calm and gentle, but it showed his strong confidence, as if everything was under his control. Then, Su Yan turned his head and his gaze fell on the 100 Beasts Old Demon. However, at this moment, this gaze had become cold and emotionless. Plop. Another trembling sound was heard. Su Yan knew that the demonic dragon's heart was beginning to beat. Following the demonic dragon's heart's violent movement, his body began to boil once again. The familiar and terrifying feeling that had just faded not long ago reappeared at this moment. It was a feeling of being unable to control himself. Su Yan did not like this because the feeling of being out of control was too dangerous. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to do this because the opponent in front of him was a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Currently, he was in the Fengyuan and Fengyuan mountain realm. Furthermore, he was stronger than the ordinary Fengyuan mountain realm. However, the difference of one realm was definitely not something that could be overcome so easily. "I'm still too weak. If I want to defeat the 100 Beasts old demon, I can only use the demonic dragon's heart. Perhaps, there's another one. Su Yan laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. However, the intense pain and violent restlessness began to overwhelm his nerves. Su Yan's heart continued to chant the regal sword scripture's incantation, trying to maintain his original state as much as possible. At the same time, his eyes were like flames, releasing a ferocious aura. The dark demonic dragon's aura gradually appeared, then enveloped Su Yan's body. Behind his back, a pair of gigantic dragon wings appeared faintly. In the end, they covered the sky, displaying endless elegance. At this moment, the 100 Beasts old demon's heart was in a frenzy. He only had one thought left: dragon, that's a dragon, a demonic dragon. The 100 Beasts old demon cultivated the 100 Beasts aura and reached the dragon realm through it. He was very familiar with the sacred and powerful dragon. It was simply a masterpiece of the heavens, bringing with it an innate strength. The dragon's aura that spread out from his body was so terrifying that even he himself felt extremely frightened. Su Yan's gaze became more and more fierce, and his restlessness became more and more intense. Compared to the last time, the demonic dragon's aura seems to be even stronger. The demonic dragon's heart entering my body is a huge hidden danger. If I keep using it, it might directly consume my consciousness. Now, I need to end this battle quickly. Su Yan knew that if such a heaven-defying method didn't have any side effects, then it would be too absurd. Using the power of the demon dragon's heart was far more dangerous than asking a tiger for its skin. Now, the demonic dragon's hands, and Fang Yuan had to use his hats. In the blink of an eye, his speed broke through the limit. He turned into a streak of light and appeared in front of the 100 Beasts elder in an instant. Let's change the battlefield. As Su Yan's voice fell, he pressed his palm on the demonic dragon's face. Then, the dragon wings that were gradually solidifying flapped, and the demonic dragon flew towards the distant horizon at an unbelievable speed. The battle between experts in the vicinity was already very terrifying, but a battle between experts in the dragon realm was even more terrifying. If the two of them were to fight, who knew how many people would die? The mountain peak of the Heaven and Earth organization would probably collapse and be destroyed. Moreover, transforming into a demonic dragon was too terrifying. Although the demonic dragon's appearance was majestic, it was still extremely terrifying. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. The transformation of his body was completed in an instant, so almost no one had the time to see it clearly. At least, those with ordinary cultivation did not have the time to see it clearly. This was because at this moment, they did not even have time to care about their own battles, so how could they pay attention to him? Su Yan was in the same situation. He dragged the demonic dragon's heart and flew towards the sky. Such terrifying speed and powerful strength had already shocked the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts. At this moment, the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts actually forgot to resist. Seeing Su Yan leave with the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts, Lu Fei suddenly roared. The demonic dragon of 100 Beasts was defeated by the Vice Alliance leader. Kill! Kill these Black Demon Alliance dogs! At this moment, Su Yan stood on the giant's shoulder and roared at the top of his voice. This roar spread across the entire area. When the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance heard this, their blood boiled and their killing intent intensified. Even if they were injured, they did not care and directly pounced on their enemies. When the members of the Black Demon Alliance heard this, they were shocked. At this moment, their aura plummeted. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword continued to circulate his sword rays, forcing the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts, Spiritual Master Jiao Yang, to retreat. At the same time, he was overjoyed. The heavens are really protecting our burial sword tomb. At this moment, not only has Su Yan become Fang Yuan, but even Lu Fei has become the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts. Senior brother Lu, if you know this in the underworld, you should be relieved. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword said quietly in his heart. At least in name, Su Yan was no longer a disciple of the burial sword tomb. Moreover, he had become the palace master of the monster palace. However, Lu Fei was a true disciple of the burial sword tomb. At this moment, in addition to himself, the burial sword tomb had gained another demonic dragon of 100 beasts. How could he not be happy? Moreover, there was a giant beside Lu Fei. This giant grabbed one of the demonic dragon of 100 beasts' falcons and tore it apart. This showed his strength. This was great news for the burial sword mound. Let's do it here. Su Yan brought demon 100 beasts to a spacious valley in the blink of an eye. After unfolding his dragon wings, his speed was incomparably fast. In just a short while, he had arrived at this place. Then, he suddenly exerted force in his palm and directly threw the demonic dragon of 100 beasts down into the valley. At this moment, the demonic dragon of 100 beasts was so fast that it was as if a meteor was falling from the sky. Beast soul, roar of the tiger. The centurion old man naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured so easily. At this moment, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. That ray of light directly transformed into a huge golden tiger. The tiger roared and immediately pounced into the sky, charging directly toward Su Yan. Su Yan did not back down. The scorching sun sword in his hand moved, and a powerful sword chi suddenly erupted at this moment. For a moment, the light was shining brightly. On the crimson blade, the black aura of the demonic dragon suddenly burst out. Demonic dragon scorching sun. The sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly slashed down. The intense sword essence rolled like a landslide or a tsunami. At this time, the powerful and terrifying power was constantly rushing at this time, and at this time, the tiger was directly cut in half by the sword. On the other side, the demonic dragon of 100 beasts had just stopped at this moment. He was just in time to see this terrible scene. At this time, his heart was almost broken. Every beast soul he had was not easy to obtain, but at this moment, Su Yan had consecutively beheaded 2 of them. If this continued, he would be left with nothing. The cold light in his eyes flickered again and again, and he stared at Su Yan. Finally, he said coldly, as expected of the power of a dragon. "Huh, your body is mine." He suddenly rose into the air. While he was still in the air, his body flickered with light, and a powerful aura was directly released at this moment. Obviously, at this moment, he had made up his mind to directly kill Su Yan. Su Yan's face was cold, and his eyes were staring straight ahead. His hand was already filled with extremely powerful and terrifying power. Such a radiance could be said to be incomparably terrifying. All the power between heaven and earth was constantly trembling at this time. In between his palms, 2 ferocious beast heads appeared, and each of them was abnormally terrifying. "Su Yan, now is the time to die." The cold words were directly transmitted from his mouth, and the violent power had already exploded to the extreme. The powerful and violent radiance turned into endless light. It directly went against the sky and charged towards Su Yan. Su Yan stood in the sky, and the scorching sun sword in his hand shone brightly with a dark red light. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he revealed a cruel and strange smile. "Demonic dragon of 100 beasts, you're only in the one dragon realm, right?" His voice entered the demonic dragon of 100 beasts' ears, and then his entire body directly reversed from the sky and descended. "So what if I'm in the one dragon realm? It's enough to kill an arrogant junior like you." At this moment, his power suddenly exploded, and it was already extremely violent. That terrifying power was directly pushed to the peak at this moment. The power finally suppressed down, and in the end, it became an endless gale. The 2 forces finally converged together. As their figures intersected, Su Yan said to the demonic dragon of 100 beasts indifferently, "Sorry, it's not enough." While his voice was still floating in the ears, the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand had already cut through everything, and directly slashed in front of the demonic dragon of 100 beasts' chest. The demonic dragon of 100 beasts only felt a cold sensation directly pass through his nerves. Then, there was a frenzied and bloodthirsty pain. Damn it! He immediately knew that he was the one who was injured in this exchange. He was filled with disbelief. He was clearly the one who was in the highest realm, but he was the one who lost this exchange. Is the power of the dragon realm really that strong? His heart trembled slightly, and then, he immediately put some distance between himself and Su Yan, and his eyes stared straight at Su Yan. There was vigilance in his eyes, and also a trace of inexplicable excitement.